This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby.
Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Good morning, welcome to the Kia Oval for the latest match in Surrey's attempt to defend their championship up against Lancashire. So 2 sides who are unbeaten so far this season. Although Lancashire in 7th place in the table. It is a magnificent day in South London. It really is. Temperatures are going to hit around about 30 degrees. The news from the middle though is that Surrey won the toss and they put Lancashire into bat, which seems counterintuitive on such a day as this, but Surrey have won all their 5 championship matches this season on the chase, so some logic there. Sam Curran is in the Surrey side today, so interesting to see how he goes. It's a seam heavy Surrey bowling lineup with 5 seam options, and Keaton Jennings is back for Lancashire, captaining the side after a hamstring injury. We'll give you all the team news in just a moment. The action starting at 11 o'clock, as you know, but before then we're going to hear from Tom Latham, and he has been speaking to Surrey TV.
Well, Tom, that was a pretty special week in Canterbury. What was it like to be a part of it?
Yeah, it was obviously fantastic, I think. The result at the end of the day, to chase down 500 obviously doesn't happen that often, but I think the way the guys were able to, I guess, absorb a little bit of pressure at the start. We probably weren't at our best with the ball, but credit to the way that I guess Kent played in terms of getting to the score that they did. But I think when we went into bat, as I said, we were able to absorb a little bit of pressure, and then I think just the partnerships they were able to build throughout the innings to get across the line and win by 5 wickets was obviously an outstanding achievement. And
you were obviously out there for quite a while with Dom. He clearly got into quite a mental frame whereby he was just, as you say, absorbing all that pressure. What was he like out there in the middle with you?
Yeah, I think he played fantastically well. I think the role he played throughout, the innings to anchor the innings for the whole time, and to be there at the end was obviously pretty special for him. I guess obviously the challenge of batting for that long is obviously an outstanding achievement in itself, but I think with the guys were able to bat around him and just play their roles a little bit, so he did fantastically well, and hopefully that sets him up for the next couple of weeks.
And what was the atmosphere like in the dressing room actually before the chase, when you're sitting there facing down certainly a Surrey record to chase that total? What was the chat in the dressing room? What were you talking about before going out to face that challenge?
There wasn't a lot of chat, to be honest. I think it was about guys just going out there and playing their roles as best they can, and trying to stick to a game plan for as long as possible. And I think we were a couple down on the third night, which Jamie Smith came out and played a fantastic innings. He took the game away from them a little bit, and Sibbers just played his role at the other end. But I think heading into that last day, it was about guys going out there and just playing their roles as best they can. And we knew we weren't going to win it in the first session. It was about trying to take it deep and absorb that pressure. And the guys obviously did that fantastically well. And towards the end, we managed to pick the rate up a little bit and put the pressure back on them, and to get across the line. In that last session was a great achievement.
And tell us, why did you want to come to Surrey, play here at the Kia Oval?
I think the opportunity presented itself. There's obviously 5 games in sort of 8 weeks, and I guess to experience these conditions again. Obviously played a little bit of county cricket before and played a few test matches over here, but I think Surrey, obviously a famous club here in England, and I guess to mix with some of the players and obviously some of the coaches here, it was important for me, and certainly enjoying my time so far.
And what are you hoping to gain yourself? Obviously, we're hoping you'll come here, score lots of runs for us, but what are you hoping to gain from this experience here as well? Yeah,
as you said, obviously I guess you want to do well in the park, but for me it's about trying to come into the environment and fit into the culture and sort of add a little bit of experience. From my point of view, obviously these guys play day in, day out here in England, so for me it's about trying to learn and sort of build my game in different conditions as well. So I think every time you go to play or you train, it's about trying to get better and learn, and I guess add a few new skills. So that's what I'm looking to do over the next few weeks.
A big game here starting on Sunday against Lancashire, one of the really strong sides in the division. How much are you looking forward to coming out wearing the 3 feathers at the Kia Oval for the first time? Yeah,
it'd be great. It'd be great to represent Surrey at home. I've been fortunate enough to play a few games here for New Zealand, and it's a great atmosphere. Obviously, it'll be slightly different with the 4-day game, but just to come here and I guess meet a few members and a few of the supporters. You get such a big following over here in England with cricket, and especially 4-day cricket. So just looking forward to coming here and I guess getting stuck into another game of cricket, and hopefully we can put on a good performance.
Very strong seam attack that they have, and it's probably a day to be in the shadows, really, to find some shade. It's a very warm morning in London, and Lancashire have been put into bat with Keaton Jennings back in their team. Couple of changes for them today, with Jennings in and Jack Morley playing his 5th championship match. As for Surrey, Sam Curran is back in the side. Gus Atkinson drops out from the match against Kent. That stunning victory where Surrey chased over 500 to win, and Tom Laws is in for Dan Moriarty as well. This match is also going to be played with the Kookaburra ball for the first time, and the next 2 championship matches being played with the Kookaburra ball. Simon Hughes alongside me. I know you're not a great fan of the Kookaburra, but the reason they are using it is to try to get English bowlers used to bowling with the Kookaburra ball for when they have to go overseas and play test matches. It was one of the recommendations from the Strauss review. Not every recommendation was adopted, but most of them were, and this is one. And for the next 2 matches we're going to have the Kookaburra ball. What sort of effect is that going to have today?
Well, I mean, it should be a batting day after the first 10 overs if the Kookaburra ball behaves at the Oval like it does in Australia. it's a poor ball, to be honest. I think most bowlers would say that. Probably most batsmen would say they love it. Most bowlers would say the Kookaburra ball is a rubbish ball because the seam is not very prominent, and the seam disintegrates and it goes very soft quite quickly. It does keep its shine actually, but because of the seam is the key to swing, not so much the shine. If you've got a prominent seam, that acts as a rudder. I mean, you'll see a lot of fast bowlers angling the seam one way or the other. That helps the ball to swing. And if you haven't got much seam on a ball, it's not going to swing because there's no rudder in the middle. So that's one of the problems with the Kookaburra, that it goes flat, it goes soft, so it's not much fun to bowl with. But I guess it's worth a try. I mean, I feel, as we watch the umpires come out, I feel that all cricket in Australia and England, and probably other parts of the world, should be played with the Dukes because it's a better ball. But there are certain local reasons why that doesn't happen.
So here are the two umpires, Michael Gough and Michael Burns. And no coach today.
And opening the batting for Lancashire, Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells.
Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings opening up for Lancashire.
Scorers for this match, Debbie Beasley.
Interesting, isn't it? They come from opposite ends of the country, haven't they? These two, this pair. Keaton Jennings started at Durham, and Luke Wells started at Sussex.
Yeah.
Son of Alan Wells, who I played against a lot, and a good cricketing family. Colin Wells was a fine cricketer for Sussex in the 80s as well. Alan Wells, he was a hell of a player. He played his one test here, didn't he? Alan Wells he was one of that great one test wonder group. Poor old chap you usually got one test at the end of the series at the Oval, didn't you, to see if you were any good after the series had been lost, usually against Australia or the West Indies. Alan Wells was one of those people.
Well, this is Luke Wells, number 3 on the back of his shirt there, 32 years of age, a very experienced player, 173 first-class matches and an average of 36. We might well see some leg breaks from him later in the game as well, especially if that Kookaburra ball makes everyone beg for wickets. He's taken 82 first-class wickets. Now, it is going to be Sam Curran to open the bowling. We've basically seen him in T20 cricket for the last 2 months. It was so weird to see him play in the IPL, and then just a few days later he was on our television screens, or if you happen to be at a Surrey game, playing in the Blast. You just go from one to the next. But now he's in the whites, and I noticed that national selector Ed Smith, or former national selector Ed Smith, has used his column in the Sunday Times today to say that Sam Curran would be a good option for England at number 8.
You know, I thought exactly the same last week when we were doing one of our podcasts. I was thinking, yeah, we should do talk about Sam Curran, because Ed Smith, in his book, his latest book about selection and the art of selection, he talks about Sam Curran as being a player who lifts everybody else. And in Test cricket, he's got an incredible record. I think he's won every Test, or most of the Test matches he's played, he's won. How many Tests do you think he's played, by the way? Have a guess.
You put me right on the spot. First
24.
Thing. Well, I was going to say in the high teens. Right, Curran then to bowl the first ball of the match with 3 slips in, and an early touch there for Ben Folkes, who's had a lot of. Well, he's got to become an even better player. He's a very good player, but he's become an even better player over the last few days with Johnny Bairstow's difficulties in that Edgbaston Test match.
Bairstow, he did have difficulties, but he's had a long layoff. And obviously he played against Ireland, but keeping all day in a Test match is tough, and it takes a bit of time to get used to it again. But going back to Curran, I mean, I like the idea of him playing for England, especially when they're sort of one bowler short. Who are they going to pick in? Moeen Ali's clearly unlikely to play, so they've got to think about their 5th bowler if Stokes is fairly uncertain. So I think you want someone who makes things happen, and regardless of whether it's a spinner or a seamer, and Curran does, undoubtedly, and of course he can bat as well. his record in Test cricket isn't particularly special, but I think he averages 24 with the bat. He's got 47 wickets, high 20s, maybe early 30s. So it's not startling, but he's someone who just makes an impact. He makes things happen, and he excites other players as well. There's that old phrase, lifts all boats. He's just one of those players who, he's a winner. He's a winner. He's not winning so far here, but I like the shape there. Bit of swing. It's not easy when you're coming back from 2 months of white ball cricket to suddenly get hold of a red ball and see it swing. And I know it's a kookaburra, but it will swing for the first few overs. And you almost forget the art of swing when you're playing white ball cricket. You're concentrating so much on slower balls and slower ball bouncers and yorkers and changing your pace and so on.
Well, that's a good one from Sam Curran.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll see this pitch play similarly to the World Test Championship final. For those of you who watched that, it had lots of life in it. It was the same sort of colour. I think they leave a bit of grass on partly to keep it together, because it's so dry everywhere at the moment, and you want a bit of grass covering to just make sure the pitch doesn't go through the top. And there's good carry here already, isn't there? We saw that in the World Test Championship final. Both sides, both seam bowling attacks got extra bounce off a length at quite good pace as well. Sometimes in the olden days the oval pitch was slow, a bit spongy bounce, tennis ball bounce, but these current oval pitches have got quite a bit of carry.
Someone moving on the first tier, holding play for a moment. Well, that's not a bad first over from Curran. It's a maiden on target. It's keeping Wells honest.
Tom, what's your view about Sam Curran then playing Test match in the next Test squad?
Well, I think you want a spinner in these conditions, although the Lord's surface, generally speaking, hasn't helped spinners recently. I think that one of the reasons is because Lord's has been so helpful to the seam bowlers. You haven't really needed it, and often we've had Test matches where the lights have been on, the overheads, and it's nipped around, and they've not really got in the game at all. So you can play them, but they don't even get in the game. But it's clear that Sam Curran's not going to play this week, is he, in the Test match, because they picked their squad already, unless something dramatic happens. There is a proviso that you can take a player out of a county match and put them into a Test match halfway through, but I don't know if you do it in these circumstances. Was it Sunday? The Test match starts on Wednesday, so you'd think that would be unlikely. So it might be a ploy for the next game. So it seems to me that England want to play a spinner. They want to play a spinner who can bat at number 8. Knowing
Will Jacks, of course, was another option. Who's playing in this match?
Will Jacks standing there at third slip.
Now here's a man who should know about bowling a kookaburra ball. Daniel Worrell. Dan
Worrell, who's had a very good season. 28 wickets, joint leading wicket taker for Surrey this season. And he's bowling to Keaton Jennings,
who's also had a good season, averaging 94.
Well, apart from the hamstring injury that's kept him out recently, when he's played, he's batted well. He's got lots of runs.
2 years in a row, actually, hasn't he? He scored 1,000 last year.
And those runs last year got him onto an England tour in the winter in Pakistan, but he didn't play.
Good character, actually, Keaton Jennings. I like him. He's a very sort of ebullient sort of personality. Another one who lifts a team by his presence. He's always had trouble, hasn't he? It's the sort of slow medium, I say slow medium, it's sort of medium paces. I remember him getting into a lot of trouble against Vernon Philander. See, it was on this ground, actually, South Africa against England a few years ago. He just couldn't lay a bat on Philander. He tried batting out of his crease, miles out of his crease, and that didn't work. He was just feeling for the ball and constantly nicking it through to the keeper.
There's a leg gully in for Keaton Jennings. 3 orthodox slips you can see there. There's no gully. backward point, Tom Laws, but there is a leg gully. Short backward square leg for the uppish clip off the toes. We're playing over towards the gasometer side in this match. It's quite a short boundary. Yeah.
To leg on the left-hander's pads.
There is some green in this surface. As Simon said, it's probably quite a typical 2023 oval surface where teams of both Surrey and the opposition have scored this season, but not really heavily. It hasn't been huge scores racked up here that you feel the bowlers are in the game.
Yeah, there's always a chance of a wicket, isn't there? You're never totally in on this pitch. It's getting well forward there, isn't he? It's funny, you look at the temperature today, it's going to be potentially up to 30 degrees. It's the kind of day when you turn up, you're a fast bowler, you turn up here and you think, please can we give the toss and bat? Please can we just, I don't want to be out there and bowl all day. But obviously Surrey captain has the trust of his bowlers, or maybe they've said, well, we fancy knocking them over quickly and then we can put our feet up.
Well, shot there for LBW. Where did it pitch?
The way he played it suggested it probably pitched outside leg. Probably was a bit high. It's quite hard getting LBWs on this track actually because of the extra bounce. Yeah, that looks as if it pitched outside leg. The height was probably all right there, but it probably pitched outside leg.
Did it swing back a bit? Whether it pitched on and was missing, I don't know. Not a bad shout, but it didn't look quite right.
No, because the thing is, to get that LBW from over the wicket to the left-hander, you've got to be quite full. If you bowl short of a length, that was just back of a length slightly. To hit the stumps from back of a length, you probably have to pitch it just outside leg stump.
Sam Curran is going to bowl his second over. 2 maidens so far. That's nicely played. It's quite well left, but that by Wells.
I like that actually because some batsmen are very committed to the leave. They go big with their arms high, and actually we saw that in the women's test, didn't we? The new opening bat for Australia on debut, she shouldered arms to Kate Moss and got
Kate Cross,
and got LBW. In fact, it wasn't out. Hawkeye said it wasn't out, but she was very committed to that leave. Whereas the way Luke Wells is playing, it's a late leave, and I quite like that because it shows you lined it up and then you decided to leave just at the last second. Sometimes when you see a batter leave the ball very early in the ball's flight path, you think as a bowler, I've got a chance here. I just need to get one just to nip back a little bit, and he's making the decision very early. But Luke Wells is able to sort of line the ball up and then leave at the last second. I mean, it can cause a ricochet onto the stumps, of course, that.
Well, that was a far more straightforward leave there for Luke Wells. Sam Curran well outside the off stump. Lancashire yet to score, and we often see with the Kookaburra, because it does favour the batting side as it gets older, you find those first 10-15 overs is where the potential is there for the bowler, but you can see it through, and you can take full toll of the bowling lineup, in theory anyway.
Yeah, you've got to make sure you make the batsman play with the Kookaburra the first 10 overs. Really important. That's why someone like Glenn McGrath, I think, was so good for Australia, because he bowled straight. He didn't try and swing the ball. In fact, he said to me recently, when I swung the ball, I hated it because I couldn't control my line. And he wasn't a swing bowler, he was just a line bowler. So good with the Kookaburra for those first 10 overs, he would really make it count.
Another straightforward leave there for Wells. I think Glenn McGrath, didn't he say he pitched it up in his first test match and tried to swing it and it didn't work for him? Yeah, and he went for 100, and he got pelters from the embryonic Barmy army that were there at the Gabba in 94-5, a long time ago now, right at the start of his Test career, and then he went, so no, I'm not going to do that, I'm going to bowl my way, and I think it's fair to say it worked after that. Curran on the verge of another maiden, but that is the first runs of the game. A bit short there and helped on its way. This is going out towards the boundary and it's not back inside the rope. They'll come back for 3. It's a strange stroke really from Wells, is helping it into the leg side.
Yeah, it's high up the bat, I think, probably.
Help pull and Lancashire underway.
Well, there's very much a tendency for players nowadays to play the pull off the front foot, and that was one example actually where the old-fashioned way of pulling was to get across and almost inside the line and actually get your left leg out of the way or your front leg out of the way. But Luke Wells is more the modern version where you pull the ball from a front foot position, and sometimes if the ball gets up a bit high can get you into trouble, but he got away with it. Kind of clothed it slightly over mid-wicket, but he picked up 3.
Because normally if you time it well on this ground it goes for 4, especially if you hit it across the square. You call it a square, but it's a huge oblong here, and it races away. Although the outfield is pretty green, they've been working hard to get lots of water onto it. It has rained a bit in London in the last few days, but mainly just torrential downpours every now and again. Not that steady rain that lasts for 5, 6, 7 hours. Right, the batters have changed end for the first time today.
You mentioned how green the outfield is here, and actually the pitch is as well, isn't it? It's funny how things have changed. I mean, you got an interview, haven't you, at tea today, talking about Jim Laker and Tony Locke, the great Surrey spin partnership of the 50s and 60s, and you would have thought on a day like this you'd want 2 spinners in the side, wouldn't you? But Surrey have packed their attack with 5 seamers, and the kind of tone and tenor of county championship has sort of changed. Look at that carry through. I mean, that's why they've got 5 seamers, because there's that extra bounce which it always encourages faster bowlers, but it actually should encourage spinners as well. Nathan Lyon enjoyed bowling here in that World Test Championship final with that bit of extra bounce you can get. I'm sure Locke and Laker would as well.
Yeah, looking forward to that tea time today. Talking about Jim Laker and Tony Locke.
I'm going to test you out here.
The odd couple. Well, I have been doing some research, okay. But I mean,
I'm going to ask you about 1956 Old Trafford in a sec. I bet you can't wait. So, do you know? Obviously, Jim Laker took 19 wickets in that Test match, and Tony Locke took 1. Do you know who bowled the most overs in that Test match? Out of the 2 of them, you would assume it was Jim Laker, but actually I think you'll find it was Tony Locke who bowled more overs. And in one innings,
they had to bowl a lot of overs in the second innings because Australia really dug in the second innings.
I mean, I think Laker bowled. We'll have to look it up, but I'll look it up in a sec. But they both bowled about 50 overs in each innings. It was incredible. Good shape from Dan Worrell, getting the ball just to seam back in, but good leave as well by Keaton Jennings. I think, sorry, this is Luke Wells on strike. Good, I think he's leaving it on length actually, as much as line. Just seeing the ball bounce. Probably used to batting at Old Trafford where you get similar sort of bounce off a length, so you can trust the bounce.
Right, okay, here we go then. The answer to that question: Jim Laker in the first innings 16.4, Tony Locke 14, so Laker 2.4 overs ahead in the first innings.
Whoa, look at that bounce.
Yeah, good carry.
It's too short though. So he's got to pitch it up a bit more.
Yeah, pretty bowling really.
Yeah.
And then in the second innings, Laker 51.2 and Locke 55 overs, 30 maidens, 0 for 69. So yes, fractionally, Tony Locke bowled a few more balls in the game.
Yeah.
For, it's fair to say, a much less reward.
1 wicket compared to 19. Yeah. Incredible.
And the England skipper at the time came up to him afterwards, as they were walking off. Peter May. And said, you played your part, you played your part. You know, your bowling really helped us win the game.
Nice of you to say so.
Tony Locke, his reply was not that complimentary.
Yeah, he was quite a contentious character, Tony Locke, actually. He was quite, controversial, I suppose is the word. 3 for 0 after 4 overs. So it's actually a good start by Lancashire, because there's plenty in this pitch, I think. I think Surrey will want to make an early breakthrough. Actually, one of my favourite bits of TV commentary, we're in the Oval Media Centre here, and the next door box is the Richie Benaud commentary box. And one of my favourite Richie Benaud bits of commentary actually was during the Channel 4 years in the early 2000s. We were commentating on a match at Old Trafford, Test match. I'll continue that after this ball. Didn't bounce much, that one. And we played during the lunch interval Lakers 19 wickets, including his 10 for 53 in the second innings, and Benaud was sort of observing this bit of pathé footage of the 10 for 53, and then he just said at the end, came back to him in vision, and he just said at the end, yes, Jim Laker, 10 for 53, 1956 Old Trafford, and I was one of them. And I just thought that just really makes you realise how kind of significant he is as a character, Benaud, that he was actually playing in that Test match and remembers being out. In fact, I think he was out slogging down to deep mid wicket. A lot of the Australians were out, caught short leg, poking at the ball kind of rather tentatively, but Benaud went for the big hit over deep mid wicket and got caught on the boundary.
Well, there's more than one way to play, as we've discovered in the last year. We're watching England. There was a leg by there. Surrey with 5 pace options. Oh, got him low down. Very nicely pouched. Dom Sibley. And that's the breakthrough Surrey were looking for. Sam Curran has got it. It was a low catch to Sibley, and he made it look so easy.
Yeah, well, he's quite a long way back there, actually. So, in fact, it was a nice, easy catch. He would have seen that quite a long way because it was off the back foot, but it wasn't a forcing shot. It was a bit of a sort of tentative push here. Just, actually, I think maybe trying to withdraw his bat. So there was a bad leave, if you like. He had been showing the late leave working, but I don't wonder if he tried to just pull his bat inside the line there, and it just glided off a thickish edge. A nice, simple catch straight to Sibley. Let's see if he tried to leave this one. Just thinking about, maybe just tried to pull his bat inside the line there. There you are, Sam Curran makes things happen, doesn't he? It wasn't the best ball he's bowled, I suspect. It was just a bit short. He could probably have left it with a bit more confidence than he did, but Curran is making things happen and taking the first wicket for Surrey.
Yep, his first championship wicket of the season. Now Josh Bohannon is on his way in at number 3, 26 years of age, Bolton born. He's got a very good first class average.
Yeah, well, Bumble loves him.
Yep.
Bumble's often said to me, Josh Bohannon, he's the one.
Yeah.
And he hasn't quite kicked on, and I suppose he's unlucky that he's in a generation of incredibly talented. There's so many good batters around the country at the moment, aren't there? They're all striving to get a look in. He's played a fair amount for England Lions, on tours abroad and so on, and done pretty well actually, but hasn't yet had a chance for England, obviously. Ollie Pope in that number 3 spot for England at the moment has pretty much made it his own for the moment.
Yes, his first class average is 45. And over a reasonable stretch of games as well, 59 first class matches.
No, there's no doubt he's a good player. Solid, compact, good concentration.
But at the moment you probably have to have a bit more than that, don't you, to get into the England side? You've got to have a bit of dash about you as well. Short mid wicket in for Curran.
Just like to see Curran pitch it up a bit more actually, see if it will swing. The one he got the wicket with was back of a length. His most dangerous ball is the one a little bit fuller, especially to the right-hander. If you can just get that one almost on a driving length, not quite. And yeah, he's got the short mid wicket in as well, which is a good position.
Now where's this going? Will Jacks at third slip, parried it, and they're going to come back for 2.
It's funny, isn't it? Sam Curran is not quick. You know, he's only around about 81 or 82 miles an hour, but he hurries batsmen. See here, Bohannon was not sure whether to leave it or whether to play it, pulled the bat out of the way just at the last second and was a bit lucky to pick up 2. But although Curran isn't quick, he's got a quick arm. And he almost gives you the impression that he's a bit quicker than he actually is. He bustles to the wicket and gets absolutely the most out of his body.
Well, very well fielded. That was
that
heading
position
to the boundary before Sean Abbott there away to his left-hand side.
I like that position of short mid-wicket. I think it's a very underused position because, especially if the ball is swinging early on, you can get batsmen falling overbalancing as they clip through mid-wicket, hitting it in the air. And it's a run-saving position as well. It can cut off a quick single. Just keeps you just a little bit wary of clipping the ball in the air, which you can tend to do, especially if you overbalance slightly.
I think as well with the left arm, if you do pitch up and swing it in a bit, it does allow you to bowl a bit straighter as well. It allows you to bowl in different ways, doesn't it? Across and in. Keaton Jennings still yet to score. Coming back from injury. Just on Sam Curran, you were talking about his figures, and you were spot on. You said average is about 24, and he's taken 47 wickets. That's exactly what he's done for England.
Yeah, what's his bowling average?
Well, this is what I was just going to come on to. Yeah. Is that you think of an all-rounder as having their batting average above their bowling average, whereas his batting average for England is 24, and his bowling average is about 34, 35. So there's a differential of 10.
Yeah, minus 10.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas your Jack Callis or Sobers or someone like that, there's a differential the other way, isn't there?
Yeah.
Significantly. So even Stokes, he's still just batting above his bowling, just slightly. Not much in it now. His batting average has come down a bit.
Well, wide and put away. Nice way to get off the mark for Keaton Jennings. It was out there for the shot, I suppose the tempter, but just a bit too full, just in that nice hitting arc.
It was a juicy half volley, and it's the thing about fast bowling is it's been swinging for Worrell when he bowls it straight to the left-hander on about middle and back of a length. So you go for that slightly fuller, slightly more offside ball, hoping it's going to swing, and it doesn't. It just stays out there and says help yourself.
And again, let's test how quick this output is. Actually, it's not that quick, is it? Rory Burns having to chase it back. You would often expect at the oval that ball would go for 4. Okay, well, it wasn't perhaps perfectly timed, but it was hit well enough.
A long boundary, I suppose, out there.
Longest on that side, yeah. Bohannon comes down to take strike from Dan Worrell for the first time. Imagine there'll be a few people looking in from a distance who are just monitoring the scores from around the country, who know what the weather's like and see Lancashire put in by Surrey in with a few raised eyebrows. I wonder how many other games around the country now where teams have won the toss and put the opposition into bat. But you can understand the logic behind it. And also it might be the best way to, if you've got a confident batting lineup, and goodness me, if you chase 501 in the last game, then you like to be pretty confident. It might just be the best way of forcing a victory in the game.
Yeah, pitches don't deteriorate like they used to in a lot of places. So, yeah, batting last is and also the lack of really good spinners as well.
Lancashire in this game have got Jack Morley, slow left armour, 22 years of age, playing only his 5th first-class match, and Luke Wells to bowl some leg breaks as well as that over comes to an end. 6 gone and 13 for 1 Lancashire. Luke Wells, the man out, caught by Sibley low down at slip off Sam Curran.
I say lack of spinners. I suppose in a way I should be a bit more sympathetic to the plight of spinners. And the trouble they have is that batters are so good at playing spin now as well. There are so many. If you look at someone like Joe Root playing Nathan Lyon in that last test, and he has so many scoring options, and obviously Joe Root is an elite player, one of the best in the world, well, number 1 in the world, but so many other batters as well have got so many options against spin now, so it makes it hard for the spinner.
Good from Curran.
Yeah, that's a good length, good line, just right. Getting late movement there, drawing Jennings into the shot. He looks like he might be changing his guard there, or just checking it perhaps.
It's one of those really irritating injuries to have, a hamstring injury.
Have you had one?
Well, you never quite know when it's ready, that's the thing. How long do you give it? And it's always in the back of your mind until you can, I suppose the physio these days and the scanning techniques that they use to make sure it's absolutely right, but you wonder whether it's going to go again. More movement behind the bowler's arm at that far end in the pavilion. I can't see. Oh yes, someone's just emerged just above the sight screen.
Oh. Did he try to leave that, do you reckon? Don't think so.
Curran's in that quite nice corridor around about the off stump, and all the batters know he can swing it, take it away from the left-hander.
Yeah, they'll be looking out for that one that goes straight as well, of course, because he's not very tall. He's got more chance of LBWs than some bowlers on here.
Yes, we saw players in the Edgbaston Test match batting out of their crease, and actually here in the World Test Championship final as well, to try to take the LBW out of it.
I think that got Labuschagne into trouble on the World Test Championship final, because he batted so far out of his crease. He was trying to play forward to balls which were shorter of a length, or just short of a length, and getting hit on the gloves. He does like to bat out of his crease, Jennings, doesn't he, against some bowlers. You might be able to see if he's doing that here.
Yeah, we'll have a look now.
Yeah, he is, isn't he? Just fractionally.
Yeah, there you go.
Actually, in the World Test Championship final, Virat Kohli batted out of his crease in the first innings and got gloved by Mitchell Starc, so then he went back and batted in his crease the second innings.
A tidy from Curran, asking some questions. wicket of Luke Wells on his return to first-class cricket. Karen, how difficult or otherwise is that switch? Go from what we used to do it, used to play Championship and then Sunday League, but I suppose you're playing with the same colour ball. Does that make a difference?
We weren't actually. We played with white balls. I mean, I don't go back quite that far that we didn't use white balls. We did use white balls in county cricket one-day games in the early 90s.
Did you play with red ball as well in short form cricket?
Yeah. The red ball was in operation in the short formats until the early 90s. But we had coloured clothing came in about 89, I think, from memory. So I do have some coloured strips still in my drawer somewhere.
Single for Bohannon.
How difficult is it to adjust? I mean, it is quite difficult to adjust. I mean, now there is more extremes, isn't there? You know, when I played, it was 10 over spell, 10 overs in a match, or 12 overs even, or 8 overs on a Sunday. So that was manageable as a change from your sort of 15 to 20 overs on a county championship day. But now they're bowling 1 or 2 over spells in a T20 and then going to a 4-day game. I think that change is quite hard, because you just you need to build up the stamina to play a full day. It's actually standing out there all day as well, compared to an hour and a half. It's pretty tiring if you haven't done it for a while.
A new approach from Worrell round the wicket, and Jennings plays a magnificent shot. Well, that's very strong, Keaton Jennings, where a lot of left-handers are strong. It's short and wide and cracked away.
I'm disappointed he's going round the wicket, actually. I think early on Dan Worrell's looking to swing the ball into the left-hander, and then the odd ball goes straight, and he hasn't quite got it right, as is quite normal for him, actually. He's a little bit of he can be a bit of a licorice all sorts bowler, where he bowls 3 or 4 ordinary balls and then suddenly produces a jaffa. But I think better off to still stick over the wicket initially, trying to swing the odd one back. But it looks like he's now going with the more modern version of going round the wicket, trying to swing it away from the left-hander. Certainly a lot of carry. I mean, I think Surrey need to make the inroads here, because I think this ball will go soft, and they need to get wickets in these first 10-15 overs. Worrell's wasted some of these deliveries. He's looking a bit frustrated, and that's the danger mark. He could produce an absolute peach now, so watch out.
Does it sometimes feel with the Kookaburra it's a race against time? You've got to make the most of it.
And the batters are like it as well. So it's very much the case, actually. You know, it's cat and mouse. The bowlers know they've got to make it count. The batters know they can just sort of see off the first 10-15 overs, and then hopefully cash in. I think this pitch will have something in it for a while, though. Bowled, it's better. Keaton Jennings probably just patting down a spot there. Yeah, he's indicating that the ball is just bouncing a little bit off a length occasionally. Now a field change. Mann's gone back to deep square leg. Just see him there behind the umpire, being posted out on the boundary. Very short boundary, has to be said. He's gone with the slightly short ball, and actually well played by Jennings. Went the other way, just guided it down to third man, got on top of the bounce and steered it to third man for his second boundary. So the score on to 22 for 1 after 8 overs, joined by Nikki Chaudhuri. Morning.
Morning, how are you?
I'm just loving the weather. You know, I just love it hot. But you don't, do you?
No, I love it hot.
But you came in this morning and you said, I'm absolutely baking, you said.
Yes, because I was really flustered. I wasn't prepared for it to be this hot so early, but it's all right. I do like the sun, but it's better than the cold.
So how about the women's test? It's been great, hasn't it, so far? Wow. I haven't looked at the scores this morning yet. What's the update on the position there? Have England taken any wickets this morning?
Not since I last checked.
Okay.
Australia leading by 110 at the moment.
Right. Okay. They forecast for rain later up there, haven't they? I don't know if that's going to materialise down here. It's Curran to bowl his 5th over, and they've changed the field to Bohannon as well. They've now got a man back at deep square leg on the hook for him, but he managed to just poke that wide for a single. So Jennings back on strike. Where have you been? You've been out and about, haven't you, the last few days? You've been at different games.
Last I was actually up in Jersey for
you were doing the Jersey.
Yes, I was there for
European
the T20 Women's World Cup qualifiers.
And who won that?
So Italy and France came top 2, so they're going to be heading down to Spain in September.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
And where they'll be taking on the Netherlands and Scotland.
Okay. And this is for qualification of the T20.
Yes, Bangladesh 2024.
2024. Right.
So.
Okay. I've watched a lot of women's cricket recently, actually, and just been really impressed by the standard and the skill levels, competitiveness, and the spirit of it. Actually, it's been really good to watch.
Yeah, it's been absolutely brilliant, especially this women's test.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Well, good delivery from Curran there. Just drew Jennings into the shot. I think Jennings tried to keep his bat on the line of the ball rather than following it. That's the length that Curran's got to try and find a bit more. Both these bowlers have bowled probably 2 good balls and over, and the rest are being hypercritical, have been a fraction short. It's always the way, though. Bowlers love to see the ball fly through from back of a length, but it looks good, doesn't take any wickets. 23 for 1 is the Lancashire score. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The last 2 years there's been a real transformation. I suppose it's the 100, partly. Is it the influence of that? Do you think that's helped the women's game in England?
I think the 100's definitely given it its platform.
Yeah.
And obviously the regionalisation and then the professional contracts coming in, players able to focus more time on their game, practice more. I think that's also a huge factor. But I am enjoying watching a women's test match. You don't get many of them.
That's a shame, actually, isn't it? Oh, well bowled. That was probably the ball that he tries to bowl straight, that doesn't swing. Jennings just got the inside edge on that. Picked up a single. Yeah, again, that's great to see, because it's tough, isn't it? If you haven't played a 5-day test before, which obviously none of them have, or even a 4-day game, and they haven't played much red ball cricket, if any, it's quite an adjustment. But the quality on show in that test has been really good. The number of overs that the girls have had to get through, and the concentration required to bat a long time.
Exactly, and I think Sophie Eccleston was holding up one end. She ended up bowling 46
that's
overs,
right.
Which is like
mind-blowing, isn't
yes,
it?
I don't know how her shoulder is, but how do you prepare for that when you're not actually playing so much longer format cricket in women's cricket than going from one-day T20? How can you prepare yourself to bowl those many overs without actually perhaps going into an injury?
I mean, the short answer to that is you can't, but I suppose you've got to bowl a lot in the nets, and I, you know, when you're growing up, I don't know how it's probably changed a bit now. I mean, bowlers tend to prepare for big games now by bowling on the square more than the bowling in the nets, but especially faster bowlers, because often batters don't really want to face faster bowlers in the nets, and also the footholds aren't great for fast bowlers sometimes in the net, so they'll go and practice on the square in the middle of the ground instead, rather than net practice. But for spinners, I mean, there's no substitute for just bowling lots and lots of balls and overs in the nets, and hopefully that's what Sophie Eccleston will have done. You harden your body by bowling, you know, relentlessly, basically.
Yeah, get those bowling muscles strong, but then again, you have so many limitations these days on how many overs you can bowl.
Yeah,
so
that's a problem.
When does that give that actually, wait, I need to strengthen my bowling muscle so I can bowl for longer periods of time? But
I think that I think the point that you've made on podcast recently sort of is quite valid, that women haven't got the opportunity to play long format enough at regional county level. There's only short formats. There's very little red ball cricket, if any. So it seems a shame that there isn't more county cricket, 2 and 3 day games for the women.
Yeah, exactly. I would love to play 3-day cricket. I think that would probably be one of my strengths as well. And just being able to go out there and not have that time pressure and just keep batting and not having...
Do the Australians women play long format cricket much? Jennings came out of his crease there and came down the wicket. Just a little hint of Bazball, but he blocked it. Do Australian women play longer format, do you know?
I believe they do play longer format crickets in their domestic structure.
You mean club level, do you mean, or state level? We should look that up. Maybe you could email us. What's our email address, everyone? I'll find out and get you to perhaps somebody. Well, you can send us it on Twitter anyway. So if you're listening to this, my Twitter account is the Analyst, at the Analyst. You can tell us maybe if you know what kind of cricket the Australian women play domestically. Do they play 2-day, 3-day games at club level or state level? Perhaps you could send that in to the Analyst or the Surrey Twitter feed, which I'll give you in a minute. 24 for 1 is the Lancashire score, coming up for the end of the 10th over. Good delivery from Worrell. That was a slightly fuller ball, and Jennings there just getting his bat and pad closer together. He hasn't had to play too many from Worrell in the last couple of overs. I suspect there may be a change from this end after this over, unless he takes a wicket in this next couple of deliveries. It's somebody, I think it might be Tom Laws, loosening up at mid-on there. Good leave again by Jennings, good judgment.
But what did really impress me from the women's test match is the innings of Annabel Sutherland. I'm not sure if you got to see much of that, but for a number 8 batter to have such a good, strong technique, and I think most of her shots she played in the V. Like, she didn't steer away, and it was like very controlled. She knew her game very well, and it was really impressive.
She's only 21, is she?
Yeah, she's just
right?
21.
Yeah, it's very impressive. I mean, I think she bats much higher in ODIs, doesn't she? She bats at number 3. Good shot from Jennings, pulled away for 4. That was really on top of that delivery. I'm sure that will signal the end of Dan Worrell's opening spell. There was someone else loosening up near him anyway. You would have seen that in the corner of his eye, but that was an emphatic shot from Jennings.
That was great off the front foot. And we've got quite a speedy outfield out here as well.
So, Annabel Sutherland, she dominated the last sort of 3 or 4 wickets, stand partnerships as well, didn't she?
She did. It was just, honestly, I really enjoyed watching it. The shots she played down the ground, really strong high elbow, like keeping her top hand in it. And I think, obviously, red ball cricket is so different. But then again, women's test cricket and men's test cricket are completely 2 different ball games. Just look at the field placings, for example. The way the ball's carrying, the lengths that are being hit, completely different.
Jordan Clark is replacing Sam Curran now at the pavilion end here at the Kia Oval. 28 for 1 is the Lancashire score, having been put into bat by Surrey. And I think they'll need to just make these Lancashire batsmen play a bit more. Being slightly critical of Surrey's opening pair. They haven't bowled any rubbish, but they haven't bowled enough balls to make the batsmen play. And I guess also you could credit the batsmen for good judgment in what to play and what to leave. But Surrey will need to make, I think they'll need to make more inroads while this ball is still fairly hard. It's a Kookaburra ball, as we've said a couple of times. There's some trials going on in county cricket with the Kookaburra. You played with the Kookaburra?
Yes,
Nikki? Yeah?
I have played with the Kookaburra. So a lot of the games we played at school and club when I was going through that age group, there was a lot of red ball cricket, so I'm very used to that. Yeah, it's very different, especially going from red ball to white ball as well. And
sounds like we're talking about birds, doesn't it? We're talking about playing with the kookaburra, but obviously we're talking about balls. Driven by Bohannon, but not timed. That's the kind of length I think that Surrey need to try a little bit more of. Just a bit fuller, try and induce the miscue. 3 slips waiting there. Yeah, sorry, go on.
No, but you might call me old-fashioned, but there's something exciting about playing red ball cricket. Especially if the bowler's done you and you've been beaten once. It's like coming back into the game. It's that mental side of it as well. I think I really do enjoy it. But going from short format to the longer format, how can you adjust so quickly? Because obviously your contact point is different, where you can put your foot positions are different because you can stay away from the ball slightly more, but especially with these guys playing so many formats, from T20 1 days to red ball, like so quickly, there's not that much time for adjustment. Like we saw in the World Test Championship, India having, like the Indian players coming back of 2 months of IPL, you could still see some of them were still in white ball mode.
Yeah, I think that's going to be beating the leg stump. Quite wide of the crease actually, Jordan Clark there, so that was probably angling down the leg side. Not much response from Michael Goff, umpire at his end. He sees quite wide of the crease there, and yeah, I think that was heading down. Clue from the wicketkeeper as well. Folkes was certainly heading down the leg side as well. I think it's a mindset thing, Nikki, really. You know, as much as it is a technical thing to adjust between white and red ball, and I mean a lot of coaches and players emphasise now that that's cut away for 4 by Bohannon. It was wide and short and asking to be hit. Good shot. Good compact delivery of the short ball there. Put away. Square the wicket, of course, which is a prosperous area at the Oval. Running across those old pitches, or those are the net pitches there where the players were practicing earlier.
Yeah, if it gets on the net pitches, it flies.
I think it's a mindset thing, though, as much as it is. A lot of coaches and players will talk about that you need the basics, even if you're playing white ball. You need to have certain basics to work with to be successful. And yeah, actually, I remember watching Rohit Sharma playing in a Test match here in 2-3 years ago at Lord's, and he'd just come off the IPL that time as well, and he played the most brilliant innings at Lord's on a seaming pitch, Test match, very good attack, obviously England, Addison, Broad, etc., and he just left the ball beautifully, and he really got into the same positions as he would in an IPL game, but instead of smacking it over mid-off, he just left it or defended it with soft hands. So he was getting into the same positions but just playing a slightly different way, and that is as much, I think, a mindset as it is a technical thing.
Yeah,
I think that afflicted the Indians a little bit in that World Test Championship final. As you rightly say, they came here on the back of IPL, and maybe they just weren't mentally attuned to batting a long time as much as it was a technical thing. I mean, I thought Rohit Sharma, for instance, himself, both innings of this World Test Championship final here at the Oval, he was quite aggressive. He was looking to pull the ball in the first couple of overs and hitting it on the up and things like that, and he didn't have a very effective game.
No, he got off to a flyer in the second innings though. He was very aggressive in the second innings when he came in, but unfortunately wasn't able to convert. But I think off the back end of the IPL, what was the main thing I noticed was the field settings. I think in terms of India went very defensive, like when they pushed the men out back onto the boundary very early on. Perhaps maybe from T20 cricket where you're thinking, actually I need to protect the boundary. It's a bit of a change in mindset, actually. I can give that one boundary. It's about just building it up. And
oh, that's a good ball. Now that is what suggests that there's something in this pitch. Well, it's very clear evidence. If you can just find that length and line, he drew him into the shot. Look at that. Look how it carried to Folkes there, almost chest high from a good length. That's what Surrey haven't produced enough of. They've been a bit short and a bit wide.
Talking about the pitch, that World Test Championship pitch, first few days,
Spicy.
it was spicy.
Yeah, it caught the Indians out, didn't it?
It did.
But having said that, they put Australia in and didn't really make it count. Australia got 400. They should have probably bowled them out for 280, 300 really. And that's probably where they lost the game.
Yeah, I think I saw a bit of the match, and India's Shardul Thakur was like getting peppered quite badly, and just off a length it was popping.
Kohli got a brute of a ball from Stark actually. Yeah, Australia shouldn't have been allowed to get whatever they got, 460 or something. No, that's a ball. That's a good ball. Worrell might have kept his spell going with those last 2 deliveries. Thought he might have got taken off. He's having a chat there with Rory Burns about whether to have another one or not. Those are the 2 key men. It's quite a tough end to bowl actually. It's quite a strong breeze coming from the members, the Mickey Stewart members end. It's a better end to bowl, the pavilion end today. But Worrell's labouring hard into the wind, and we'll see in a minute whether he gets another over or not. He's earned the chance probably for another over with those last 2 deliveries. 32 for 1 to Lancashire. They'll be happy with this situation actually, given the amount the ball has moved from a good length. What do you think?
Yeah, I think he's probably, like you said, earned himself another over, but the breeze, as you've just mentioned it, seems to have died down. The flags are
gone limp, haven't they?
Yeah, they've just gone limp. Just checking the score, actually England have managed to get a breakthrough.
Right.
They've got the wicket of Phoebe Litchfield. Kate Cross has bowled her.
Okay.
And Australia currently leading with 127.
So how are they going to play it, do you think, Australia? Got 2 days left.
Oh, this is a good one.
How would you play it?
I think, given how they performed earlier, they'd probably look to bat out most of today, 100%, and then put on a nice, hefty total, and then perhaps they back themselves tomorrow, given how England have played, perhaps without Nat Sciver-Brunt's contribution and Tammy Bowman's, and we didn't see too much depth otherwise apart from that, I don't think. So I think personally I'd look to bat out pretty much most of the day. What about you?
Well, you want a result, don't you? I mean, you want to sort of dangle the carrot a little bit. So what's the lead now? 120, did you say, Australia?
128.
130, and they've got another 4 or 5 hours to go. Yeah, they probably want to set England about 300 to win, don't they? Where there's a little bit of incentive for England to go for it. That way they might have the chance of taking more wickets. But at the same time, there's 4 points available, aren't there, for this match, this Women's Ashes Test match. So it's a big amount of points in the overall Ashes contest. So you don't want to kind of give it away at the same time after 4 days of hard labour. But I would have thought, 300-ish. Try and get England in tonight, perhaps, for the last half hour or so. Edged by Bohannon. He's looking to turn that on the leg side. It just maybe seemed a touch. Got a leading edge.
The people in the pavilion behind the bowler's arm, please keep still.
But yeah, with the brand of cricket England are looking to play, they'd probably obviously look to get a result. So with that in mind, their approach might just benefit Australia in terms of getting those wickets. But it has been some great cricket. I hope we see more women's test matches for sure.
Yeah, I mean, that would be lovely, wouldn't it? That's the end of the 13th over, 35 for 1, Lancashire having been put in by Surrey. Just a reminder or a mention of what's happening at lunchtime today. We're staying on live here at the Kia Oval for a conversation with Matt Roller of Cricinfo, who, along with Tim Wigmore, the Telegraph cricket writer, have written a book called White Hot about England's rejuvenation as a one-day team over the last 6 or 7 years. Of course, they're now the only team in the world that have ever won or hold both 50 over and 20 over World Cup trophies. And Matt and Tim have done a big, real kind of research project in a way, and produced a book all about how England have done it. So Matt is our guest at lunchtime today to talk about the book that he's written. That could be close. That's first ball from Jordan Clark, and it's an LBW. Josh Buchanan has to depart.
I think it's Sean Abbott's been brought into the attack, and that's a nice way to start off your spell.
It was a superb delivery, and of course it was Sean Abbott who bowled that ball. It had on the caption Jordan Clark, but of course he'd finished the previous over. That was Sean Abbott. What a start for Sean Abbott to knock over Josh Buchanan first ball, absolutely plumb. And that's the length that you've got to bowl here, the length and the line immediately demonstrated by the Australian. Beautiful delivery, and Buchanan slow to get forward, and a great verdict. Probably a very simple decision that for the umpire.
He did not hesitate.
No, he didn't. That's right. Didn't get forward here, did he? He just sort of poked at it. I think we'll see here in the replay. He's actually taken quite a big step back, actually. So his front leg is, well, in fact, it hit him on the back leg, or may have just ricocheted from the front pad. And he didn't have any dissent about that.
Yeah, he
dismissal,
shuffled.
did he?
Yeah, he shuffled back, but then he's barely taking that stride to get forward.
Sean Abbott's been such a great addition to this Surrey side throughout the last couple of months. Consistent wicket taker. And 35 for 2 now is the Lancashire score. Buchanan didn't make many there. So Dane Villas is out at number 4. That's more like it for Surrey. Another man who of course will be familiar from bowling with the Kookaburra ball, Sean Abbott. Both he and Dan Worrell will be more used to that than the Dukes, actually, having played most of their cricket in Australia. So this is Dane Villas at number 4, who often is cited as someone who plays more day's cricket than anyone in the world. He seems to get around, play for different countries, play in different countries and play different formats. Very adaptable cricketer. That's the length again from Abbott that we've seen not so much of in the play so far. Lots of deliveries just back of a length, soaring through to the keeper, but not requiring a shot.
And better footwork there from Villas as well, getting that bigger stride in, getting into the ball. And I think with that length, it's so important that you do that, otherwise you will be caught out. If you're half-hearted and get your feet stuck, it's not ideal. But in terms of pitches, do you think we're going to see something similar to this at Lord's next week?
No, it won't be like this. It'll be a lot flatter, I'd imagine. I wouldn't have thought it'll have the carry that this oval pitch has. Oval pitches have been really bouncy in recent times. Another good delivery from Abbott. This is an excellent over. Just on that awkward fourth stump line, a little bit of movement away, good carry to focus. Now, I mean, Lord's it's very difficult for groundsmen at the moment because it is so dry, especially in London, and you want to try and get some moisture in the pitch to keep it together.
Mm-hmm.
But that's hard when you've got these long dry days.
And then again, I think from an England's perspective, the English bowlers have always benefited from something happening on the wicket, a bit of seam movement, and like we saw in that first test at Edgbaston, and Jimmy Anderson coming up and saying if the wickets are like that, he doesn't feel like he can contribute much, then obviously you're kind of hindering your seamers in the first place, because you're not giving them that extra bit that the pitch can provide.
Very good first over from Sean Abbott, asking lots of questions, and it's a wicket made. And time for Simon Mann, I think. No? He's shaking his head. Is it 12:15? Right.
You're ahead of the clock.
I am. I'm wondering whether they're another couple of overs until drinks, I guess. Certainly they'll need it today. Temperature already at about 28. Warm wind going across from sort of mid-off as we look from the bowler's end. Or actually mid-on with the left-hander on strike. Keaton Jennings, 21. He's done well, actually. It's 2 partners already. A lot of movement behind the bowler's arm at the key over. There have been a couple of announcements already saying, will members keep still when the bowling's from that end. This is Jordan Clark. And that's a bit of a cheeky single, and actually I don't think Villas was all that ready for it. Jennings set off. Villas was a bit slow to respond. With a bit of sharper work behind the square from, I think it was Sean Abbott there. There was a chance, just a little hint of a chance of a run out there.
It was a tight call.
Anyway, it's Villas on strike now. Jennings on to 22.
I think as cricketing conditions have it, you couldn't ask for anything better, really.
What do you like it hot? Out in the middle? Do you prefer it?
100%. I'd rather it be something like this or hotter than early April when you've got hand warmers in your pockets, and
it's horrible.
Yeah, that's not pleasant. Yeah, I'd much rather have it hotter than cold match days. That's not nice. What about you, Simon?
Yeah, I love it hot. My favourite winter abroad was Perth. Hot, dry. Sometimes it would get tough at 1 o'clock when it was 36 degrees and no wind, but the Fremantle Doctor, the famous wind that used to come in off the sea after lunch, usually brought relief. So it was pretty good, but a very dry heat, so it didn't feel as hot as it actually was, if you see what I mean. Sometimes when the humidity, the hottest place to play probably in the world is Sri Lanka.
That must be
it's so close, you know, it's so clammy. Even when it's not sunny, it's 32 degrees and 100% humidity, and you just feel exhausted all the time.
Yeah, like sucks the energy out of you. I've been in Calcutta during peak summer, and that humidity is not nice. It's just so sticky and bunged up that you just really can't escape it.
No, I mean, a hot day in England like this, you couldn't get much better conditions. I agree with you. Bit of breeze, and it's actually quite a strong breeze, but
a pleasant breeze.
A pleasant breeze, yeah. So quite a warm breeze. Lovely for bowlers. Got right across there, Villas, to work that one to leg. 2 men out on the leg side now. Protection on that short boundary.
What's the coldest conditions you've played in?
Durham. April in Durham is icy, and really icy. You know, you've got the icicles on your fingers. Can't feel the ball in your hand. That's when you do need the hand warmers.
Yeah, definitely. You always need to have them in your kit bag, I think. You never know when you'll suddenly need them. Especially if you're at those hot points, like a short extra cover mid-wicket slip, when there is going to be power on the ball.
Yeah, in fact, in Durham, we did have a West Indian overseas player one year, and he really struggled till about June. He could hardly hold the ball. Now, let's see if Sean Abbott can ask more questions of Keaton Jennings. This is the first time he's bowled to the left-hander, and Jennings has been able to leave the ball quite liberally against the other bowlers, but Abbott's located a slightly fuller length like that. Actually, still that was a bit wide, but Jennings judged very well what to play and what to leave.
Obviously, we've seen Sam Curran included in the side today. Do you think there's potential prospects he might be called up to the England side later in the summer?
Yeah, he's got a great record. I suppose it depends if he can make inroads into this game, can have an effect in this game. That might help his cause, because he's been on a diet of exclusively one-day cricket, short format cricket until now, and it does take a little bit of time just to get back into it, as we've been saying. But yeah, I think Sam Curran is just a really exciting cricketer. He fits the mould of what England want. He gives a bit of variety as well. You just can't fit everybody in, can you? That's the trouble.
Yeah, only limited to 11.
Yeah. You'd always want him in a team. If you could pick 12, he'd be your perfect person to throw in, because he's so adaptable and such a game cricketer. Jennings looking solid here, 24 from 46 balls. Slightly more back on his stumps against Sean Abbott than he was facing Sam Curran. Gets into good positions, early positioning and playing the ball late, which is what all opening batsmen are probably best off doing, if the ball's doing anything.
It's a term you hear all around, right? Playing the ball late, right under your eyes, from grassroots up until senior cricket.
See it early, play it late.
Play it late.
Yeah. But not too late.
Not too late. And I think that's actually, especially if you do a lot of coaching, people are scared to play it late because they think, I'm going to miss the ball or might get out that way.
Yeah.
But it is quite difficult when you do realise and you're trying to change your contact point. Actually, I've been hitting it really early in terms I need to just draw it back a bit. Just like a fraction makes such a big difference.
It does, and it's when you're out of form, you know, you're at the ball, you're feeling for it, and that's often what gets you into trouble. And that's what, I suppose in a way, that's what form is. Form is being relaxed at the crease, not going at the ball too much, and being confident that you can play it late. At least that's one definition of form. Joe Root being the fantastic best example of it, really. Number one batsman in the world at the moment, and he his sort of real secret is how late he plays the ball. Of course, you can't play it late. If you're going to hit it for 6, you've got to meet it early. But it's about kind of building an innings by playing it late and then being able to take it early when you need to.
But then again, going into hitting a 6, would you say that's definitely slightly more premeditated?
Yeah, I mean, it can be. I suppose it depends what the shot is. That's a quick single, and I think he caught the fielder there napping slightly. Was that Sam Curran at mid-on? Just wasn't quite on it. That's a good cheeky single from Dane Villas, who's well known actually as one of the fittest cricketers around. Yeah, I mean, obviously if you clip it for 6, a ball angled into your pads and you flick it away and it goes over the square leg, then that's not premeditated.
That's instinct.
Yeah. If you come down the wicket and then there's clearly more intent there, but you can bail out of that shot if the ball isn't in the right spot. The best players are able to stop their shot and play a different shot if the ball isn't quite where they want it to. So in a way, you still are playing it late, or you can do, even if you're premeditated to play it early. Or, I mean, another thing to say about that, I suppose, is that the best players, well, a lot of the best players have got fast hands, which means they can make the decision to play the ball quite late, but with the fast hands they can still be aggressive. Good delivery from Clark. Jennings, I think, definitely played at that one. Sometimes you can't entirely tell. Sometimes he just sort of holds his bat on the line and lets the ball fly past it. Again, I think Clark's got to just find that slightly fuller length to the left-hander. Try and draw him into a drive. He's happy on the back foot.
And he's happy to leave that one as it is as well.
For 2 is the Lancashire score, having been put into bat by Surrey and Rory Burns. Plenty happening off this pitch. A lot of good carry. Went down low to Folkes, but some have been carrying through waist and chest high, especially more it seems actually from the Vauxhall end. Just a bit of extra bounce coming into the breeze. That's the length. That's the length. There, Jennings does look uncertain.
You want to keep bowling there, Jordan Clark.
More thoughts from you, Nikki, and then Simon Mann's coming in.
Great, I'll see you shortly. Yeah, it's a good start from Surrey here, getting the breakthrough of Luke Wells early on at 4 for 1. And now Lancashire 39 for 2. With the last wicket of Bohannon, LB dubbed to Sean Abbott on his first delivery in his spell.
Well, he's been good so far, Sean Abbott, right at the batters. I think he's been the pick of the Surrey bowlers to date. Just had a look at the other matches being played up and down the country today. Surrey, the only team to win the toss to put the opposition into bat. You can totally understand the reason behind it, the thought process. No ball delivered there by Abbott, just overstepping. "21 wickets so far."
People on the first floor of the pavilion, please make sure you are seated
think there'll be some Surrey fielders very happy they got those 2 early wickets. It'll be a very long day in the field, 30 degrees, Kookaburra ball.
Yes, Rana with us from the Wisden Cricket Podcast. It's an interesting one, isn't it? As Vilas takes a single. It's an interesting one, isn't it? That, I mean, you turn up today, you think, natural cricket logic says on a day like today, you bat first. But there's some green in the pitch. You've got 5 pace bowlers in your lineup, and you've won all your 5 matches batting second this season. Strong batting lineup. In the last game, you chased over 500. So you can see the methodology there. Nicely struck by Jennings, but straight to mid-off. And you might say, interesting to see what Rory Burns said when they had the huddle or in the dressing room beforehand. Said, well, look, it might be tough today, it might be hard work, but this is why we're doing it, and everyone buys into it, understands why you're doing it.
They know how to win matches, right? In the last couple of years, no team has scored 400 against Surrey at the Kia Oval. Everyone knows it's a good place to bat. They're very, very good at containing size. They always leave a bit of grass on the wicket now. It always does something for the seamers early on. I think it was in the Hampshire game I think it's the first home game of the season. Mark Church said Surrey would have been disappointed that they only took 6 wickets in the first session. They have this very clear method of, as you say, bowling first. Get really stuck into teams, and the criticism of Surrey teams in years gone by have been maybe they've not got over the line. They've not been brilliant at taking 20 wickets. And that is something that this Surrey team is very, very good at.
Yeah, you don't get too greedy. Say bowl the opposition out 250, 300, and then get a lead. Pressure in the third innings, knock them off. Sounds simple, but that's the formula that's worked for them. Not quite in the last game, where they conceded a big first innings lead and had to knock them off in the final innings. Just an extraordinary win, really. We were talking earlier off air about the inevitability of it.
I actually said to a colleague at 3:30 in the afternoon on day 3 that Surrey really got a chance here, because the first innings was a bit of a freak from Surrey. It was a really good pitch, weather was good. Kent probably don't have one of the strongest bowling attacks in Division 1, and that Surrey lineup, I mean the Surrey lineup today is so stacked. You talk about Dan Lawrence joining the club next year.
Where does he fit in?
in?
Well, I suppose you've got Tom Latham, haven't you, as an overseas player. You don't necessarily have to invest your money in an overseas player.
I mean, that's a top 7 where everyone has either been in a test squad in the last 2 years or is very close to, in the case of Jamie Smith.
Yes, he's really one to keep an eye on.
I think it was his 100 of the 3 Centurions in the Kent game that really made it possible. He moved the game on so far in such a short space of time.
Well, we've had delays for moving behind the bowler's arm, and now a strange one, that the manipulation of the shoulder from the physio, the Lancashire.
It's not a surprise, but I thought it was interesting that Phil Salt has gone back down to the middle order after scoring 100 in the win last week. Funny things can happen in Ashes Summers, and the way he bats, part of me wondered if he got a nice little run at the top for Lancashire. Obviously with Jennings and Wells back, the 2 regular openers, it's totally understandable that Lancashire have gone back to those guys, but Ian Botham actually touted Salt as a future test opener all the way back in 2018 when Salt was at Sussex.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting conundrum the selectors have got, how to balance that team up. lots of people have said to me, oh well, folks had to play in that Test match, and look at what happened with Johnny Bairstow. But how do you? I mean, Bairstow has to come back. How do you fit them all in? Who opens, or who do you knock out? You've almost got to solve that problem first, really.
I did think it was interesting that after the squad was announced and they said they'd left out folks, that Stokes basically said they hadn't considered doing anything funky at the top, saying that you need to have a specialist opener, which I didn't think was particularly consistent with how they've described their specialist openers. They've said that Zach Crawley's never going to be a consistent player. Ben Duckett was batting 3 for Notts last year. Ollie Pope had never batted 3 before, batting 3 for England. They've done strange things at the top.
More movement behind the bowler's arm. When you've got an attack with 5 seamers in it and Will Jacks, you're going to have a relatively slow over rate with this. We might be playing till 9 o'clock tonight. The light will be good enough, I should think, on a day like today and right in the middle of the year. Only be a single.
I was playing in a club game yesterday that finished at about 8:10, and the light was absolutely fine.
Yeah, we're in that time of year where you can almost play till 9:30, 9:45, and you probably further west you can, and the light holds even longer. But it's not one of those days where you necessarily want to be on the field till 7:15, 7:30. So there is an incentive to get through the overs. So the 19th over of the morning, 12:25.
How much of a difference do you think the Kookaburra ball makes? It's one of those things that always comes up when there's an Ashes summer, when England struggle in Australia or England go overseas and struggle to take wickets on flat pitches. That's something that's always brought up. It's something that the high performance review talked about. But how much of a difference do you actually think the manufacture of a ball makes in terms of what it does through the air and off the pitch?
Well, we were talking about this a little bit earlier, that the Duke's ball has a bit more of a seam on it, and this ball goes softer. Single there to Vilas. End of Jordan Clark's over. Jordan Clark, former Lancashire player, left the club in 2018 and has had a very good start to this season. Joint leading wicket taker coming into this match, but yet to register against his former county. So it's one of those mornings where Lancashire had to work hard against the Kookaburra ball, which will be used for the next 2 rounds of championship matches. And just to give a bit of context to it, the feeling is that county bowlers, watch Sean Abbott go in first. Nicely put away, but has picked out the fielder at fine leg. Sam Curran down there in front of the dressing rooms, so 1 more to the total. Yeah, the feeling is get county bowlers to get used to, or potential England bowlers get used to bowling with the Kookaburra and batting against it as well, I suppose. It seems to, when you go to Australian play, it does feel like one of those clutch moments in the game when the new ball is taken. It always feels that it's good for 1 or possibly even 2 wickets with a new ball. You could say that's true in England as well, but not necessarily when it's flat. Well, that's a good shout. That's a very good shout. Yeah, Jennings got him. Sean Abbott has been excellent. Well, he's used to bowling with the Kookaburra ball, Australian, and he's picked up 2 now, 2 LBWs. They just looked out live. Everything looks right.
You can tell by the appeal, for the celebration and the appeal. Abbott's been brilliant. And that's an absolutely huge wicket. Jennings averaging pretty much 100. Yeah, that's pretty dead. Jennings averaging pretty much 100 for Lancashire this year. You win the toss, decide to bowl first on a hot day with a Kookaburra ball. 3 wickets now in the first 90 minutes. Emphatically Surrey's session so far.
Yeah, the old celeb appeal. I mean, the only question there, you'd think, did it pitch on? It looked as if it did. It did just enough. And Jennings caught half forward, and really good from Sean Abbott. think this is, you won't tell from that angle, but you can see the appeal, you can see what the bowler thought of it, that there was, I'm so convinced that was out. A touch of the Stuart Broads really in the celebration really. Well, this one will tell us about height. Yeah, just looked good. And the second one this morning from umpire Michael Burns, where he almost went up with the appeal. Keaton Jennings in his return, on his way, return from injury. Daryl Mitchell has made his way to the middle, who seemed to bat all summer last summer. Just whenever there was any international cricket on, it seemed to be Daryl Mitchell batting when Johnny Bairstow wasn't batting. He had such a good time of it with New Zealand.
He's been in a similar mood this summer. Been excellent for Lancashire since joining.
He's one of those rare cricketers whose test match average is way above his first class average. The average is 57 in test cricket. Well, and that shows you how well he did last summer, where he was churning out run after run. 57 in test cricket and 41 in 96 first class games. And they need something from it here at Lancashire. This is really good from Abbott. And he's underway straight away with a single left of cover. I think just on the Kookaburra, that the Duke's ball just seems to hold together for longer, and the Kookaburra does seem to go a bit soft. The seam is not as pronounced, so it's hard. Yeah, the longer the day goes, the harder work it should be, or it looks like it is for bowlers. And we'll see how this game progresses today. So you feel you've got to take wickets early on with it.
I remember last season, April was an abnormally high-scoring month, and one of the theories going around was that there was a dodgy batch of Dukes, and people how people described that batch of balls is quite similar to how you described the Kookaburra. Quite interestingly, I remember speaking to a couple of coaches who said it was a real challenge for the younger bowlers who had previously played in a mini era, I guess, where they haven't had to go through quiet periods in the field so much because the ball and the pitches were doing so much.
Yeah. Well, this is really good from Abbott. It's been a level above everyone else that we've seen this morning, which is not to denigrate those that we've seen, it's just to show how well Abbott has bowled. Right on it straight away. Well, he got a wicket with his first ball. And there's enough in this surface, and there has been all season at the Oval. And there is a tinge of green. Whether you can pick it up on your screens or not, I don't know, but you can see it very clearly from the commentary box. There you are, you would see it there. A bit wide of the crease this time.
I mean, for people who watch the Edgbaston Test match, this pitch is just a completely different colour to the one we saw at Edgbaston.
Well, also this pitch is a totally different colour now from the one that ended the World Test Championship final. We were here right at the end on a very hot Sunday when Australia completed their victory, and it was brown by the time the game finished, but it was far more, in fact it was a bit greener than this when the game started. And that's one of the things about playing cricket in England, is that people say, pitches start green, and sometimes you hear from perhaps subcontinental supporters who say, well, what's wrong with our pitches that turn, and all your pitches are green. But what can happen with a green pitch? A, it holds it together at the start, helps the pitch last, and B, the pitch can just ease out, and so the game does change. Whereas if you start with a very dry pitch, then it's just going to get drier and get even harder for the batters, and the spinners are going to hold sway.
I mean, you sometimes see that in New Zealand they have very green pitches, and part of that is to kind of make sure there's pace in the pitch. And occasionally opposition captains almost get duped into bowling first because of how much grass there is on the pitch. But actually, it's very good for batting. It's absolutely fine. Just going back to the World Test Championship final, I thought the pitch was superb. It kind of had something in it for everyone. And that first morning, when Siraj and Shami were bowling really well with the new ball, batting was really difficult. But then as the day progressed, batting got easier and easier, and then you get to days 3, 4 and 5, and there was quite a lot in it for Jadeja and Knight.
Yes, in a way, it allowed all skills to flourish. and tested everybody in different phases of the game. I wonder what this surface will look like on Wednesday. The weather forecast for London is not. This is going to be the hottest day of the match. It's going to be nice tomorrow and dry, as I understand it, until the end of this game. Not quite as hot, but you imagine this pitch will brown up as the game goes on.
Just go back to Daryl Mitchell. It's a remarkable career trajectory. When he first came into the New Zealand side, it was as a number 6 who bowled a bit kind of a Colin de Grandhomme replacement. But you talk about the difference between his Test average and his first class average. His first class numbers take into account the Test stuff. So if you take away what he's produced for New Zealand, his first class average in games not playing for New Zealand is probably closer to 35 than it is 41.
That's picked out the fielder at fine leg, only a single.
And he's also made himself totally crucial to New Zealand's white ball teams, especially so this year with the World Cup coming up in India and Kane Williamson being ruled out of that World Cup. Mitchell batting at probably 3 now is suddenly one of New Zealand's most important players, and this is a guy who wasn't at all part of their plans in 2019 when he was 28.
Dane Vilas working hard. Picked out Rory Burns on the drive. That's another no ball. There's an extra bit of punishment as well in the championship for the no ball, with 2 off it. And so Lancashire have their 50 up. It's been hard work for them.
And they scored 6 runs off the first 25 minutes.
Just on the World Cup, that's a little aside. Those who've been following the qualifying tournament in Zimbabwe, West Indies, the first winners of the competition. Well, there's 2 winners of the competition in danger of not qualifying this time round after losing to Zimbabwe yesterday. Tiptoe from Vilas.
Yeah, I don't think people quite appreciated how close they were to not qualifying in 2019. So in almost exactly the same tournament, they lost twice, I think, and then they only really qualified because of a game that was stopped prematurely because of rain against Scotland. And Scotland, Richie Berrington, who's now their captain, was given out LBW, and there was no DRS for that competition. Had DRS been available and that decision was overturned, Scotland would have been ahead of the rate when the rain came. And I'm not sure if it was quite as simple if had Scotland won that, West Indies wouldn't have gone to the World Cup and Scotland would have gone instead. But it would have been much, much harder for them.
Abbott begins a new over, right on target again. Yes, I remember the chat at the time about that incident. The feeling was clearly wasn't out, but was given. Mind you, that's been the tale of the tape for many years, decades until DRS came in. You feel that Abbott here is a threat every ball. Surrey could get 1 more before lunch. What a morning that would be.
It's a really lazy comparison because he is also Australian, but there really is a lot of Pat Cummins in Abbott's action. I think particularly the run up and the load up. Not as quick as Cummins, obviously, and not quite as accomplished a bowler as his compatriots, but.
And he's lurking in the background should Australia need to use him in sometime in the Ashes series. Wow, what a shot that is. Well, some aggression there from Daryl Mitchell. That was a real have that type of shot from Mitchell, completely against everything we've seen so far today.
Slightly fuller, but it's not really a half volley.
Using those long levers. A shot of intent from Mitchell.
England talk a lot about taking the aggressive option as a way to get rid of the catchers. I wonder how quickly Surrey will react to Mitchell if he continues to play shots like that.
I think interesting things with the surface like it is, and Surrey's attack as it is, and the confidence within their camp as well. What is a good score for Lancashire here on the first day? What do they aim at? What will Surrey say is a good day in these conditions? Edge 4. Well, it was in the gap. Don't think it would have gone to hand.
I don't think so. But Mitchell again taking a couple of shuffles forward.
No, that would have been in front of a fourth slip.
That shot, he played a couple of balls before. You've really got to be trusting everything, really. Trusting the pitch, trusting the movement through the air to play a shot like that. Takes a step forward again, leaves it alone. But noticeable increase in intent from Mitchell in those last 4 balls.
Just a further reminder that anyone sitting in the pavilion behind the bowler's arm is bowling as from the pavilion end. Please do be seated.
Got to come for Lancashire. Phil Salt, we mentioned him. 100 in his last game. Aggressive player. Well, scored those runs at the top of the order. Balderson, Bailey, Will Williams, New Zealander, Jake Blatherwick and Jack Morley. This Lancashire line-up today, making a couple of changes in their last championship match, as indeed did Surrey. From Abbott, that's away from Folkes. They're going to pick up 2. Buys.
Balderson was actually opening the batting with Salt in that last game. I really like Balderson. He was the England under-19 captain not so long ago.
That's way down the leg side for Buys, that. I just feel it must have come off something to be that far down the leg side. Indeterminate stroke, well, that could have gone anywhere.
Surrey do have 2 men out for that pull shot now.
They were nipping back a fraction. He was very fortunate to get away with that. I suppose if you play on or inside edge onto the pad and it rolls back, you say the batter's unfortunate, but depends which way you look at it. That could easily have gone onto the stumps.
Really hard work here for Villas. He's had a tough season, averaging less than 20. 4 off 28.
Hugely experienced cricketer. He's another one who averages 40 in first class cricket over his long career. He's 38 now. Helped on its way, and the 2 fielders on the leg side boundary was looking to see where that went, but it's a short boundary out there and he's helped it on its way for 6. The pitch for this match is over towards the gasometer side. No more than a help, really. I don't think either fielder, they will lose the flight of it, just watching their reactions, but it was between them and over the rope.
I mean, that's another big difference between what you get in the county championship versus Test cricket. Here at the Kia Oval, quite often for the county championship, the pitches are on either side of the square, so quite often is a particularly short boundary at play.
Slid away for more. At least 2, possibly 3. Mitchell happy to take it on and come back for the 3rd. Lancashire scoring rate just going up in the last 10 minutes after some relentless bowling from Surrey this morning. So the left arm of Sam Curran. He bowled 5 overs at the start, and since then it's been right arm pace. Haven't seen Tom Laws yet.
I was just about to say, Tom Laws has got a very good knack of picking up wickets early in his spells.
Yes, he's another one of those young cricketers just worth keeping an eye on. He's got something about him. Sometimes at that age you can make quite big leaps forward in quite short spaces of time as well. So see where he is next season and possibly the season afterwards. You never know, he might have really taken some giant steps forward. Anyway, I don't want to put too much pressure on the young man, but he looks to have something about him.
He's done so well to just establish himself in this team. It's one of the hardest teams in the country to get into. They've got so many resources here. Whenever you're playing at Surrey, you're genuinely keeping up an exceptionally good cricketer who doesn't make the team.
Found the gap there. It'll be at least 2. Actually, not much chance for 3 on that side of the ground because it is a short boundary. Down Worrell with the throw back to Ben Folkes.
The thing that's really impressed me with Laws is that for his style of bowling, he's surprisingly effective with the older ball. You associate bowlers at his pace, he's probably around about high 70s, 80 miles per hour, kind of do most of their business with the new ball, but he doesn't genuinely get that with Surrey because of Worrell and early in the season Roach, and here Sam Curran. He's probably the bowler who I'll be most interested to see how he adapts with the Kookaburra ball, if the Kookaburra ball acts like we think it will.
He's loosening up now, so he's going to have a go before lunch. He's only 20 and he's taken his 36 first class wickets at 20, which is a nice introduction. He may well bowl the next over in actual fact, the way he's loosening up. Jordan Clark's had a spell. Losing his line there fractionally, Abbott.
And one of the pillars of Surrey's recent success is their bowling attack is so relentless, and part of that comes from guys like Laws and Jordan Clark, who aren't at this point in their careers really talked about as international prospects, but these guys are available every single week, genuinely don't take the new ball, but there is no drop off between them and the guys who open the bowling and them at first change.
More runs as a gift really from Sean Abbott. It's probably the worst ball he's bowled so far on the pads, and nicely put away by Dane Vilas. Anything on the batter's pads pitched up. It wasn't that full, but it was the angle really. It only needed to be turned away. It wasn't a full half volley, but not much protection on that leg side.
He was 6 off 28, now he's 19 off 34. You mentioned the scoring rate picking up a few overs ago. It's gone up another notch in the last 10 minutes.
Good response from Abbott. Normal service resumed.
Bit of a nothing shot from Vilas, that. 6th, 7th stump line, decent length. Got 2 men in front of the square on the offside as well. It's one of those, if you middle it, you're probably not getting much.
He was annoyed with himself at playing the stroke. Mind you, see a lot of batters do that, and they're often walking back to the pavilion. Oh, well, that really is sketchy. He's got a bonus boundary there. It's not the first time he's done that. Played with the inside edge, just past his stumps. Pushing out. Very lucky to get away with that.
It's another shot where he's not really played it with much conviction. No. It's a tentative prod, a ball that's quite wide. Again, if you middle that, you don't really get anything for it. It was never really threatening the stumps.
Well, it's a real mixture at the moment from Dane Vilas. Sean Abbott does look the bowler most likely. He's picked up 2, and he wasn't far away from getting a 3rd in that over. Vilas trying to do all sorts to counter it.
To be fair to Abbott, that was a superb delivery. I think got a little bit of a late away movement there. And as you called it a couple of minutes ago, Tom Laws does look like he's coming into the attack here for his first bowl of the day.
I think of successful teams of the past. Just pick a couple off the top shelf, really. In the West Indies, when they had those 4 fast bowlers in the 1980s. England, when they won the Ashes in 2005, they had those 4 fast bowlers. I remember Tony Cozy, the great and late great West Indian commentator, saying before 2005, England got a chance because they've got 4 fast bowlers. He made the point there, if you've got 5 fast bowlers or 5 pace bowlers, there's no let up as a batting side, especially if they don't give you anything or give you very little. Okay, there was that leg stump delivery from Abbott in the previous over, but if they're at you all day, it can be quite relentless. So here's Laws then, his first delivery of the match. Mitchell will pick up a single there to Sam Curran.
It's also all-rounders, right? Like, this Surrey side has 6 properly frontline bowlers, and they're able to do that because of people being particularly strong in multiple disciplines. And I think in English cricket we like to beat ourselves up about what we don't produce, but I think we're actually very good at producing all-rounders. If you look at the success that England have had across formats recently, the T20 World Cup really sticks out. England had 7 guys you could realistically call and describe as all-rounders. It means that the captain's got so many more bowling options. Bowlers can be used in times of the game that really suit them. Obviously the tail is much shorter, the batting depth is there in a way that other teams don't have. That means the top order batters can bat in a way, can bat more aggressively really, because they know they've got that safety buffer lower down.
Another one past the outside edge of Dane Vilas's bat. Tom Laws doing it in his first over. And talking about England's T20 side, the white ball side, we're going to be talking about that at lunchtime with Matt Roller, whose new book, White Hot, is out. Talking about England being double world champions. Simon Hughes is going to be talking to Matt Roller during the lunch break. Vilas tiptoeing down the pitch to meet Laws again.
Sam Curran warming up at mid-on as well. Looks like he'll have another short bowl before the interval.
Possibility of 2 overs from Sam Curran from the Vauxhall end. Bowled from the pavilion end earlier today.
I think in his current role, batting sides against Surrey feel like they've done so much hard work to get through the first 4 bowlers, so they sense an opportunity almost when they see this young guy. He's obviously done brilliantly for Surrey, but he's not quite as established as the other guys in the attack.
Pinch a quick single, Will Jacks. Yeah, that's had that well covered off. Jack's trying to keep him honest from backward point. A couple of singles off Lawes' first over.
Rahan Ahmed obviously got the call up to be Moeen Ali's cover for the Lawes Test match. How close do you think Will Jacks was to getting that role?
Well, he must have been in the conversation. I mean, when you think of players who are close, you go back to the players that have played, and Rahan Ahmed played in the last Test in Pakistan. Will Jacks played the first Test in Pakistan. Both took wickets. Will Jacks took 6.
Turning to bowl at the Vauxhall end.
Rahan Ahmed took. Well, he had a fifer. It's an interesting decision to go with Rahan Ahmed, teenager who hasn't had much success this season, but it sort of does fit in with England's positive approach. It is the bolder option. I mean, if you think of it in terms of a sliding scale, I suppose the most conservative option would have been Liam Dawson at Hampshire. Here is Curran then. Change of angle from earlier, running round the wicket. A quick burst before lunch.
I've been saying for a while that I think Liam Dawson needs better PR. He's a really, really good cricketer.
He's also, he's got some international experience as well, hasn't he? It's not like he's a novice. He's just been trundling around the county circuit. He's got some international experience. Of course, the pressure of playing in an Ashes series would be greater, but he's used to international cricket. That's a very good point. Previous regimes, I think they would have picked him by now.
But, talking about the 3 spinners you're really talking about is you've got one guy who's not played first class cricket in 2 years, one guy who's 18, who's averaging over 50 with the ball this summer, and Will Jacks only really took on being a frontline spinner last year. I do wonder if you're Liam Dawson, how you're feeling when those are the 3 guys that England turn to when the first choice spinner Jack Leach picks up that injury.
Wow. Well, that's Mitchell going after Sam Curran, and it's gone away for 6 over extra cover. We saw one earlier at 6, a more conventional shot from a short ball that was swung away by Vilas off the hit, but Daryl Mitchell there taking the initiative.
Gone for 6. I wouldn't say he's hit that cleanly. It's a very short boundary, and we know that in white ball cricket now players target short boundaries, and there must be an element of that in that shot from Mitchell. 17 or 15 now.
5 minutes to go until lunch. Mind you, he was watching Bazball all last summer, Daryl Mitchell. Big shout from Curran. 2 have been given out this end in the morning session. Left arm round. It was quite a long way down. Let's have another look. It's hit outside the line. Umpire Burns saying no, and right to say no as well.
We're talking earlier about the effects of attacking shots on the field. We've already lost a catcher from a couple of overs ago.
There's a deep cover now.
It's a sort of conventional ring field with a couple of slips, 2 men out. Seeing Curran deploy this around the wicket technique in Test cricket, when the ball isn't doing as much, he goes stump to stump. I wonder if that's a sign that actually the ball's not doing as much as it was 25 minutes ago.
Well, logically you think that would be the case with the Kookaburra. What have we had now? 26 overs. I'm not sure all the bowlers would be that joyous about bowling with the Kookaburra in these 2 rounds of matches, especially with the weather as it is around the country.
Well, I really wanted the 2 Kookaburra rounds to be played under grey skies and 12 degrees.
Well, I think the idea was to play it at this time, presumably when the weather was dry and warm. It's Laws for new over.
jogging back to his mark. Really want to squeeze in
Get
another
one more
over.
in, yeah. There's another shout. Not much gets past Michael Goff.
Well bowled. He's got a very precise Yorker for a guy who's not express pace. He picks up a lot of wickets with his Yorker, and I think it's because of how when he chooses to bowl, and he really does nail it.
Fascinating thing with Tom Laws is not where he is now, it's where he's going to be in 2-3 years' time. I know it's a big thing to say, but I remember Ian Botham watching him bowl at 1920, and he was sort of medium pace.
I think he's also come along a lot quicker than people at Surrey sort of predicted when he was 17, 18.
Well, that's what I'm saying about players. You can make big leaps. Some players at that, they make big leaps forward. You can, it's easy to pigeonhole a player. Oh, he's that, and then you see him 2 years later, and you think, wow, how did that happen? Where did And that Ian Botham was one of those. He was bowling medium pace, and then 2 or 3 years later, he was bowling quickly. He was at one point before his back went, which is quite early in his career. He was not fast, but he was sort of the upper echelons of fast, medium, and he could swing it as well, swing it at high pace. But you wouldn't have seen that at, say, 20, but 2 or 3 years down the line, you did see it. That might go away for 4. No, it's picked up inside the rope. Good fielding from Dan Worrell. They're going to come back for 2. A lot of frantic movement out there, and one of the reasons is because Surrey want to get another over in before lunch. They realised that was the last ball. Everyone's running to their fielding positions to try and get that over in, and it's just a question of whether Michael Burns will come in. Yes, he will. Anyway, I don't want to put Tom Laws and Ian Botham together and measure one up against the other, but just the point being that the leaps forward you can make, and he's a bowler worth keeping an eye on.
Definitely. They really rate his batting here at Surrey. Just in this team, where the batting is so stacked, he doesn't really get an opportunity to show it. But he did all right in the Royal London One Day Cup last year.
Last over before lunch then. Mitchell using the pitch, coming down to meet Curran, and it's only a single though. They thought of 2, it wasn't there.
Just going through the scores around the country today, I think the most noticeable thing is I guess the speed of scoring in this first session compared to what you normally see at the start of a round of county championship action.
I see Durham have been at it again. I mean, they're the one county that's really taken on the challenge to score quickly this summer. They've really gone at it hard. I think they've got 145 on the board. And Curran again asking the question of Michael Burns, but again outside the line. And that angle as well. A long way down. And you can see there clearly outside the line of off stump.
Durham, obviously Stokes is county, Borthwick is close to Stokes. They've been pretty open in how they want to play. They've forced results when there haven't been many results in Division 2. They've been very canny with their overseas signings as well. Matt Koodman at the start of the year, then Ajaz Patel really identifying that they wanted their overseas to be a spinner. They'll have to make quite a late decision to leave that one. I always think the last over of a session as a batter, there's nothing really for you to gain. You can't change a game situation at all. It's just about survival, really.
It's one of the reasons that Surrey were quick round to try and get one more in. Bit of hesitation initially from Mitchell, the non-striker, but there was a big single there.
Just a reminder of that chat coming up at lunch with Simon Hughes and Matt Roller. You can get in touch to ask questions to Matt about the book White Hot that's out now. I believe the email address to get in touch is surreybroadcast@gmail.com.
Yep, surreybroadcast@gmail.com if you want to get in touch. 2 balls to go, unless there's a wicket. Solid from Mitchell. The Fripper is there against Sam Curran just before lunch. So who will be happier with the morning session? Surrey winning the toss, putting Lancashire into bat. 3 relatively cheap wickets, 3 for 46, and then a recovery of sorts from these two, Vilas and Mitchell. Curran for the last ball before lunch is going to go back over the wicket, which is where he started the match. And Mitchell has got that away for 4. And it was on the hip, change of angle from Curran, and deftly played by Mitchell. He's batting promisingly as far as Lancashire are concerned.
Brings up the 50 partnership as well, and in good time as well. They've only been at the crease together for fewer than 10 overs, but they've already put on 52 for the 4th wicket. And Simon, you're asking who will be the happier side. I think 45 minutes ago, resoundingly Surrey, but the momentum has shifted somewhat in Lancashire's favour in that last half an hour. Mitchell walks off with 22 runs off 21 deliveries. Vilas was really struggling to score early on in his innings, 6 off 28 I think it was at one point. He walks off at lunch with a strike rate of above 50. Probably still just Surrey's session, but after choosing to bowl first, 3 wickets, Lancashire will be reasonably happy with how they've recovered there, with a lot of batting to come, especially in Phil Salt and George Balderson.
And can they plunder runs against the Kookaburra this afternoon when it goes a bit softer?
Just a reminder to
pick of the Surrey bowlers this morning. Sean Abbott, 2 for 27, causing problems throughout. A little bit expensive, but he was the man that caused the most threat. Curran with the early wicket of Luke Wells, well caught low down by Sibley. Made a straightforward catch, looked simple, which is quite a nice trick if you're a slip fielder. And there are the partnerships. 52 unbroken between Dane Vilas and Daryl Mitchell. And that's the state of the game, 98 for 3. Surrey going against the trend of all the other matches around the country today. Everyone else has won the toss and batted first on a glorious sunny hot day. Surrey's methodology is very different. Won their games batting second this season, so that's what they went with this morning. There is a bit of greenness in the pitch, but it might be quite a tough afternoon session for the bowlers. It's Kookaburra ball, but Surrey have got the ammunition. They've got the 5 pace bowlers. Haven't seen Will Jacks yet, the spinner, and we might see that this afternoon. But you'd think with those 5 pace bowlers and the pitch as it is, it might be one of those relentless afternoons where you just keep testing out that Lancashire batting lineup. Hope you can winkle a few out, and then overall look at the score at the final analysis of the day and say, yeah, that worked for us, that decision worked, and we can run on the runs tomorrow and get a lead. Stick to the template that's been so successful this season. So that's the situation at lunch then. 98 for 3 Lancashire. Now it's time for Simon Hughes to talk about England's white ball success with Matt Roller.
Thanks, Simon. Nice to see actually in the outfield there. Lots of kids and adults. Opportunity to stretch their legs and maybe play a bit of tennis ball cricket. I can't see anybody actually playing yet, but maybe there will be some games out there. I remember that opportunity when I was a Kent fan, going out to Canterbury to St Lawrence Ground and trying to show off in front of the players' pavilion, hoping someone would spot me and trying to bowl when I was about 11. Yeah, there's a few games being set up there on the outfield in front of the Mickey Stewart Pavilion. And actually it was here, I suppose, as a little segue into our conversation, where England's one-day resurgence really hit full speed in the 2019 World Cup, the first match of the tournament, where England really showed their wares and beat South Africa here to get their World Cup campaign up and running. And that leads me to say hi to Matt Roller, who's written with Tim Wigmore the book that's just out this week, chronicling England's double World Cup champion campaign, I suppose you'd call it, white hot, the inside story of England cricket's double world champions. Matt, you've written the book with Tim. Before we get into the detail of your book, how does it work with two of you writing it? I notice, having sort of leafed through it, that you don't identify. I mean, I did a book with another author, Manoj Badali, the owner of the Rajasthan Royals, a couple of years ago, and his entries are in italics, which is probably partly my doing, because I didn't want to be associated with some of the stuff that he was talking about, and possibly vice versa. So my stuff is in normal type and his stuff is in italics. But in your case, it's all merged together. So who actually did write it?
Well, firstly, thanks very much for having me, and I will confirm that it's very much a joint effort. It's not like one of us did all the work and the other's claiming the credit. Tim has co-written a couple of books before, so it was pretty good at helping sort of guide me through the process of how we wanted to do it. And what we basically did was sort of split up the chapters that we decided upon and took different first drafts of them. But the plan was always to get to a point where you hopefully couldn't tell too clearly whose work was whose by the end. And we hope that we've managed to achieve that at least. I think maybe the odd stylistic flourish that can be identified from one or the other, but yeah, it was very much a case of sort of trying to make sure that we had a consistent voice throughout the whole thing. And yeah, hopefully we've achieved it.
Did you have any arguments over, paragraphs, sentences, words? I mean,
Yeah, absolutely. Tim actually has a pet hate for the word key. He thinks it's a weak word, so we sort of...
The key to something.
Exactly. So we sort of went through, tried to do a sort of quick find and replace in the book, which worked pretty well until we started quoting Rob Crucial by mistake. So that was sort of quickly...
It's quite hard to find... I think one of the reasons why the word key is always used is probably because there's word crucial and there's a word key, and it's quite hard finding other. I suppose vital would be another one. But how often do you say that when a session starts, it's a key session, or it's a crucial session, or it's a vital session, and there's not too many other options?
Yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, no, we sort of had it was quite an intense writing process because we had quite a tight deadline compared to most, I would say. But yeah, we had a bit of back and forth and worked pretty hard on it at the time when we were getting really stuck into it. But yeah, very pleased to be able to hold up a copy.
Yeah, no, well, hold it up to the camera and show us it, white hot. Yeah, with a picture of England's T20 championship there pictured, as opposed to the World Cup 50 over picture, which has sort of been seen almost ad nauseum, really. So, I mean, it's a unique story, and funnily enough, I tried to get, after England won the World T20, I tried to get Owen Morgan and Joss Butler together for the One Show on BBC, because I thought it was such a unique achievement. It has two captains, and they're both holding the same trophy. Well, not the same trophy, but similar trophies. And anyway, we didn't achieve it because it's and ironically, of course, these are the two England captains, one originally from Somerset, the other originally from Ireland, and they live within 2 streets of each other in Clapham, which is kind of slightly weird. So not far from where we are today, actually, at the Kia Oval. Anyway, as I say, we didn't manage to get them together, but it is a fantastic achievement, actually, isn't it? Which obviously you've done due diligence on. So, I mean, I know your story starts in the kind of, I suppose, well, I think one of the interesting points you make that I picked up on was that a lot of the core members of England's two winning teams, were born between 1989 and 1991. And what is the key or crucial element to that?
Yeah, it is an interesting point, I suppose, that I think maybe hasn't been remarked upon quite as much as maybe it could have been. If you look at the number of particularly batters born within a couple of years of each other, and I think particularly interesting about that is that at age group levels for England, that sort of cohort of players didn't do particularly well. So there was an under-19 World Cup in 2010 in New Zealand, which had Stokes, Buttler, Root, David Payne, various other good county pros all playing together. James Vince was there as well, and I think England finished 9th in that tournament. So you wouldn't necessarily have realised from that point this is going to be an exceptional cohort of players who are going to not only have a huge amount of success in Test cricket, but also in one-day and T20 cricket. But I think from speaking to people who were sort of involved in the teams at that time and involved in the ECB at that time, I think they felt as though success at under-19 level wasn't necessarily hugely predictive of success at international level. And I think that was partly based on, if you look at the team that won the under-19 World Cup for England in 1998, I don't think there were a huge number of graduates. There was Owe Shah, Graham Swan, but a lot of that team didn't actually go on to play a lot of international cricket. And I think their general thought there was that England is probably quite different to a lot of cricketing countries around the world, in that because of the sort of sheer number of professional players in the country, even if you're not an exceptional player aged 18 or 19, you're probably going to have a huge amount of early exposure at a youngish age to professional cricket, which means that you can sort of catch up on any development that maybe didn't happen as a teenager. And I think in particular cases with some of those guys, that definitely happened. So I think someone like Joe Root, who's obviously, I think was obviously marked out as a real talented young player. We spoke to him for the book, and he sort of identified a conversation he had with Mark Robinson, who was the under-19 coach of that World Cup, where Robinson sort of sat him down after the tournament, and he did sort of player reviews or debriefs with everyone after this tournament, and he said I think Root had scored at a strike rate of maybe 55 across the tournament in a 50 over World Cup, and he said to him, look, I think you're a fantastic player, you've got great technique, but realistically on your current trajectory you'll struggle to play one-day cricket for Yorkshire, let alone for England. And Root sort of said, looking back on it 13 years down the line, he felt at the time what terrible management that was, telling a young player that he was hopeless, but it actually had a transformative effect where he suddenly woke up to the fact that he probably wasn't anywhere near as good as he thought he was in 50 over cricket. And then through a cycle of the next 5 years, he suddenly became a much improved player, rethought how he was going about the game. And I think also then in the 2015 World Cup, he another interesting moment for Root was he scored 100 against Sri Lanka in a game that England posted 300 odd and felt as though they'd posted a competitive score, which was then chased down with overs to spare with 9 wickets in hand by Sri Lanka, at which point Root said he sort of walked off and felt as though, I need to completely rethink one-day cricket, because that felt, as I walked off at the innings break, like the best I'd ever played in a 50 over game, and it clearly wasn't even nearly enough. So he sort of, I think, marked those 2 moments out as major points in his one-day career, and obviously he then got to a point where he was not only a very important player through that 4-year cycle leading into 2019, but also sort of much forgotten, I suppose, was the leading run scorer for England at that World Cup.
Yeah, I clearly Root didn't have much strength, did he, when he was young as well? I know that people talking about it. In fact, I was with Paul Grayson the other day, the former Yorkshire and Essex player who's now coaching around the place, and he remembers Root when he was that young, couldn't hit it off the square, but just had the most amazing technique. So power was obviously something that he needed to add, as well as intent, I suppose, ultimately. But going back to your, by the way, this is Matt Roller, who's written the book. We'll put it up actually on screen here so you can actually see it. White hot out now, the story of England's cricket's double world champions. obviously about the World T20 and the World Cup 50 over tournaments, both of which England won and now hold both cups. You can ask Matt a question about his book, which he's written with Tim Wigmore, by emailing us at surreybroadcast@gmail.com, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. We'll try and get a couple of questions in, or 3 or 4 questions in, before the end of the lunch break. 98-3 here at the Oval at the break, Lancashire having been put into bat. Just going back to that sort of 1989 to 1991 cohort, I guess the fact that that's been quite influential, that group of players, is because they were 13 or 12, 14 when T20 was introduced in England 2003. That seems to have been a critical kind of development for the progress of these players, the Butlers, the Roots, the Stokes, Mark Wood, Alex Hales, Moeen Ali, maybe? No, he's a bit older,
someone like James Taylor, who was sort of mentioned a few times as someone who, could have.
Jason Roy was that age,
exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think T20 was definitely a huge factor. I think for a lot of them, it suited how they played anyway, particularly in the case of someone like Alex Hales or Roy. And I think it was a sort of, I suppose that was a period in county cricket where the game was kind of transformed to a certain extent. And I think, as well as T20, another massive thing for that group of players was that just when they were sort of starting out as young county players, there was a sort of happy accident where the only one-day cricket being played in England for a period of 4 seasons was 40-over cricket, which at the time was sort of derided as being...
The Clydesdale Bank 40, wasn't it?
Which at the time was derided because the counties basically said to the ECB, who wanted it to mirror the international game and be 50-over competition, the county said, we actually sell more tickets for a 40-over game. It's a better day out. It's slightly shorter, and we'd rather do that. Thanks very much. Which administrators were sort of lining up to say this is ridiculous, and we can't be developing players for 50-over cricket by playing 40-over cricket. But I suppose the happy accident that emerged was that down the line, the style that England adopted in 50-over cricket and the style that became obvious that teams should be adopting in 50-over cricket during that period where the rules changed a bit in ODIs and it sort of became more of a batter's game. The style that you needed to play in 40-over cricket domestically mirrored what happened from that point on. And for a lot of those players who were used to playing 40-over cricket, they didn't have that period so much of 15 overs through the middle where they would knock it around and score at 4.5 and over, and it was kind of a stalemate. They instead had a period of, maybe 3 or 4 overs in the middle where you could consolidate after losing a wicket, but then had to keep going hard, which is obviously what then happened down the line for England. So I think there are a couple of things there which were probably a sort of lucky fluke, and I think also just probably one of the things that emerged from speaking to players involved in that cohort was the extent to which people were spurred on by seeing other players. I think a lot of people...
Inspired by each other, really.
Yeah, so I think a lot of people came back to talking about Jos Buttler being the sort of predominant one among them in terms of white ball cricket and just how innovative he was, how differently he probably thought about the game to a lot of them, and I think quite a few of those players were then inspired by Buttler in one way or another. But then I think all of them, they would sort of tell stories about having been at the Bunbury Festival together and playing with each other right from a young age. And I think when you got to that point where England reached what was rock bottom in 2015, being knocked out of the World Cup that had basically been designed to ensure that every big team got to the knockout stages before the knockout stages, having reached that point, they then obviously had a complete refresh of the squad, and a lot of those guys suddenly came in and had the backing to play the attacking way that they'd sort of developed over the course of their young careers up to that point.
Just winding the clock back a little bit, so 2003 T20 was introduced in England, and obviously that then spurred the T20 revolution, if you like, in other countries. So the fact that we had to wait till 2019 for England to win a World 50 over anyway. Obviously the 2010 T20 was won by the Paul Collingwood inspired England team, and I felt that the IPL influenced England to an extent in that tournament, but it's taken 16 years from the advent of 2003 T20 for England to win a World Cup 50 over. What do you feel was the turning point? And I suppose I mentioned that just because you refer to Ali Brown in the book. And I bring that up because we're at the Kia Oval, and Alistair Brown was a very successful Surrey player, of course, as well as playing for England. But you felt like he had, I always felt actually playing, having to bowl to him, that he had this quite futuristic or quite sort of modern, adventurous style. But he wasn't trusted, he wasn't stuck with. And there's that famous line from a Simon Wilde article, isn't there, where he looked like a clown out there, kind of the way he was batting for England. And it's a shame because you feel like England missed a trick. You know, that T20 was introduced in 2003, and there were very talented players out there then, but it's taken 12 years till 2015 before they actually identified those players and stuck with them. Why?
Well, I think Brown is a fascinating case, and Tim spoke to him at length actually about sort of his career and what he felt could have been done differently and all those sorts of things, because I think he ended his ODI career averaging something like 22, which was no reflection of the player that scored 200.
Did he score 100 in his second game?
Yeah, exactly. I think it was. Yeah, I think his second or third game he got a ton against India.
Yeah.
But I think Brown probably encapsulates how differently one-day cricket was played in England to the rest of the world at that point. So he originally came into the team pretty soon after Sri Lanka had won the World Cup, which was with two very attacking opening batters, really exploiting the fielding restrictions. But for a long time, one-day cricket in England, fielding restrictions weren't even in place. Sometimes it was played with a red ball. I think the latest red ball ODI was played in England. You would quite often have some one-day games at the start of the season when the ball was doing a bit early on as well. So nothing was...
The Texaco Trophy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So nothing was conducive to a player like, a Sanas Jayasuriya type player emerging. And I think Brown was sort of fighting against all of those factors throughout his career, plus also, I think, a general mistrust of someone who was very much a one-day specialist and an attacking, free-spirited opening batter. I think it was an interesting one. Brown was dropped, I think, originally for Nick Knight, who had just scored runs in a test series against Pakistan, which was probably justified in a sense because Knight started his international career very well and went on to play 100 ODIs for England. But that Knight in himself again encapsulated the sort of odd standing that one-day cricket had, because he played pretty much every game after he debuted up until the 99 World Cup. And then the night before the 99 World Cup, he got a knock on his... I think he said that Alex Stewart sort of took him to one side and said, "Sorry, mate, you're not playing tomorrow morning." And Nasser Hussain got a knock on his door at the Nubius Hotel just across from Lord's, having hardly played any one-day cricket over the past couple of years, saying, "You're opening the batting tomorrow, good luck." Which I think probably encapsulates again the general sort of second-rate
status. Yeah. And of course, there was soon after that there was Nasser making 100 in a one-day international and pointing to his number 3 on the back of his shirt. But I think Nasser would agree now that probably wasn't the right solution for England. So what do you think was the turning point from the years prior to 2015 and obviously the disastrous 2015 World Cup? What was the turning point, or what turning points to get England back on the road to success?
I think first of all the fact that 2015 went quite as badly as it did. I think there was a world in which they could have scrapped through to a quarter-final and lost to a good team there and sort of carried on as things had been. I think by the sheer nature of the fact that they had a sort of humiliating exit, I think that meant that change had to happen, and people recognised that. But to be honest, I think one of the things that really came across from the way a lot of people speak about it is just how quickly, looking back to that New Zealand series at the start of the 2015 summer, just how quickly things were able to change. And I think personally, I think a lot of that was Andrew Strauss coming in and having a pretty clear vision on the fact that he wanted to revolutionise one-day cricket in England. And Strauss in some ways was quite an unlikely candidate for that, because if you looked at his playing career solely and sort of ignored the Mann, then you would say someone who's captained England's test team but was always sort of not necessarily the most natural one-day player, you'd say. to come in and sort of put that huge focus on one-day cricket might not have been expected, but I think he came in with a pretty clear idea that you couldn't keep doing what England were doing. And he was at that 2015 World Cup and said he was sort of furious about the fact that the same mistakes that he'd seen throughout his playing career were still being made by an England team in an era where the best sides in the world were sending their players to the IPL and adapting to the new playing conditions at the time, which lent themselves to much more attacking batting, whereas England were going into that tournament with the top three of, I think, Alistair Cook, Ian Bell and Gary Ballance at times, and obviously ended up with Cook being dropped on the eve of the tournament. But I think Strauss was key. I think Owen Morgan's leadership was clearly huge. I think talking to there are some parallels actually with the Test team at the moment, but talking to Roy and Hales about the sort of the backing that they got at the start of their time in the team. They both came in as young guys who had hardly played any international cricket. Hales had played a little bit. Roy had played, I think, a handful of games when he came in 2015. And they were told right at the start that they were going to be back for the entire year, which was, I think, 14 ODIs. They were basically told right at the time, you're going to get these games, which I think was absolutely, that was necessary for them to be able to go and play attacking cricket, because so many England openers would come in having played attacking shots in county cricket and scored at high strike rates, and then be constantly fearing that they were going to get dropped after a couple of low scores, which are inevitable when you play that high risk style of cricket. Whereas I think particularly Morgan, but also Strauss as a selector, Paul Farbrace at the time as interim coach before Trevor Bayliss arrived, important in saying to those guys they were going to be backed. And I think we've seen very similar things with both Ben Duckett's talked about it publicly about the fact that he was told at the start of the Pakistan tour last winter, we're going to give you a proper run, and ditto Zach Crawley, who's obviously been back to the hilt by the current England regime. So I think there are a few similarities there. But yeah, I think looking back at it, the scale of change that happened between the end of the 2015 World Cup and the start of the 2015 summer from England's white ball team was enormous, and I think really laid the platform, and obviously it hugely helped and immediately validated the change that they scored 400 at Edgbaston in the first game of that series.
And actually I think in the third or fourth game of that series, Morgan went in and he's said we want to play this positive brand of cricket, and hit his first ball out to deep mid wicket was out, but they wanted to stick to that mantra. This is Matt Roller, by the way, those of you who just joined us here at the Kia Oval, who has written with Tim Wigmore the book White Hot about England's successes in 2 successive World Cups, T20 and 50 over, of course. And actually you mentioned there, Matt, about the current side and sort of the modern outlook, the Brendan McCullum, Ben Stokes influenced approach, which I think borrows a lot from the Morgan, Strauss, sort of Bayliss era. And I remember I made a documentary about this success last year, which is out on Sky Documentaries. It's called The Greatest Game, because the final, in my view, was the greatest game. But one of the kind of things that they talk about, some of the players and coaching staff that we interviewed, was the importance of, I suppose, backing your hunches and sticking to your guns, and even if you failed, to believe in yourself. In other words, almost to sort of expect failure, and I think there's a famous quote from Samuel Beckett, the author and playwright, who says, "If you failed once, fail again, fail better." And it's that sort of, and I know that when we were interviewing these players for the documentary, both Bayliss and Farbrace and Stokes all remembered the first time they had a bad day, and Bayliss said, expecting them to get him to give them a rocket, or say some sort of fairly stern words, and he said something like, it wasn't exactly what we were hoping for today, but we'll get up in the morning and the sun will still be shining, and we'll be breathing, kind of thing. And Stokes bought into that, and so another time they had a bad day, Stokes would sort of come into the dressing room the next day and say to the coach, "Well, the sun's shining and we're still breathing, coach." That sounds a bit simplistic, but it seems to have worked.
I think so. I think one of the interesting things that emerged from speaking to people, and I'm sure it was the same for you, was sort of how the team also evolved over the 50 over team, specifically over that 15 to 19 cycle, because a few people sort of brought up unprompted the end of as a pretty forgotten tour actually, but the end of a 5-match series in New Zealand after the 17-18 Ashes, where I think in the 4th game of that series England were flying along and looked like they might well get 400, then had a bit of a collapse where they were playing some big shots at the end, and I think ended up on around 330, and Ross Taylor then scored a brilliant 100 for New Zealand to chase it down, and Bayliss sort of came into the dressing room afterwards saying, you know, basically, what do we make of that? Did we go too hard? Did we could we have aimed for 370 and accepted that was a winning score, rather than aiming for something huge? And a few players, Stokes included, Farbrace also as assistant coach, said, no, we think this is the way that we're going to win. But I think also, particularly after the Champions Trophy semi-final in 2017, where England...
Cardiff.
Yeah, where England probably went back into their shells much more than they should have. There was the big mantra that Bayliss talked about a lot was being smart and aggressive. And there were times where England sort of tried too hard to be smart, potentially, which included Champions Trophy, but a lot of times they would fall on the side of being too aggressive. And I think that the 2019 World Cup, there were certain games where you got that real synthesis of both. I guess the semi-final thrashing of Australia at Edgbaston being a good example of that, but then in the final at Lords, obviously on a tough pitch against a bowling attack that didn't really suit England's strengths, they had to sort of find that synthesis of both. And you know, you had that I suppose the partnership between Buttler and Stokes in the final was a good synthesis of being smart and aggressive, but you also had times where you just had to be outright aggressive, like Stokes towards the end, slog sweeping Trent Boult into the mound stand for 6 was a clear example of that. So yeah, that was definitely something that sort of emerged with that. And I think also, I mean, one of the reasons we wanted to do the book in the first place was because obviously, you know, in the years since 2019 there's been some brilliant writing, some brilliant documentaries like your own on the 2019 final, but from our side of things we thought that while the 2019 World Cup in its own right was a fantastic achievement within English cricket, it was also the third successive World Cup that had been won by a home nation. And it was, in a sort of global context, it meant that England had won a World Cup, but it didn't make them a great one-day team or a white ball team in its own right. Whereas to then have a sustained period of success and also get to a point where, you know, even if England don't win the 2023 World Cup, I think most people would go into that expecting England to be one of the most competitive teams. And it feels like with the talent that's coming through, with the number of English players in franchise leagues every winter, it feels difficult to envisage England hitting rock bottom and becoming no-hopers again anytime soon, because there's this sort of ingrained, embedded style of play for both white ball teams, and that's then been backed up by a trophy at the end of last year.
Do you think, so any questions for Matt, by the way? I did mention this before. There's an email address you can send them into, and we can feed them in later after players restarted here. So the email address is surreybroadcast@gmail.com, and we'll try to answer any questions you have about this subject. It's another sort of 6 minutes or so of conversation before we get back into play here at the Oval with Lancashire 98 for 3 on the first morning. What influence do you see as the IPL having had on England's success?
I think vast, personally. I think looking at the state that England were in 2015, where the vast majority of players involved in the semi-finals of that World Cup, I think it was 38 out of the 44 that played in the semi-finals had played in the IPL. And in England, in that squad, had 2 players who had been involved in the IPL.
Was that Buttler and Morgan?
Buttler hadn't at that point. It was Bopara was the other.
Oh, right. Okay.
So you were at a point where England were effectively, through a combination of administration over previous years and I suppose a general sort of hawkishness towards the IPL, had sort of locked themselves out of a 2-month competition that was effectively a sort of melting pot of the best minds in white ball cricket talking to one another. Because I know you've been to the IPL before. I went this year, and you sort of think you get a good flavour of the fact that much as cricket is very high quality and you gain a lot of sort of exposure from difficult situations in games. There's a lot of pressure on you as an overseas player, all those sorts of competitive things. There is also the sort of added off-field benefit of the fact that you're constantly around the white ball game. I know a lot of people were talking about Joe Root's decision to go to the IPL this year, and sort of
what would he get out of it?
Exactly.
He only batted twice, and
and he didn't do a huge amount on the pitch, but I think he made the point that after Rajasthan's first game, which was against Sunrisers Hyderabad, their coach is Brian Lara, and he sat down for an hour with him and spoke about batting. And sometimes these things can be over-egged a little bit in terms of how important they are, but speaking to him out there, he clearly was.
You've got time, you see. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, you've got time to spend, because the matches don't start until 7:30, 8 o'clock. You've got all day. I mean, they don't get up early, but they'll get up at sort of 11. And then you've got all day to kind of think about your game, practice, talk to other people, meet other players from other nations. I remember watching Jos Buttler chatting to A.B. de Villiers on the outfield after a game, and just sharing little moments. And Jos Buttler, a huge fan of de Villiers, as are many of us, obviously. And that you don't get access to those sort of players as much as perhaps you do there. Bell ringing here at the Oval, so we're back obviously with play shortly, but give us what's the kind of insight you put the word insight into, or actually inside story you put here, but what was the best bit of insight you think that you got in your book to tell the story?
That's a good question. I think speaking to certain players, I think Root was one of my favourite interviews in that obviously as England's test captain for however long he was, for sort of the bulk of his international career really, he's sort of spoken so much about test cricket and spoken so much about his side over that period, but to us it didn't feel like he'd actually spoken that much at length about his involvement in one of the great one-day teams. And I thought it was really interesting, and hopefully anyone who buys the book will agree. Sort of listening to him talk about the process he used in white ball cricket to get to a point where he's gone from being a player who wasn't necessarily thought of as a one-day player for a lot of his early career. He obviously was a bit of an innovator, but was sort of, I think, generally seen as a test batter first and foremost, to get to a point where he could then be England's top scorer at the 2019 World Cup. I think hearing him speak about that was brilliant. And I think also
he played a brilliant innings actually in that 2016 World T20, didn't he? Which England lost in the final, but he played a brilliant innings in the semi against South Africa, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think as well as that, I think sort of speaking to some of the people involved in the T20 World Cup, I think. Firstly, sort of, I suppose, getting a sense of just how much it meant to a lot of the players. I mean, I remember having a very enjoyable time on the phone to Mark Wood, speaking to him, where he genuinely spoke for, I think, 10 minutes uninterrupted, talking about how he was going to look back and think, I can't believe I played with all of these guys, and just how big the achievement was. So I think it was really nice sort of hearing from some of the players just how big they felt the achievement was of being double world champions. But I think also generally sort of looking at that past year, which has been, it's obviously recent history, I've obviously been reporting on it, as has Tim, but speaking to people about the sort of the rate at which that team had to evolve, because you had Matthew Mott coming in as coach, who had one brief tour to the Netherlands with Owen Morgan in charge before he woke up and decided it was time to step down. You had Buttler coming in, and I think Mott said, at the end of his first full month in charge, where they hadn't won a bilateral series other than against the Netherlands, they played a lot, they hadn't trained a lot, he was sort of thinking, what have I got myself into here? Because
Morgan retired slightly suddenly in a way, didn't he?
So Mott said that he sort of, through the interview process, Morgan had asked him questions along the lines of, what does this look like when I'm not here? And I think the general sense was that he wouldn't go beyond the T20 World Cup in Australia, but I don't think many people were anticipating it would come quite as quickly. And Mott actually says that Morgan blames Mott, because just before that Netherlands tour they had a sort of long lunch in London, just sort of setting out their ideas for the role, and that subject was broached, and Mott said to him, look, you'll wake up one morning and you'll know that it's time. And after the second ODI in the Netherlands, Morgan then said to Mott, I think this might be the morning. So yeah, lots of interesting nuggets. Hopefully, a lot.
Yeah, well, no,
those ones.
I'm sure. Yeah, so the Surrey fielders are on their way out now to resume play. Just to finish, Matt, on your book, White Hot, Tim Wigmore and Matt Roller, looking back at England's successes in the two white ball formats. How did Butler and Morgan differ as captains, do you think, in white ball?
That's a good question. I think my general inclination is to say that Butler is probably slightly less data-driven than Morgan. I think Butler's aware of the numbers and uses them as a tool in a way that Morgan probably relied a bit more heavily on them. And I think also, from what everyone said, I think there are moments in the T20 World Cup in particular where Butler really sort of came across as quite a strong leader. I mean, people will remember the sort of surprise defeat to Ireland that England had at that World Cup in Melbourne at the MCG, and Butler sort of, by all accounts, gave them a pretty fierce dressing down after that, which it doesn't necessarily fit with the image that people would have of Butler in public. So I think those are probably the two sort of main differences.
Great. Simon Mann now. Simon Hughes has headed off for his lunch. Thanks very much, Matt. White Hot, the inside story of England cricket's double world champions, Tim Wigmore and Matt Roller. Nasser Hussain says it's a must-read for any cricket lover. So if Nasser says it, it must be. I look forward to getting a copy of that. But I might take this one home.
Yeah, by all means, so.
Great stuff. Thanks very much, Matt. 98 for 3 then. You're staying on, aren't you? Is that right?
I am,
You're staying with me. Yeah, good stuff. And play's about to get underway after lunch. 98 for 3. Lancashire fighting back after a difficult first hour. Here's Laws to bowl. And Vyas taking a single to the left of cover first up. And what will be one of the subplots this afternoon in this glorious South London afternoon is how will Surrey get on bowling with the Kookaburra ball. The Duke's ball has served them pretty well this season. Their seam bowlers have been at the forefront of a very successful campaign. In fact, so much so that all but 6 of the wickets taken this summer have been seam bowlers. 6 wickets to spinners only this summer from Surrey. 2 for Jacks, 1 for Moriarty and 1 for Steele. Actually, my arithmetic there might be incorrect. It might only be 4. Here's it. They're pinching a single there towards mid-on. And the 100 is up for Lancashire in the 29th over. When you consider they were 46 for 3 with Abbott bowling well, this is a decent recovery, but a long way to go. It feels like both these sides on this surface and in this weather over the next 4 days are going to have to play the long game. It's not going to be one of those bang, bang, bang games. It's going to be a long game. Nicely cuffed away by Vilas, but he's picked out backward point. And Will Jacks wearing his sun hat.
I suppose on the point about the Kookaburra ball, if any seam attack in English cricket right now should be used to bowling with it, it should probably be Surrey's, with Dan Worrell and Sean Abbott having done the bulk of their bowling in first-class cricket with the Kookaburra.
They must have thought, oh, let's get to England and bowl with that Duke's ball. Oh no, what have you done? You've given us the Kookaburra to bowl with. Down the pitch, we've seen that a bit from Dane Vilas, just mixing it up a bit. Yeah, they would have played a lot of their cricket with the Kookaburra, of course, growing up and bowling in Australia, so they'll be used to it this afternoon. And Abbott was the most impressive of the Surrey bowlers this morning. Laws smartly through his first over after lunch. I think one aspect of Laws' bowling is he does get through an over quickly, and you've got to these days, of course, with the over rates in the championship and the penalties.
Yeah, and I suppose doubly so when you don't bowl a lot of spin overs, as Surrey don't. Obviously a huge bulk of seamers in their attack more often than not. So
yeah, and it's worked for them, of course. That template, let the opposition bat first, get more than them, bowl them out, chase down a small total, or a relatively small total. Right, it is going to be Abbott to bowl the first over after lunch from the Vauxhall end of the ground. It's a conservative field. Two slips in, 3 saving, 1 on the off, 2 on the on, and 2 fielders back. And Daryl Mitchell, who showed a willingness to attack before lunch. Another no ball. And 2 on for that.
It's been a very useful sort of counter-attacking partnership between these two, already well past 50. Mitchell in particular scoring him just a tick over a runner ball.
He punished Sam Curran with 1 over extra cover for 6 before lunch. He also took Curran off his hip last ball before lunch as well towards fine leg. Just had a look over his right shoulder there. Pinch of singles, a good stop in the point region from Will Jacks. And Mitchell running with the stroke. Where do you stand on the Jacks, Rayan Ahmed, Liam Dawson, Uncle Tom Cobley and all as the next person in line if Moeen wasn't to be fit for the Lord's Test match?
Well, I suppose it was probably a characteristic choice for them to have gone with Rayan Ahmed as the man they brought in as cover for this week.
Swung away. There are 2 fielders out there. He's hit it between them. It won't be 4.
Yeah, I think no huge surprise that they've gone with Rayan just because of the...
Oh, it's another no ball as well. So this is a slightly profligate first over after lunch from Sean Abbott. 2 no balls already. They all tot up, don't they, with 2 for a no ball. Two off that one. Jordan Clark's lurking a deep backwards square leg. That's nice from Abbott.
Yeah, well, I'll be interested to see Jacks have a bowl at some point during this game. I think probably particularly during the second innings. I think if you sort of cast your mind back to the end of last season when Andrew Strauss was publishing his high performance review, one of the main sort of reasons to introduce this trial of the Kookaburra ball was to try and bring spinners into the game and to take games deeper. So as one of 2 main spinners, I guess, in this game, along with Jack Morley from Lancashire, Jacks hopefully will play a big role.
Oh, a bit wide. Straight to Burns though. It's a cracking shot from Villas. Yeah, when the weather's like this, I mean, you feel this is classic spin bowling weather, really. Once the seamers have done their bit with a new ball. The pitch has started green. The World Test Championship pitch started green, but it did spin a bit more as the game went on, or it started to spin a bit, I should say, as the game went on. I think there must be something there for the spinners back end of the game as the pitch browns off and dries out.
I was interested actually that Lancashire went with Jack Morley over Tom Hartley, who they've obviously backed a lot in Championship cricket. He's had a very good season with the bat, slightly less so with the ball. They've obviously let Matt Parkinson go as well, so it's an interesting time for Lancashire and their spinners.
Well, that's twice he's done that in the over. It's been a mixed bag from Sean Abbott. Well, there's a lot of musical chairs with spin bowlers. It's Dan Moriarty played in the last game for Surrey. Now he's gone to Yorkshire, and Dom Bess has moved from Yorkshire. We've news today, moved from Yorkshire to go to Warwickshire.
Yeah, and Parkinson, who's
gone to Durham.
Yeah, it's an interesting one with Parkinson's and Durham, because Matt is there on loan before joining Kent at the end of the season, which is when his twin brother Callum will join Durham. So good luck keeping up.
No single there for Villas. End of Abbott's over. Had a couple of oversteps early on, but he came back well. Well, the paucity of obvious options for England, I think, should get the alarm bells ringing. And there are championship matches in this month and next month as well, so at least you feel, if the weather stays like it is, that spin bowlers have an opportunity, or will have an opportunity, but we haven't seen any of that today. It's the fifth seamer. Laws to continue. It'll be a single to Mitchell down to fine leg.
I'm sure Surrey supporters will be intrigued to see how Dan Moriarty goes at Yorkshire. He's obviously not had the opportunities he probably would have liked over the past couple of years, particularly in Championship cricket. Struggled to get in the T20 team as well this year, so it'll be very interesting to see what he manages to do on loan.
When these two sides met early in the season at Old Trafford, Cameron Steele made 100 for Surrey. So we've got another spinner, but it's the formula that's worked for Surrey so far this season has been not quite the attritional pace bowling attack, but yeah, that sense of being at you the whole time with the pacers has made the difference. Lots of cricket coming up at the Oval. Just had that remarkable T20 game here on Thursday night, when there was that thought who'd be a bowler. I think a few think that when they're playing white ball cricket. Although you only get to bowl 4 overs, so it's probably better than having to bowl 25 overs on a hot afternoon at the Oval today. No one at home at deep third. That's going to be 4. Bit wide from Laws. And Vilas, after a slow start, is beginning to score more freely now. And then after this championship match is finished, the schedule dictates that it's back to the Vitality Blast for 2 more matches for Surrey as they bid to qualify for the knockout stages. A home match against the leaders Somerset, and then finishing off with a game against Essex.
It's a tricky last couple of fixtures there. Somerset obviously have already secured a home quarter-final, so outside chance they might leave out one of their seamers, although I think they're quite short on resources at the moment with a couple of injuries, and then Essex themselves looking to qualify, so it won't be straightforward for Surrey, though. With the sides they've been putting out with a lot of international quality, you'd feel as though they should sneak through to the quarters.
Yeah, they'd be disappointed not to make it. One of the few sides that have managed to lose to Gloucestershire this season in T20 cricket on that very different sort of surface down at Bristol, grudging surface.
Well, yeah, as you mentioned, the only side obviously that have lost to Middlesex too,
yeah,
so
yeah.
They'll be ruining those as points dropped, I'm sure, particularly in the circumstances on Thursday night. I was here upstairs actually, and it was an absolutely remarkable game. I think probably took until the end of the power play to start thinking, hang on a minute, folks actually have half a chance here, and then so it proved.
Yeah, it must be. It's an odd thing, isn't it, for a team to go out and chase 250 plus in a T20 match? Yeah, I mean, the second highest chase ever in a T20 game. You just go out and give it a go and see where it takes you. And sometimes in those situations you can be 40 for 5 or 60 for 6 or something like that, but just playing so many shots. Abbott to continue.
I think particularly for a team that have done as poorly as Middlesex had this year, I think it just gave them a lot of clarity. There's not going to be any retribution for going down swinging in a game like that, and prove that they do have some pretty talented young batters, even if it's been a pretty difficult season for them so far in the Blast.
Daryl Mitchell's looking solid. He's looking in the mood, Daryl Mitchell.
He's a very good player, obviously very successful against England in that sort of first McCullum-Stokes Test series just over a year ago now. And it's had a lot of success in all formats now for New Zealand. Real late bloomer, but it's a big presence, hits the ball very hard, doesn't it?
And he might say to himself, what more could you want than to be batting in the afternoon session at the Oval on a sunny day? And you've got to start as well, 25 not out. The opportunity to put together a decent score here and get Lancashire right back in this game. They were 46 for 3. Abbott bowling really well, 2 LBWs. Pinch a leg by there.
I remember Trevor Bayliss, when he was coaching England's Test team, would always talk about having intent even in defence, and I think he looked back on that and felt it was something that maybe got lost in translation at times. But I feel like Mitchell is someone who has intent in defence, always gives the ball, always tries to hit the ball rather than let the ball hit the bat.
Yes, has had more of a struggle so far, but he looks to be overcoming them. And that's helped out towards the boundary. You can chase that all you like, but you're not going to stop that. Sean Abbott accessing the middle of the pitch. And Dane Vilas hitting that off the front foot as well. Five off Abbott's over. What are your thoughts on the use of the Kookaburra ball in county cricket? Is it something that is worth the trial? I don't think the bowlers are necessarily that enamoured of it, and perhaps the coaching staff as well.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of coaches. I think Paul Farbrace was speaking to the BBC before this round and saying he didn't necessarily like the idea that I think he feels as though it's one of those things that has emerged from a heavy Ashes defeat in Australia. And
Mitchell might get 2 here. There's a short boundary on that leg side, so you've got to be careful. But they're back comfortably for it.
Yeah, as I say, I think he sees it as something that maybe disrupts the competitive balance a little bit, where you have a couple of rounds in the middle of the season. But then the Championship's always been something that's, players come in and out at different times for international commitments. There's been pink ball rounds in recent seasons as well. I think it's always been a place where, it's not like we have the same conditions across the whole season, and I think that's part of what makes it such a challenge to win, is you have to adapt to whatever gets thrown up in a particular week.
Yeah, it's not even if you have the same conditions in a game, is it? You might bat on a sunny day one day, and then you turn up the next day, you've had some overnight rain and it's overcast and lights are on. It's the nature of the game, really. It's played over that long stretch of a season, April to September. Still essentially the same game, someone running in with a ball and you've got to bat and try and do something about it.
Yeah, I think as well it's been done for the right reasons as well, which is to try and focus on the best, most promising young players in the country and trying to get them to face a slightly different challenge to the one that you do with the Dukes ball. I mean, I think obviously the batch of Dukes last year were a little different, so we saw maybe a slightly different type of Championship cricket, but I think it's to sort of reduce the dominance and the prevalence of the 75 mile an hour seamer, which particularly in Division 2 on sort of spicy pitches has probably been too much over the past decade or so, or even longer than. And I think it's trying to develop proper fast bowlers who can, who have the skills that you actually need to win Test series overseas. I think it's been done for the right reasons, but how it works, we'll wait and see, I suppose.
That's very well stopped.
It's Jamie Smith in there, short cover. It's obviously a wicket keeper as well, but very good fielder by all accounts.
I was mentioning before lunch that Tom Laws is a cricketer to keep an eye on, 20 years of age, but you can square that, I think, with Jamie Smith, a very talented player.
It's a pretty remarkable team really that Surrey are putting out. If you look through it, I think 8 players who have played international cricket for England or someone else, and then Jamie Smith and Tom Laws, 2 men you'd feel relatively confident will go on, particularly in Smith's case, to play for England in the not too distant future. And Jordan Clark, a sort of stalwart of the county game, who himself as a young player was talked of very highly as a future England player for a while. Obviously it's not quite panned out that way, but he was the sort of same cohort as Root and Bairstow and Stokes, and I think a lot of people mentioned him at the time as being one of the most promising.
Yes, it's not much of a surprise, the Surrey lineup, to see where they are in the table. They had an excellent start to the season, making a very good defence of their title. It's nicely struck, but straight to Burns. I say defence. Alex Stewart said we're not going to defend our title, we're going to attack it, didn't he? We're going to attack our title, and fair play, on a day like today where you think, yeah, the straightforward thing is to bat first on a hot day. No, it doesn't fit in with the way we play, how we want to play. Insert the opposition.
Yeah, very much the outlier around the grounds on a hot day.
Definitely, yeah. Edge caught. Well, he's got rid of Vilas, and it's a 3rd wicket for Abbott.
Exceptional slip catch there by Tom Latham at second. That went to him pretty quickly and gobbled up very nicely.
There we go, Abbott chipping away again. The man who knows the Kookaburra ball as well as any on the field today. Extra bounce. Wasn't the most technically sound shot from Dane Vias.
I think it did have a little extra bounce. I think Abbott's also used the crease pretty well. I think he's gone pretty wide here on release. If you look at just that position on release. Vilas fending away from his body a little bit, maybe won't look back on it too fondly, but Sean Abbott's been the pick of the attack today and picks up a 3rd wicket. It's been a pretty useful stand from a Lancashire point of view.
He's coming to meet Abbott there and pushing at it. I think it might have just held its line a bit as well. You say wide of the crease, might just have held its line rather than angled in.
Incoming batter, Phil
and the extra bit of bounce. And Surrey chipping away, 119 for 4, and I think if you'd offered that to Rory Burns at the toss this morning, obviously you're greedy as a captain, you'd love 100 all out, but let's say that sort of day. But 119 for 4, this Lancashire innings is right in the balance now, and Phil Salt comes in at number 6, who opened up in the last match and made 100 against Hampshire at Southport.
I'll be fascinated to see how Salt plays here. He's a natural shot maker, and when he's played for Sussex before joining Lancashire in the Championship, he was a very, very attacking batter, so definitely see him having a little dart here from number 6, but career strike rate in first class cricket 71.5, so get the impression he's probably going to have a bit of a dip and try and knock Surrey's seamers off their lengths, but we shall find out shortly.
Abbott moves up to 24 wickets for the season. 4 behind Clark and Worrell. This feels like an important moment in the game, actually, the next 20 minutes, half an hour. If they were to lose another wicket or two now, then Surrey would have a very firm grip on this match, clearly.
George Balderson coming in next is the all-rounder. He's a highly thought of young player at Lancashire, but past that, very much into the bowlers. So Surrey will feel they're 2 wickets away, I think.
Ben Folks has a quiet day today. Conceded a couple of byes earlier to a ball that, well, it looks like must have got something on it off the body or something like that. It was way down the leg side. It was real tough on keepers when you get a ball like that and byes are signalled. So close to a 4th.
That said, I didn't think Salt would die wondering. He's big flash outside his off stump there.
He's just come in. He's already signalling to the dressing room for something. Can't be a drink already, can it? Even on this warm afternoon. Must be something to do with his equipment. Didn't look quite right. The appeal there often gives it away. It was a 3/4 appeal, really, rather than the celeb appeal we saw earlier from Abbott. Let's have another look at this one. Height, possibly?
It sounded a little bit woody.
Might have been inside edge, yeah. Slow it down a bit, see if we can detect an inside edge.
Maybe height an issue as well.
Yeah.
Quite high on above the pad.
And where is Salt batting as well? So look from square with the wicket. Where is this hit him? Yeah, that's height, isn't it?
I don't think Abbott can feel too aggrieved about that.
Back pad, or above the back pad actually. Well, it looks there as if Phil Salt possibly has come out without the attachment on the back of the helmet, which I think is a regulation now, isn't it? That you've got to have that on.
I think so, yeah. He sorted himself out eventually.
Laws to continue. Bowled unchanged since lunch, and he bowled a couple of overs before lunch as well. A bit by that one, thickish outside edge. That was marvellous, the spectators on a day like today, how you can have the stamina to sit out in the sun on a day like today.
There's quite a few, aren't there?
There
Obviously,
are, yeah.
It's a good crowd in, as it often is at the Kia Oval, but particularly so, you know, you sort of see people huddled underneath the shade, but then quite a few out in the bright sunshine getting the tan on.
Oh, he's got him. Excellent full delivery to knock over Mitchell. And Surrey taking a firm grip on this match. 2 quick wickets. And big problems for Lancashire. Well, that was excellent from Tom Laws. Excellent Yorker.
It's an absolute beauty. Not sure it came back quite as much as the one Pat Cummins bowled all he played for Edgbaston, but it feels like quite a similar ball, and it's completely done him. Crashed into his off stump.
Yes, it was shades of that Cummins to Pope delivery. Second innings at Edgbaston.
Big celebration as well. I think Laws knows that's a pretty important wicket, with now into George Balderson, the all-rounder, and then the tail to come after that.
Yeah, you can understand the celebration. Big wicket to knock over.
Incoming batter, George Balderson.
So George Balderson coming in at number 7. First class average of 27. He's not made a first class 100 yet. He's only 22. And he's got a big rebuilding job to do, along with Phil Salt. So 2 batters in on naught.
You can see why Laws is so highly thought of. I mean, I think he's taking his first class wickets at about 20 at the moment.
Yes, he is.
Early in his career, obviously, but Surrey sort of desperately trying to sneak him into as many sides as they can. I think he's not necessarily been a regular in the T20 team, but they're trying to get him some exposure there. Had a good 50 over competition as well last year, and what is obviously a pretty young Surrey team in that format. And, yeah, really impressive either side of lunch today as well.
His first wicket in his 6th over. An excellent piece of bowling. Extra close catcher for the new man, the left-hander Balderson. 3rd slip has gone in. Those strange quirks of the game, that the last time Lancashire played a championship match, these two, 6 and 7, opened the innings.
Yeah, obviously been looking for different solutions with Keaton Jennings having a long layoff. It's an interesting one for Balderson as well. He's obviously not part of Lancashire's T20 setup, so be a little bit short on cricket.
And a successful over from Tom Laws, wicket maiden. And Surrey making progress in this game. 119 for 5. And that is an excellent return in tough bowling conditions overhead. Enough assistance from the pitch with the tinge of green and a bit of bounce in it as well. Sean Abbott, he's a glutton for work, he's going to continue. Why wouldn't you as well? He got a wicket in this last over, taking 3 for. We're going to have a double change in the commentary box. Nikki Chaudhuri is alongside me, but I'm now going to be replaced by Simon Hughes.
Afternoon. And what a start for Surrey so far. Tom Laws with that breakthrough. Daryl Mitchell.
Yeah, that was a bit against the run of play in a way, although there was a wicket before that. I thought Mitchell was looking pretty good. Looking solid and aggressive. And actually I also thought that the pitch or the ball had got a bit easier. Having weathered that awkward spell this morning when the ball was actually moving around a fair bit, I thought perhaps the pitch had actually, well, the ball had got softer, that therefore the pitch had eased a bit, but still something there for anyone who's prepared to bend their back, as clearly Sean Abbott is. So it's not really carrying through quite as severely as it was this morning. It was going through chest high to bend folks, but now it's some of them are dying. What's happening in the women's international now, the women's test?
So before lunch, Lauren Filer picked up 2. She got the wicket of Elise Perry and McGrath. And as it stands, Australia lead by 189 with
Right.
6 wickets remaining.
So they're 4 down. So England haven't made a huge amount of progress. They needed quick wickets in the morning, really, didn't they? Ideally, 3 or 4 of them, maybe more. But Australia is so resilient in women's game.
We've got Beth Mooney at the crease now. She's on 84.
Wow.
So
Yeah.
crease.
Player. And Salt squirts it square of the wicket for his first runs. In the up slightly. I don't think Sean Abbott will mind that shot, actually, because it wasn't a half volley, and if there had been a bit of movement there, it might have got the edge. Short boundary that side.
I think the nature of the wickets here at the Oval as well, him just being able to hit that on the bounce as well.
Yeah. Goes for the pull. That was a bit ambitious. I suppose that's a measure of, when you were asking earlier, actually, Nikki, about adjusting to the red ball and Championship cricket compared to T20. Phil Salt, obviously a T20 specialist. That's the sort of shot he would have played, opening the batting in the power play. But with the red ball, it can be a bit more elusive.
Yeah, maybe not so much here. And Beth Mooney is joined by Annabelle Sutherland.
Oh, okay.
So
Wow.
it could be a long day, long afternoon.
So she's up the order then, second innings, is she? That
yeah,
sounds like.
Yep,
number
she's in
6.
at 6.
Yeah. Well, if you can't get a promotion with 100, number 8, then I don't know when you can, really.
I also think it goes to show how deep Australia bat, and
Yeah.
sometimes there is perhaps not a stigma as such, but you probably wouldn't expect to have a number 8 to have the skills of Annabelle Sutherland, and it just goes to show how much strength they have in that team and in that squad.
Well, they're asking there for catch down the leg side. Wasn't very convincing, that appeal.
I think we mentioned it on the podcast the other day. Obviously, that discussion came in terms of, could we perhaps shorten the length of the wickets in women's cricket? What effect would that have? Obviously, I think you mentioned the types of field settings that you saw on the first day, potentially slips kind of not really playing a role.
And they could have more impact if it was a shorter pitch, you're thinking.
because-
I mean, I'm just looking out at the Oval here, and I'm just thinking, Lee, who is the head groundsman here, he's a very good groundsman, but I don't think he would appreciate having to do 20-yard pitches on this surface, because he knows that if the women were running up on an aligning pitch to this one, and they were following through further down, and the crease was 2 yards further forward, it would just mess up the next wicket along from the one we're playing on, and be very hard to repair, and it would just be havoc with groundsmanship, I think. So if the girls want to play on the top grounds, which obviously you should, I don't know how it would be reconcilable to shorten the pitch and have some strips which are shorter than others. Maybe you could allocate certain games for women's cricket only or something, and that actually made shorter in terms of their markings and everything, and they were the ones that were kept for women's cricket.
Because it definitely won't be an easy job for the ground staff, but yeah, potentially having certain wickets that you'll say these could be used for the women's game, because I think potentially if the wickets were shortened, the ball's going to carry through more, because obviously that's going to increase the pace.
Yeah.
And you'd say the essence of sport is elite sport. People watch because of the speed it's carried out at, be it if it's football, hockey, cricket, because the pace the game goes at. And again, that does bring in other elements in terms of if the speed does go up, do you have the ability to and the technique to actually get behind the ball more so as you need to with red ball cricket. So I think that will obviously push the standard even further as well. But then again, if you are a groundsman, you probably would not be.
No, you wouldn't appreciate it. And obviously that applies to club groundsmen, and not everybody has the luxury of about 28 pitches, which the Oval does. Actually, I quite liked. Was it? I think it might have been Melissa Story's suggestion of having a lighter ball for women's cricket, and that enable you to propel it quicker.
See, I would disagree, because I think for me, I find it so much harder to play with the women's ball.
Do you?
Yes, because I played a majority of my cricket playing boys cricket, men's cricket. I'm so much more used to holding a men's ball, and I've got the feel for that more so than a women's ball. Sometimes I feel like the ball escapes slightly quicker.
What do you bowl?
Leg spin.
All right, okay. Oh, well bowled. Great length and line. Again, Salt looking to drive a ball which wasn't really there for the shot. He's obviously going to try and counter-attack, probably the only way he knows to play. But he was lucky he didn't get an edge there.
So I think with the men's ball,
couldn't you spin it more though? If it was lighter and smaller, couldn't you spin it more?
I just feel I've got such better grip over the men's ball.
Okay.
I think the seam's a bit more prominent as well. So
right.
I remember when I was at school, going from playing school cricket on a Saturday and then playing girls cricket on a Sunday, that would be really hard initially, like until you've got through your warm-up to actually get used to it. Like, it is pretty difficult. So I've always found it easier bowling with the men's ball, but a lighter ball I would not be a fan, that is for sure.
Well, I suppose it could be hit further. That's the other thing about being a bowler in women's cricket. That was a good delivery from Sean Abbott there, and actually I think Phil Salt did well to ride that extra bounce. I mean, he could have left it, but he's in a going at the ball kind of mode. Just see the bounce here from Abbott. Just lifted a bit, but he did quite well to keep that down and picked up a boundary as well.
Yeah, he rode with the bounce more so.
You see that from side on, Jake? You see that ball, that shot from the batsman's perspective? Another boundary to Phil Salt. That's a more authentic shot. That was a really good shot, because there was nothing wrong with that delivery. Asking another question, and he just got on top of the bounce again. Just a little forcing shot through the offside. It is a short boundary down there, but still, that was a fine shot. That over didn't really deserve to go for 8 or 10, in fact.
That's a good over here for Lancashire.
Change of bowling at the Nikki Stewart pavilion end. Sam Curran.
Sam Curran back into the attack for Surrey. There's a word going round, actually, Nikki, that Surrey have been encouraged, not that they would have probably not picked him anyway, but they've been encouraged to play him here because England are definitely looking at him to play a part in the Ashes. So they want him to get some red ball in. I guess Surrey would have picked him anyway, but they might have given him a break after all that white ball stuff. But England are definitely looking at him, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely. And I think Ed Smith suggested this morning that Sam Curran would be handy in that side, especially like a number 8, and he provides that variation as well.
Yeah. 7 overs so far from Curran today. He took that one wicket. The early wicket of Luke Wells, caught at first slip by Dominic Sibley. We'll see the wickets. Can you pack? Have you got a package of the wickets now?
He's a very handy cricketer, Sam Curran.
You want to do that? Maybe at the end of the over, we'll just do sort of one after every ball then. Yeah? Okay.
And obviously I think we've had another call up into the England side as well with leg spinner Rayhan
Ahmed.
Ahmed from Leicestershire. Potentially, would you say, just in case Moeen Ali's not fit enough with that finger?
I think it's unlikely he'll be fit, to be honest.
It did not look pretty, that is for sure.
No.
What do you think Lancashire would be looking at score-wise here then, Simon?
I mean, you'd want 300 first innings. It's not an impossible pitch. You know, it's not easy, but they should be looking at that 300 sort of mark. But obviously, it's going to be a tough one to reach now. 5 down. Alderson can't get it away at the moment. Sam Curran nagging away around off stump.
That must be so frustrating. Yet to get off the mark, 14 balls in. I feel like it's a sigh of relief as soon as you're in. If you can just get one to your name, you're like, phew, right. Now we can get going. The longer you're just kept on 0.
Good over from Sam Curran, that really probing, giving him nothing easy to knock away. So 133 for 5 is the Lancashire score. We can look back at the various wickets that have fallen in sequence as we go through this. This was the first wicket. This was Curran to Luke Wells, caught low down by Dominic Sibley at slip. That was when the score was only on 4. So a good early strike by Sam Curran to send back Luke Wells. Back live, Phil Salt on 14 from just 14 balls. Typical forthright performance by him so far. George Balderson yet to get away. Another change of bowling. So it's Dan Worrell back into the attack now. Bowled fairly mixed opening spell. Certainly got some bounce and life out of the pitch, but didn't really make the batsman play enough. He's back on from the Vauxhall end. Just 2 slips now to Phil Salt and a man back at cover on that short boundary, and that's the kind of thing that Worrell does tend to produce, is a few one side and the other, and then a very good ball thrown in or bowled in. That was the second wicket, and that was Sean Abbott with his first delivery, taking the wicket of Josh Bohannon, LBW for 10. First ball from Sean Abbott. It was so quick I didn't even have time to recognise him. I called it as Jordan Clark. I didn't realise they'd changed the bowling so quickly. There's Worrell again bowling to Phil Salt. Third wicket to fall was also to Sean Abbott. This was Keaton Jennings, LBW. He played well actually, and that one just drew the forward stroke, perhaps not enough. Didn't get far enough forward there, Keaton Jennings, sorry, and departed LBW. So 2 very good early wickets by Abbott. That made Lancashire 46 for 3. The fourth wicket was another wicket to Sean Abbott, and after a good partnership actually between Dane Villas and Daryl Mitchell. I think he played at a bit of a wide one there, Dane Villas. That was little bit of extra life. He might have gone wider of the crease there, Sean Abbott, but he didn't really need to play at that. He sort of fenced at it, Dane Villas, and edged a catch to Tom Latham at second slip. So that was 119 for 4. Back live. Oh, good delivery. Now that's what Worrell can do, is once he finds that right line and length, he can be quite difficult to play. That was a good ball. Too good for Phil Salt. And the final wicket went to Tom Laws, and actually it was a really good ball. He makes a habit of these, sort of out-swinging Yorker, and he just sort of, against the run of play, he just gets through batsmen's defences. Mitchell again was looking solid there and quite dangerous, but he was bowled for 27 by that excellent delivery from Tom Laws. Exciting cricketer actually, Tom Laws. I like watching him bowl. He's got a busy, sort of lively action, and he really looks like he speculates for wickets. And apparently he can bat too, but I haven't seen a lot of his batting so far. In fact, he was billed, yeah, he's a really good all-rounder. When I came to see him last time, he was knocked over first ball. He was off stump, sent cartwheeling by, I think it was Kyle Abbott. Yeah, again, that's a one-day shot from Phil Salt. Very good at that shot against the white ball, which does nothing. Red ball's a slightly different matter. So, you know, there's your, Nikki, there's your answer. You said earlier this morning, how easy is it to adjust? Well, in Phil Salt's case, he's not really adjusting, is he? He's just playing the same way, and some are hitting the middle of the bat and some are missing the edge.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty much going on luck there. If you nail it, you nail it. Otherwise, he doesn't really seem to have like contained himself a bit more, as maybe you should when the ball is doing a little bit.
You've been playing for Surrey in the women's, haven't you? Early season.
Yes.
You do. How did you go? How did Surrey women go before the introduction of other tournaments? You didn't have many games, did you?
No, we didn't have many games.
Probably half of them were washed out as well, weren't they?
A lot were washed out. I think our T20 finals day is still yet to be played, because that again was washed out. But we went well. We did go well. We played against Oxfordshire, and my goodness, that seems like a while ago. I think the matches were back in April.
Yeah.
So yeah, then it just goes. Yeah, we haven't had much cricket since then. Just the odd 50 over stuff. We had a game against Essex the other week, which I wasn't around for because I was in Jersey. Unfortunately, we lost that one.
Balderson's got off the mark at last, and actually there was a few oohs there from the Surrey slip fielders. Tom Sibley's got his hands on his head because he thought that was a little bit risky from Balderson. He was looking a little bit pinned down, and look, he made him a bit of room here just to steer that one slightly riskily backward of square, but he got away with it.
And then I think the only other 50 over match was against Middlesex, which we won against.
Everybody beats Middlesex in white ball cricket, surely, men or women, apart from Surrey in that one-off game the other night. You see any of that?
I did watch a bit of that. That was a good game.
500 runs in less than 40 overs. It's crazy, isn't it?
It's absolutely bonkers.
3 hours of mayhem.
I think that is the word you'd use, right? Mayhem. It was absolutely crazy. And then
Must have been dangerous in the crowd, actually. Well, I mean, if you're not watching, well, obviously good fun if you're after a crowd catch.
Yeah, if you're not expecting it, it's a dangerous place to be.
I must look up how many sixes in that game. You don't happen to know, do you? I'll look it up, actually, during the course of this over. Another good probing over from Sam Curran.
And going forward, I only think we have a handful of games left, really, which is...
Yeah, it's a shame.
It is a shame, a little bit frustrating. Because I'd probably think I spent more hours training over the winter than we'd probably get up actual hours of play. So.
Yes. Well, that's often the way, though. Yeah. Okay, so here we are, 252 for 7 was the Surrey score in that match last week, and there were 7, 12, 13, 15, 16 sixes in the Surrey innings, and actually not that many in the Middlesex innings. 3, 5, 7, 8. So 24 sixes in the match. Actually, not as many as I thought. Perhaps a lot more fours. So 24 sixes in the match. A few opportunities for crowd catches there. Curran on the spot again in this over. Just that one boundary, a slice through slip. 1 for 24 from 9 overs. Lancashire trying to rebuild here, having been 119 for 5.
I must ask, Simon, are you on the bucket hat bandwagon? I feel like this summer...
No, I think they look awful. You mean the ones that Ben Stokes wore? And
on the press conference, yes, that one.
I think they look like flower pots.
I couldn't agree more. Although they seem to be...
But what do I know about? I mean, I don't want to be commenting on... I don't think I can have any justification to comment on fashion, really. But I do think they look a bit silly. But maybe that's the idea, is it? Good delivery from Dan Worrell there. And so, but you don't approve of it either.
No, I feel like they're all right, but I think there's a time and a place, and I can't take someone seriously. If you put on a bucket hat right now and sat next to me,
you'd start laughing.
I would start laughing. I just couldn't take you seriously.
So who else wears them? Obviously Stokes did in the press conference. I saw Michael Vaughan donning one on Instagram.
I saw Stuart Broad don one as well post match.
Well, these people are all very image conscious, so they're doing it for show, aren't they?
I couldn't wear it.
Broad still wears he still loves to wear his white hat, doesn't he? I don't think I've ever seen him wear an England cap apart from when he was actually presented with it. I don't think he's ever actually worn it. He may have done.
Like the floppy cap.
No, the blue cap.
The blue
cap. The blue cap. He's hardly ever worn his blue England cap. He always wears a white hat, doesn't he?
He's got his little bandana now as well.
And he loves his bandana, which I think he first started wearing during COVID, didn't he? Oh, just lucky to get away with that. Phil Salt looking to turn that to leg, getting a leading edge through gully. That could have easily gone to hand. Turned the bat face a little bit too quickly. Worrell, the bowler, looks a little bit downcast. Gone his way today. Just left him a little bit off the pitch, but I think he turned the bat face. Again, it's probably a one day. Let's see if we can pick it up here. See, he turns the wrists a bit too early, because that ball was on about middle and off maybe. Just swung away from him a fraction, took the leading edge. So what's your preferred? I mean, are you a headgear person? By the way, I noticed on the podcast they were talking about the baseball cap with the ponytail hole. Mm-hmm. The pony hole. What's it called? The ponytail hole, or
I don't know what the official term is, but
the opportunity to put your ponytail between the band of the hat and the cap bit.
Yes,
rather than underneath it.
Yes,
or have to curl it up or something.
You definitely need one of those, otherwise...
That's a good shot. That's a good shot from Phil Salt. That's more authentic, because it was a bit short from Worrell and it was more leg side. The one he tried to pull before that was more outside off, but that was more a straightish line, and he just helped it round, really. Yeah, good shot. Found the gap between those two fielders on the leg side boundary, so he goes to 22. He's got there predictably rapidly. So I guess, you know, women's headgear for cricket is a good one, because some girls put their hair in a bun, so maybe there needs to be a hole on top of the hat for the bun as well, does it?
I just don't...
All these things that have never been thought of.
There's so many factors. But I feel like having that gap in a cap so you can actually get your hair through is definitely important. Otherwise, I think I've been given plenty of caps that obviously don't have that, and if you are donning a ponytail, it just sits on your head but it doesn't actually fit your head. So you could be chasing and the cap just falls off because it's not got anything to be secured to. But I think the actual issue is the helmet. Because if you've got a lot of hair and you've got a ponytail, you really can't do much with it. And then the helmet pushes against the ponytail, and then it kind of gives you a bit of a headache because...
It's the opposite of... It's a sort of equivalent to bed hair, I suppose, is it? It's like helmet hair.
Helmet hair, yes, I think that is a big thing. So yeah, then you have to end up trying to do a bun under your helmet, but then not...
Maybe we should all ask Rory Burns what he does.
I think he must have absolutely nailed it, hasn't he? So maybe he should be telling us what to do.
So Sam Curran's starting anew over here, and he's got a short mid-on who's exactly in the way of the non-striker as Curran runs into bowl. There he is on the screen there, just standing completely in the way of the non-striker. So Phil Salt's going to have to, I presume he's going to have to run round him or run straight up the wicket if he wants to take a single. Curran looking to bowl straight here, I think, with the field as set as it is. He's got no one back on the offside, has he? So he's got a deep, fine leg, 3 in a ring on the offside, no third man. Just looking to bowl straight here and have that man at a sort of catching position at short mid-on, just next to the strip.
Yeah, can't really afford to give any width here.
No.
Given the field he's set.
But, you know, headgear and cricket and women's hair, it's going to be an ongoing issue, that, isn't it?
It is. I think helmets...
So it actually hurts when you have your helmet on?
Yeah, because obviously it depends where you tie your ponytail. But if it is a high ponytail, then when you put your helmet on, it pushes against your ponytail, and obviously, again, depends on how much hair you have. And it's... You've got to do your hair for batting differently to how you do your hair for fielding.
Not a problem that either Simon Mann or I've ever had to encounter. But, you know, so we're built perfectly for helmets, aren't we? Just slip them on and slip them off.
It'll be much nicer just to have it that easy. Apart from that, kit-wise, I don't think there's much else you could really complain about. I think bats, bat weight, but that's obviously specific to anyone, really.
And what about bat length as well? I mean, my daughter asks for a very short handle so that the whole bat isn't that high compared to a man's bat. So it's a little bit, it's like it's got the same width and chunkiness as a male bat, but a shorter handle so that it's not sort of pressing into her ribs. Not that she's not particularly short, but I mean, some girls are. Nice shot from Balderson. That was a nice controlled ease through the covers, as opposed to the Phil Salt bludgeon. That was more of a caress. You can see why he's averaging 44 in first class cricket this season. That was a really classy shot.
Yeah, I think in terms of bat height, it's specific to the individual, obviously, on how tall you are and how, I think, potentially how long your hands are as well, actually, because if you've got a smaller torso, a long handle can also actually kind of get in the way a little bit more.
Yeah. A bit more round arm from Sam Curran that time. He's tried to sort of sling that, but Balderson played it well.
But personally, I do prefer having a smaller bat and a much lighter bat than being on the heavier side. It's much easier to pick up, and obviously if you end up batting a long enough period, sometimes the bat being too heavy can obviously affect your game.
There's Rory Burns there with his hair underneath his white hat. He doesn't have to put it through a hole. There's no hole at the back for a floppy hat, is there?
No, there isn't.
But he seems to be okay with it. Maybe he's got a slightly larger hat and it just fits around all his hair.
He's clearly mastered it.
Yeah. tell us, did the Surrey women play at the Oval ever? Let's just watch this ball from Worrell first. Good delivery. Do you play here sometimes? Yeah?
Yes, we've played in T20s against Middlesex here for the London Cup.
Okay.
But that's pretty much the odd one fixture. Otherwise, everything's around.
What's your home ground other than the Oval then?
It's pretty much some of the Surrey clubs. There's not been a fixed ground that we've played at, so it has varied. But we do use Guildford when it is available.
Yeah.
And Guildford is a nice place to play as well.
Yeah, it is.
I play my club cricket there, so it's always
lovely ground.
a lovely ground.
Is that where Kevin Peterson got his 350? No, maybe it was no, I think he got a double there, maybe. He got his 350 here at the Oval, yeah. Last game he's played, I think, isn't it? Last game of serious cricket he's played. Oh, that's a good ball again, and it's not really that good a shot. You can leave that on length and line. He's drawn into the shot.
Do you think he's drawn into the shot there because of the urge to score and from that white ball format?
It's a good question. I think he's just drawn into that shot because that's his inclination as a player. Partly because he's played 2 months or 6 weeks of white ball, but also just because that's his nature. So he's going for it all the time. He just likes that shot, a bit like Ben Duckett does. Ben Duckett's the mirror image. He likes to play that back cut shot to a ball which isn't all that short or wide. And I think it might get him into trouble, as it already has in the Ashes against this Australian attack. It was fine in Pakistan or on a lower pitch, but with bowlers of 6'4" that are bowling 86 miles an hour, it's going to get you into trouble, I think.
I'm glad I'm not on the receiving end of that.
That's good. That's a good bit of batting, because he's pushed the man back with the forcing shot. And he can just nudge it into the gap for a single now, so that's good judgment and selectivity that time by Phil Salt. Brings George Balderson down to face Dan Worrell for the first time.
So if we can't shorten the length of the wicket and we can't get a lighter cricket ball, what's the next solution?
Fast twitch fibres.
Fast twitch.
An injection of fast twitch fibres for women's cricketers. So you don't need to be big. I mean, I bowled at 85 miles an hour. I wasn't that big a physique. I just had a fast arm. Lauren Filer looks like she's not particularly strongly built, is she? But she can whiz it down.
Yeah. So we're going to have to.
So it's all about what we show. We've got the score in the Australian women's 205 for 7 now. Australian women in the second innings. Have they declared? No. 205 for 7. Who's not out? The lower order. Yeah. Okay, so Sutherland this time dismissed for 15 on her promotion up the order. Who's taken the wickets?
Eccleston's got the wicket of Sutherland.
2 for 3 for 3 for Eccleston, 2 for Filer, 2 for Kate Cross. Okay. So 205 for 7. That's a lead of 215 then. So that's an interesting situation. England could win.
England could win.
I mean, if they knock over those last 3 for another 30, 225, leaves them, say, 260 to win.
And they have enough time.
A lot of time left. Just depends how they bat, doesn't it? Another slingy delivery from Sam Curran there. Again, Phil Salt playing and missing. I think he's played and missed more times than he's actually hit the ball in this innings. 25 from 34 balls. Probably most of his runs have come on boundary, so he's hit at least 5 fours. He's probably only hit the ball about 7 times. played and missed about 10.
I think you're right.
Four more. It's going like that, isn't it? Actually, that was a good shot. And Curran doesn't get a lot of bounce, so you can probably more safely hit him on the up than some bowlers.
But you tend to see a lot more on the up shots here at the Oval in general, just because of the way the wicket is, and you're allowed to perhaps have that bit of a flair that you do see a lot of the Surrey boys have when they do bat, because obviously they've grown up playing here and they've had the joys of that.
Do you know that Surrey's got more players that have made hundreds than any other county, partly because of the Oval? 6 players who've played for Surrey have made hundreds. I'll see if I can name them in a minute. Well, the first one was Tom Hayward, who played in the sort of early 1900s. Then it was Jack Hobbs. Simon Mann's going to check this now. Then it was Andy Sandham, John Edrich, Peter May, Mark Ramprakash. I think that's the 6. Mark Ramprakash obviously made quite a lot of his hundreds for Middlesex, but the majority for Surrey, about 70-30, something like that. I think that's right. I think it was Tom Hayward, Jack Hobbs, Andy Sandham, pulled away by Salt, but that's probably off the pad. John Edrich, Peter May, Mark Ramprakash, I think. We'll probably get people writing in saying I'm totally wrong, and the email address to use on this podcast or broadcast is surreybroadcast@gmail.com. So any thoughts you have, any observations, any mistakes that you might like to point out, which I'm sure are plenty, please email them into surreybroadcast@gmail.com. We'll try and answer your queries or read them out. If you're happy to send anything in. Come on, Simon, what are you doing? I mean, I am right. Well, you didn't say that. It's the flattest pitch in the country, or used to be. So if you're a batter, come and play here. That's why Sangakkara chose Surrey. And I think he scored 400 in a row, actually, at one point. Probably not all of them at the Oval. What's your best? What's your CB, Nikki?
My CB is 136.
Wow.
Yes, that was a club game.
That's good. That's impressive.
I was pretty chuffed with that.
136. That is fantastic. Brilliant. And in a 50 over, 40 over?
It was a 50 over game. Yes.
Wow, that's really impressive. Mark Ramprakash, 45. Yeah, 45 and 60, yeah. So 45 centuries for Middlesex and 60 for Surrey, was it? 46 and 60.
But they do say that, right? I think if you've been brought up in the north, they say batters in the north tend to be a bit more grafters, and down south you probably have much more stroke playing individuals. So, and then again, if you're lucky enough to be brought up here and you get to play on a track like this as a batter, then obviously you will look to make the most of it. And it is easier when the ball comes onto the bat, and then you're not having to constantly just graft at it, and it's just easier off the bat.
Certainly get reward for your shots at the Oval. Worrell again to resume the battle with Phil Salt. Play and miss or a boundary is mostly what happens, and that's another play and miss. It's exasperating for the bowler. Then he'll bowl another one in a minute and it'll whistle away to the boundary. Let's have a look at this delivery. This is a good one, actually. This is a good length, that. Inviting the drive, just left him in the air and off the pitch. Good ball, actually. He could easily have left it, of course, but that's not Phil Salt's nature. I wonder if he's actually shouldered arms to anything. I can't remember he has. So his philosophy is see ball, hit ball or miss ball.
It's a pretty straightforward philosophy.
That's good cricket though, because he's got the man back on the boundary, and then he can just push it into the gap. So that's a much more sensible way of going, really, but it's not as much fun. .158 for 5 is the Lancashire score. 3.5 and over is their run rate. I think they'll be needing 300 though. So this pair have got to stick it out for a while.
Yeah, they've got to dig deep here. Already being 5 down. It's a long way to go. But yeah, personally, I prefer batting later summer than I do early season. I feel like you get value for your money a bit more as well.
Nice shot. That's really well controlled by Balderson. I think that will probably just make it to the rope. So 2 full from Worrell that time. He's trying to find the right length, but doesn't get it consistently. It's good to be pitching it up, but that was a nice half volley, really.
Yeah, early season, that's not running to the boundary like it's done here.
Yeah, it's actually it is a slowish outfield even today, but sure, certainly quicker than it would be in April. Rory Burns has just moved himself a touch closer at extra cover now, and he's driven it wide of him. 4 more. If he's got the power. No, maybe he hasn't. It might just be reined in there. Stop. Sean Abbott pulling that one in. Gone through for 3 that time. Good evasion of the fielder by Balderson. One to Burns' right, then the next one to Burns' left. Well, 39 runs so far from his 9.4 overs, so roughly going at 4 and over. That's a good shot from Salt. They look a bit more comfortable now, these 2 batters. As if they've started to get the measure of the pitch.
And they've got a single there all day with the man in the deep.
Yeah.
The breeze has picked up again.
It has actually. It's helping Worrell try to swing the ball into the left-hander, which he does, but Balderson defends well. That's the end of the 46th over. 166 for 5. Simon Mann to resume commentary after some thoughts from you, Nikki Chaudhuri.
As Simon mentioned, we've seen some stroke play from Phil Salt. A few boundaries to his name. Although quite a few swishes through the air as well. Obviously coming off the back end of playing a lot of shorter format cricket. But some good shots nonetheless. Afternoon, Simon.
Good afternoon. Well, this is a spirited counter-attack of sorts from Salt and Balderson. When are we going to see Will Jacks bowl for the first time today? Some spin for Surrey. It's been 5 pace bowlers throughout the day. Not even halfway through the day in terms of overs. 46 overs bowled, 50 to go. It's going to be hot work for the fielders and bowlers if Lancashire are able to extend this innings, keep them out there.
I'm sure he's itching to get into the attack. And contribute as well.
Well, it's an odd situation in a way, isn't it, when you think that Will Jacks would have been talked about as being a potential call-up for the Test match at Lords as cover for Moeen Ali. And yet on a baking hot day in the middle of the summer, he hasn't had a chance to bowl yet. You can understand why. The pitch is just losing some of its green tinge.
I think there's going to be a double swap, so I shall catch you later.
Yep. See you later, Nikki. Taha Hashim's coming in, ECB Young Journalist of the Year. A single to Salt. Surrey have that man back on the deep backward point boundary. Will Jacks, the man we mentioning that he hasn't bowled so far as we move into the second half of the day, well, almost into the second half of the day. But the seamers have done their job. Surrey putting Lancashire into bat this morning. Salt and Balderson trying to recover the situation after Lancashire slipped to 119 for 5. Still by no means out of trouble. Still trying to piece something together. Oh, there could be a run out here. Come a long way down, Salt. The throw missed. And it was skewed away by Balderson into the offside. Straight to backward point, and Salt thought there was a single. He's found the gap. Should be a couple. Yeah, they size that one up pretty early on. There's only going to be 2 there after that hiccup in the running, the ball before. Touch of the gloves. It's all very well afterwards, and when it's all gone right, if it all goes wrong, one walks back to the pavilion, high dudgeon, and then you've got that awkward conversation the next time you see them.
I think they've managed to patch the differences up pretty quickly there.
Yeah, they have. So that's the end of Curran's over. 12 overs, 1 for 36. Now we're going into the 47th over with the new ball after a drinks break.
Members event in the long room.
Sort of afternoon where you really look forward to a drinks break. Very warm afternoon at the Oval.
I'm happy to be in this room. It's you know, we've got the air conditioning on. It's pretty good. We just come from outside. And, it's been a real struggle. It is boiling out there.
Will be made available free to members.
This is the coolest place in the UK today.
Shortly after
the Oval commentary box.
In the long room, a members event about the odd couple, Jim Laker.
So where's the balance of this game? I feel Surrey are happy enough with what they've achieved so far, although they don't want to see too many hours of Phil Salt, because he could take the game away from them the way he plays.
And these two obviously batted pretty well for Lancashire in their last game. Opened the batting together actually, and now they find themselves at 6-7. They put on 115 against Hampshire earlier this month. Salt scored his first 100 for Lancashire in that game, and he's looked pretty good so far.
It's one of the curious quirks of cricket, that, isn't it? I mean, I can't imagine it's happened that often, that you open in one championship match and the next one you bat at 6 and 7. But Wells and Jennings were both injured for the last game.
Well positioned to see off the second new ball, I reckon.
Yeah, well that is now, well that's still a way to go, isn't it? 33 overs, they're still batting the second new ball, and that is problems for Surrey. although they conceded a big first innings score against Kent in their last game and ultimately didn't cause them so many problems, not as many as it seems it was going to anyway.
Yeah, I think they might be the only side who's won the toss today and chosen to bowl first. They obviously backed themselves to chase a big total. They've done it, they did it in Kent, but they've done it at the Oval as well this season. That game against Hampshire where Ollie Pope is obviously not playing today, but he kind of led that chase, and that was something to watch. But they lose Pope and then they bring another world beater in. They've got Tom Latham in their team for this one. It's just a frightening squad when you look at the players that regularly come in to the 11.
It's going to be bolstered by Dan Lawrence next season, and Lawrence, last I looked, was scoring well for Essex today. It's a bit strange, isn't it? That feeling that you're going to another county or midway through a season or down the line.
Yeah, I wondered, do you keep an eye on the results for the county that you're going to be joining as well? And it must be a weird one mentally, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Let's have a look to see how Dan Lawrence is getting on today. .79 not out today for Essex against Warwickshire. Here's Worrell. And of course Warwickshire are second in the table as well, so he's doing himself a favour, and he's sort of inadvertently, I suppose, doing Surrey a favour as well. Surrey with a lead of 32 points over Warwickshire in the championship table. Warwickshire plays 6, Surrey play 7. And Lancashire down in 7th place, despite the fact they haven't lost so far this season. 5 draws out of 6 matches, partly flat pitches, partly weather. Salt gets a single into the offside, and partly not quite good enough to force the result. These two fought out, it was a hard-fought draw in the first game of the season at Old Trafford. Surrey felt they were in with a winning chance going into the final day, but Lancashire resisted them well, batted out for a draw. 247 for 3.
And that time around, Cameron Steele obviously got, I think, 170 odd, and he's obviously not in the 11. But Surrey here, which again speaks to their depth.
Nudged away for another single. This time Balderson. I think at Lancashire as well, not playing for them today, players who in theory could have been playing: Anderson, Parkinson, Wood, Butler, Livingston, Saki Mahmood, Gleeson. It's not a bad 7, that, is it? That's not playing for Lancashire today.
See, Josh Butler's been playing blast cricket for Lancashire. Struggled for runs for a while, and then celebrated a pretty decent milestone the other day, reaching 10,000 runs in T20 cricket. I guess that's kind of where his future now lies. Really, it's been that way for the last year, and I think it's pretty much just be seeing him play white ball cricket.
The interesting one is Liam Livingston, really. When you think that he played a Test match for England in the winter, first opportunity to play in white ball cricket, in red ball cricket, I should say, this summer. Sam Curran's first opportunity to play, and he's straight in the Surrey lineup. Right, edge along the ground, that's going to be 4. Well, the head swiveled round, Balderson to see where that had gone, and it went along the ground into a gap.
Didn't push at it, so it's managed to stay low there, so a sort of degree of control to it.
So another look. That vacant third slip area. And again, he's done it again.
Just wants to show everyone that he means it.
Well, any self-respecting opening batter in England is going to get a fair few runs down to that deep third area during their career. Ball nipping around a little bit, mainly early season, sometimes late season. Balderson opening in that last game. So Lancashire ticking along quite nicely now. That has, they've done these two now, just trying to work out the maths of it. Yeah, 61 they've put on for the 6th wicket.
And a decent lick too. Phil Salt is obviously going to play his shots. I think most people who are watching him and know him for he's done white ball cricket, at county level, but also for England. But there's a red ball batter in there. We saw signs of it at Sussex, and I guess the way it is nowadays, you kind of get pushed along to a path, and you might not see Salt play that much red ball cricket because of his England commitments and franchise things around that as well.
Jordan Clark back into the attack. Former Lancashire man. He had to pick up a wicket against his former county. See there, 7 overs, 0 for 23. Steady this morning. Part of the attack that trying to put that squeeze on Lancashire.
And just on Salt, if he does string a few red ball scores together, he is that profile of player that fits into how England play their Test cricket. And there's obviously a long queue of batters out there, but if you have that kind of style to go with the runs, then that's obviously going to serve you well.
Where does he fit into a red ball England team for you?
Well, it seems that Lancashire aren't 100% on where he fits in for them. He obviously opened earlier this month, and now he's in the middle order, and he's kind of flip-flop between positions in his first-class career.
Well, there've been a few in that region of late. There's 4 more. No one at home at deep third.
Obviously Balderson got a couple of edges in the last over, but that shot was far more controlled from Salt. He definitely meant to take it down to third man for 4. I think if you think logically as a player trying to get into an England Test side, I think you're always going to look at there's always going to be more openings at the top of the order. You're asking for trouble to do at county level, but if you can pull it off, then it's a high reward.
I noticed one who has filled that berth at the top of the order. Alex Lee's getting runs today again for Durham. He's scored quite quickly this summer, as if he's taking that Bazball method into the county game. So yeah, I can do it. But you wonder whether England will go back to him.
I think that speaks to how Durham have played their cricket this summer as well. Obviously under Ryan Campbell as their coach. I mean, Ben Stokes is of Durham, and I think there's got to be some sort of degree of influence there as well.
Short and wide, clubbed away. It'll only be a single though. Surrey have a sweeper. Will Jacks on that deep cover boundary. Now Alex Lee's out for 101 today from 151 balls. And Durham in their game ticking along at 4.5 runs per over, which is how they've tried to play it this season. They've tried to score quickly.
There's a lot to like about how they played. I think what I've liked as well, and a sort of underappreciated part of their cricket, is their use of spin. They've had a few kind of overseas spinners come in. They obviously signed Matt Parkinson on loan as well from Lancashire, and they want to kind of, they want to sort of promote spin, and that's not something you always see in county cricket.
And you've got a team here in Surrey who are top of the table, going well. Won 5 out of 7 matches, but very few wickets taken by spinners this season. And no spin used today. 49 overs bowled. We're definitely at that stage of the day's play where a captain would traditionally be thinking about turning to a slow bowler, or perhaps even earlier. It's going to be Dan Worrell from the Vauxhall end of the ground. There is a man back at deep backward square leg for Salt, and a fine leg as well. Partnership with 66 between these two. Did see Lancashire recover earlier from 46 for 3 to 119 for 3, then 2 quick wickets, and that's what Surrey will be saying to themselves. 200 for 7. Well, that's a short ball for the man back. It's gone very quickly down to Sam Curran on the bounce. Nice sound off Phil Salt's bat there. The same relentlessness as the other Surrey bowlers today. Those figures: 12th over, 0 for 52.
It's rare to see him go for a few, but I guess that's the beauty of this Surrey attack. You know, one guy has a bit of an off day, and then you've still got 4 others who will come in and do a job. Sean Abbott's obviously bowled beautifully today. We saw Tom Laws, who just looks so great when he pitches it up and attacks the stumps. Old Darryl Mitchell was beautiful in swinging Yorker.
Yes, if you haven't caught up with it, if you haven't been with us all day on Surrey TV, I think Pat Cummins dismissing Ollie Pope in the Edgbaston Test match. Another single there to Balderson.
So that's why they're, you know, Burns is probably holding off from spin, because he always has another extra kick to go to. He can always look to another man who's out there resting up a fine leg and tell him to, you know, go in hard for 4 overs and try and pick us a wicket.
It's very unusual to have a 5-man attack like this, but sometimes you look at pitches and you think, yeah, it's the way to go. Sometimes you look at pitches and you think, actually, this is a Salford give a 2 here towards deep forward square leg, this side against it. Abbott closing in. Sometimes you look at pitches and you think, well, don't bother with this pace bowlers. This is a 4-spinner pitch, but of course spinners can bowl for a lot longer spells than pace bowlers, so you probably don't need that many spinners.
But I do wonder, I mean, just with the quality of quicks that they have, whether, you know, the pitch plays that much for thinking anyway. When you have these quality bowlers, maybe you don't even worry too much about the pitch, and you just go, these are our best bowlers. They are our quicks, but they're our best bowlers as well, and we're going to go with it.
Just held the bat there, nicely controlled by Balderson. Back for 2, they're going to look for 3. Yeah, Salt's casting back for the 3rd. So 11 runs off the edge of Balderson's bat of late, but a degree of control about them. So 50 overs bowled, and Clark is going to bowl another over from the pavilion end. It's a strong breeze out there blowing across the ground, so with Clark bowling from the far end. Breeze is, in theory, taking the ball away from the left-hander. First over with this Kookaburra ball that the championship teams are using in this round of matches and the next one. Surrey's next game against Nottinghamshire on this ground with the Kookaburra, and this is traditionally the time when, with the Kookaburra ball, batters profit. Balderson and Salt are doing that at the moment, making it tough for this Surrey attack.
We'll be interested to see what the players have to say after day's play on using this ball.
Give me the Dukes, I think is what they'll be saying.
Less pronounced seam, which obviously is bound to affect the quicks, but we haven't seen spin today, but I imagine spinners also want a bit more on the seam.
Tempter, and Balderson very nearly succumbed. He was looking at a gap on the offside through the covers, crashing it for four to the short boundary. You can see that breeze ruffling his shirt there. It's going from left to right as you look at it. Warm breeze, but some of the crowd who's sitting out in the sunshine might be grateful for it. Baking hot day at the Oval. Plenty taking shelter underneath the first tier of the Galadari stand, as you can see on that shot. Plenty sitting out in the sunshine as well. Feels like a 3-shower day today. It's going to be a bit cooler tomorrow. Still dry and pleasant, but a bit cooler.
Get the sense that Clark, conventional feel, but he's trying to mix it up now. These two have been batting well. Seen a couple of short balls, a couple of fuller ones now. He's just trying to mix up the lengths, just try something a bit different.
9 overs, 0 for 28. And we're in that balanced position at the moment where Lancashire forge ahead. This partnership continues. They'll feel they're getting themselves back in the game. Surrey pick up 2 quick wickets, then huge advantage to them. So such an important partnership between these two. Right, change of bowler at the Vauxhall end of the ground. Tom Laws, who bowled early and took that wicket. Taha was describing an excellent Yorker to get rid of Daryl Mitchell's going to have a go from the Vauxhall end.
Turning to bowl at the Vauxhall end.
A man on the deep cover boundary and on the deep backward square leg boundary. If you are Salt and Balderson here have got themselves in, they put a partnership together. I feel this is where you really want to be when you're batting at the Oval. Sunny conditions, Kookaburra ball, 51.1 overs old. Great opportunity. Just out his shot there, Will Jacks has bowled a delivery from gully backward point region to cover. I don't know whether that means he's loosening up or whether he's just trying to remind the captain that he does have a slow bowler out there who might be useful in this situation just to change things up a bit. And it's gone past Jacks in that gully area, away to his right hand side, flashed away by Salt for 4. He really leaned into that one. It wasn't far away from Jacks.
Just moved in a slight touch. Really tight in the body, but Salt just managed to get his arms away there. I feel like Jacks it's got to be on soon now, surely.
If he'd been in the line of that, it would have been some catch, because it was hit hard by Salt. Single this time. Salt threatened to become the first batter today to reach a half century. And most have got in today for Lancashire. No one has been able to go on, so every player but one has made double figures. The biggest surprise was Daryl Mitchell's wicket. So solid. He's cleaned him up with that Yorker.
That's a magical delivery.
Really, yeah, excellent bowling.
With that breeze going now, I feel like Lords is going to look again for a sort of Yorker that comes into the batter. Balderson, the left-hander on strike.
There's a ball back to bowl there, and Rory Burns is changing the field. Cover over to leg slip. Just about to deliver the ball. I don't think I've seen a fielding change as late as that for a long time. A big shout. Michael Burns has given 2 out today. Didn't look quite right. Perhaps height on that one. Let's have another look. Where's this hit him as well in terms of line? Yeah, outside the line of off stump and a bit high.
On the thigh pad.
You can understand why Laws asked the question, but you can understand also why umpire Burns said no. Thinking time for Rory Burns there, on conversation with the bowler before the start of this Clark over. Breeze is really picking up. Going overhead into Heathrow Airport, quite a bumpy landing in this strong wind. Nudged away for a single by Salt.
It seems all too comfortable right now for Lancashire. It's not exactly that quite straightforward to pick out how Surrey are trying to attack these two batters. Feels like they're going for the sort of, let's keep it tight, nothing's really happening, hope the pressure builds and something happens. Doesn't seem like they're trying to force it.
That's a fine stroke. Thrashed away off the back foot by Balderson.
had a few thickish edges down to third man, but they're strong on the back foot and a properly flowing release of the arms to get it through cover. Really lovely shot.
It's one of those, as a batter, you hit one sweetly as that, it lifts your confidence, thinking, yeah, that's the way to do it. But he's followed up with an outside edge. Bowlers has had a look at the square leg umpire to see whether that is carried, and it has. Good low catch by Ben Folkes, and that was the wicket that Surrey were looking for. Jordan Clark, first wicket of the day against his former county. 201 for 6.
Sticking to the basics works.
This will show you the quality of the catch from Folkes. Very good away to his left hand side, low down. Balderson did have a look out towards square leg. Umpire Burns said, yeah, that was fine.
George Balderson caught Folkes, Noel Clark for 34.
Just moved away a slight bit. Balderson, having hit for the previous ball, felt like he needed to get a bit of bat on it and nicks the edge. Ben Folkes does the rest.
Yeah, sometimes you wonder what gets you out. Is it the ball or the ball before?
New batter.
Did hit that one really sweetly, the ball before. Right, Tom Bailey in at number 8 for Lancashire. And we have got over 11 overs to go until tea.
Frustrating again for Lancashire. They've got another guy who's got in, he's really looking the part, and he's not gone on to, forget the big score, he's not gone on to get 50 as well. It's all riding on salt now to get be that man to actually lift his bat and acknowledge the crowd, and then really now need him to go big as well.
Tom Bailey, number 8, first class batting average of 18. And then Will Williams, he averages 13 with the bat. Blatherwick and Morley. Morley playing in his 5th first class match, the young slow left armour. So Surrey's patient, relentless seam bowling approach is working.
And they'll know that, that's quite a long tail there. So with that wicket, they're into it now, and they'll be, having put Lancashire into bat today, be very keen to wrap up this first innings soon.
So 2 short mid wickets in for Tom Bailey. 2 slips as well. And Bailey off the mark, first ball. No need yet for Phil Salt to say charge, but if they did lose another wicket, possibly 2, then he might have to try to really take over. First things first, though, he's 48 not out, fielder back on the deep cover boundary.
Always feels like a shame that we have to force a change in the pace of how he's playing, because he's playing beautifully at the moment.
And applause for Clark's over, first wicket of the day for him. He's a little bit, if Abbott doesn't get you, Clark will. If Clark doesn't get you, Curran will. If Curran doesn't get you, Laws will. Not so much Dan Worrell today, but he has had a very good season.
And I think our calls for Will Jacks to come on aren't going to be listened to.
Well, this is what works for Surrey, isn't it? That's the point. You think, you've got to bowl a spinner, It feels like conditions in which to bowl a spinner. but this is working. Here's Laws bowling to Bailey. And that's frustrating, I think, for Laws, that Bailey gets off the mark first ball of the over, or gets off the strike first ball of the over, second run. He'd love to be bowling at the new batter. 3 out though. A few gaps in the field for Salt to score a single. Also the close catches there as well.
Interested to see if he shifts the tempo now, or he's got that kind of faith in Bailey at the other end.
You'd think faith while Bailey was there, you'd think. And then perhaps a change of tempo, if they were to lose a 7th, definitely an 8th wicket. But interest from the slip fielders, nothing from Folkes, who's gone after it, nothing from the bowler as well in terms of an appeal there. Leg by, signalled by umpire Burns.
Still trying to find his line since he started this spell, Tom Laws. He's at his best when he's targeting the stumps. So far he's been slightly on the pads, slightly a bit too wide outside off. We're just looking at, well, we're looking at Tom Bailey's toes, I reckon.
Well, he went a bit fuller that time. Nice if you could produce deliveries like the one that got rid of Daryl Mitchell with at will. Doesn't always work like that.
I mean, the thing is, he has produced those deliveries quite regularly for Surrey this season, especially at the Oval.
Fielder's gone back to the deep square leg boundary now, you can see. Last ball of the over. A great deal of conviction in that shot from Bailey. He actually played a better shot at it after the ball had gone through to Ben Folkes. End of Laws is over. Tidy figures from him, 9 overs, 1 for 19, 204 for 6 then, with 10 overs to go until tea, and Nikki Chaudhuri is going to join you to take you to the tea interval, and I'll be speaking about Laker and Lock.
Afternoon, Taha.
Hi Nikki, how you doing?
I'm alright, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, all good, thanks.
Thoughts so far?
Well, it looked like sort of Balderson going pretty well there, looking pretty comfortable. I was sort of wondering what Surrey were doing, and then Jordan Clark intervened and got the edge, and now they're firmly into Lancashire's tail. I mean, Phil Salt is playing beautifully out there, but it's very much all up to him now to get Lancashire to respectable and more than respectable total.
Exactly, he's been playing some nice shots, and this one he's just worked away off his hips. And again, I was speaking with Simon earlier, and the bounce that we have here at the Oval has allowed him to get away with a few on the rise drives and hooks. But Surrey in a very good position here.
I mean, Salt will go after the ones that he sees outside off. That's the type of player he is. You see it in white ball cricket, but he's got that dasher element to him in red ball cricket as well, and it serves him pretty well, I reckon.
So far it has, and this one fielded pretty athletically. It's funny you mentioned that. I think Simon mentioned it earlier. It's the way he goes about his game, that's just the type of player he is. I know we say that, But in terms of the context, in terms of the situation, do you think at that point it is the individual's role to perhaps rein themselves in a bit, assess the situation? Or would you just say, go all guns blazing, that's how I play, and that's how I'm going to play? Oh, good delivery here from Jordan Clark. Stayed low, didn't carry that much.
I mean, right now I think the situation marries up with his style of play anyway. I think he's, better served to play some shots. That's a good ball from Jordan Clark. But yeah, I think you have to strike a balance. But right now, I think Salt was playing with a pretty decent clarity of mind, and you should just keep going on about it.
This one hits the deck a bit, and some good deliveries so far from Jordan Clark this over. And again, we mentioned earlier, perfect conditions. We've got a bit of a breeze, a lovely sunny summer's day, although it's technically still not summer. Apparently.
What makes you...
Apparently, I think the official date for summer starting is a little bit later. Maybe I'm wrong. This one's been pushed through. It's not going to make its way down to the boundary though. Rory Burns intercepts that, and they...
Lovely bit of placement that from Tom Bailey. Pushing that through the covers. First I've ever heard of this whole summer thing.
No, there is a certain when... Okay, so officially summer starts on Wednesday, the 21st of June, so I've just missed it, but we're pretty much... There are official dates, and it ends on Saturday, September the 23rd, so...
I'm not too sure. I need the calendar to tell me that summer's started. I can look outside the window right now and
don't need to do me that. So, had I said this last week, it would have still technically been spring. As per the calendar, as in comes Tom Laws, and this is struck firmly to mid-on. You've been watching much of the women's test match by any chance?
Well, I actually got back from Nottingham earlier today.
Oh wow, okay.
I was there yesterday to watch Tammy Beaumont hit a double century. Incredible moment when she... Well, incredible two moments really. One was when she got past 189 to, beat Betty Snowball's 88-year-old record of the highest score by an England women's player. So that was a standing ovation there. But obviously, when she got to 200, that was what meant the world to Beaumont quite clearly. There was a roar of delight, and the ovation she got was just sort of incredible to see. Having been to having covered a women's test match a couple of years ago in Bristol.
Oh, this is a crack of a delivery from Tom Laws. Lack of footwork here. It's kind of stuck in the crease here, Bailey.
Yeah, I mean, having covered a women's test match a couple of years ago in Bristol, just kind of remembering, it being a really good match, but sort of sparse crowd. To see the numbers that came in yesterday, it was it was something special.
It was indeed, and she batted brilliantly. I don't think, as much as of her innings I did watch, there was many opportunities that she was giving a chance. She did play some really great cricket shots, and it was a very calculated innings as well. But I did hear, apparently, Catherine Skiver-Brunt has just recently said that she doesn't think we're going to see many more women's test matches. Shorter delivery just ducked away. And again, as we mentioned, decent carry here at the Oval, because apparently there's more of an appetite just to watch women's white ball cricket. She said it's sad, but she doesn't think having this test match is going to make a huge difference. What do you think about that? Would you like to see, I think?
I mean, it's always an enjoyable spectacle.
It's always a fuller delivery, and you just dink that to deep point.
And every time you kind of also just have these build-ups to these test matches, and the players speak about it, you know, they're desperate to play more test cricket, and you know they're looking forward to it. I mean, Tammy Beaumont herself said, you know, that it was a dream come true to hit that maiden test century, you know, having watched the 2005 Ashes. So going back 18 years, she's been waiting for that moment. But you know, administrators will say, you know, white ball cricket is the future, and that's where their focus is. And yeah, it's you know, it's an odd one. These are such, you know, fantastic matches. We've got a fantastic match going on right now in Trent Bridge, but you don't want it to just be an exhibition type of thing.
And this is edged away, and it will be making its way down to the boundary 4 runs. I think yes, but the fact that we've had a 5-day match has proven that we are going to get a result. The game can go on for 5 days. We don't need to just play 4-day women's test matches. But then again, everyone's got a different style of playing, so there's potentially a lot of players out there who would be better suited for the longer format version, and perhaps that just gives a wider pool of players to choose from, and again, more opportunity. Otherwise, you could say it's pretty concentrated.
Yeah, and you look at someone like Beaumont, who obviously lost her place in the T20 team. You know, her game is perhaps better suited for the longer a game goes.
This is pitching, and it's going to be caught at mid-on, and Jordan Clark gets his second wicket here. Tom Bailey skies it, and Surrey pick up their 7th. Lancashire 213 for 7. That comfortable or ideal target of 300 odd, as you and Simon have mentioned, seems very distant at this rate. It was bunged in short by Jordan Clark. Tom Bailey kind of caught off the back foot, weight going back, and he skied that straight down mid-on's throat.
Not a particularly convincing stroke from Tom Bailey. Didn't really get to that pull shot. Rushed him a bit, and spent an age in the air, but I don't think Sam Curran was ever going to drop that.
Yeah, it spent quite some time in the air, just kept going up, and Tom Bailey didn't really quite get over the ball, and just, I think the heights just pushed him back. But Surrey pick up their 7th now.
Just as Jack Blathrick makes his way to the crease, just a reminder that at the tea break, Simon Mann will be interviewing author Chris Sandford about Locke and Laker, those two great spin twins.
Sounds like an interesting conversation. Do you have plans to see any more of the Women's Ashes series, or are you heading over to Lords next week then?
I'll hopefully get myself around. Was just at the test match for the day yesterday, and I guess I'm sort of missing out a bit on the action right now. Was kind of expecting Australia to get in a position to declare, but
they really don't seem like they're going to end up in that sort of comfortable position.
So Alyssa Healy's playing a pretty important knock at the moment,
which she'll probably feel pretty happy about given her last few dismissals. I think she's had
three ducks
on a row in her last few tests, so to be able to spend some time out in the middle will be good for her.
Seems like she sent herself down the order as well, sending the sort of informed players above her.
And talk about form, Annabelle Sutherland. I literally have not stopped talking about her innings. I was literally so impressed. I think it just goes to show the depth and the talent in that Aussie side. And this one, Blatherwick's forward, good stride into the delivery.
You say that, but I guess watching them in the field yesterday, they were almost, with the amount of bowling options they had, I felt like they were almost confused about who to turn to, because there are just so many there. I mean, Alana King, Alyssa Healy turned to her. She'd bowled 8 of the first 80 overs of the Australian innings, and then Healy turns to her.
Ooh, just short of mid-wicket, and a single picked up here for Lancashire. Phil Salt currently just one shy of his half-century. He's played an important knock here so far, keeping this Lancashire innings together. Flary shots from the white ball specialist.
You had Healy turning to King with the second new ball available. It seemed like she wanted to give her leg spinner a few more overs though, and they just had to, and then they ended up delaying with the second new ball when they really should have taken it. But it feels like she wanted to give everyone a few more overs.
End of the 57th, Lancashire 214 for 7. Yes, exactly. But then again, with leg spin, I think it's a skill and an art in terms of the ability that leg spin can pick up the wickets. I think if you bring a leg spinner on, it can either go each way, right? But in terms of the opportunity or the possibility that those chances are created, is an interesting one. And obviously Rowan Ahmed from Leicestershire has been called up into the Ashes squad now. We haven't had a leg spinner in the squad, and if Moeen Ali's not fit to play in the second game at Lord's next week, then perhaps Tom Law's not interested. Slip cord and go up, and Tom Law's just decides he's going to head back to the top of his mark. So yeah, potentially he'd be the youngest cricketer to play in the Ashes as well, so should he get that opportunity, I think having a leg spinner in the side is a good option.
Yeah, I think youngest in the men's Ashes since the first test played by England and Australia. But yeah, I mean, he's already made history in the winter when he became England's youngest test cricketer, and then took a fifer as well. So he's had an unbelievable start. I mean, but even then, it still feels incredible to think that he might play an Ashes Test match.
I know, such a young age, and what an experience as well. Good delivery here from Lawes Brathwaite, just deciding to leave that one alone, as he should. I think it's really important they don't go chasing any wider deliveries. Yes, knocking on the runs would be an ideal situation here, but then again, you've got to dig deep and bat out as much time as possible.
And then he goes chasing after one.
Yeah, we've got roughly 38 overs left in the day, and ideally they'd be looking to bat all of those.
Would you like to see Rehan?
I honestly, it would be great to see him have a go. Ooh, this one's just left alone. Last minute to drop out of that shot from Tom Latham, and the right decision, so just took a little bit of extra height. Yeah, I would actually love to see him. I think the skill he has, and obviously to be able to perform on a stage like that, and I know he would probably love that as well. It's a shorter delivery, and Brathwaite's just on top of it, defends, and it's going to bring up the end of the 58th over. Lancashire 214 for 7, a maiden here from Tom Laws. What about you?
Oh, I think what's fascinating about him is obviously people think he's a leg spinner, so he'll be spinning them away from the right-hander when Australia have quite a few left-handers in their top and middle order. But what's more potent than his leg break, and what we saw in the winter as well, is that his googly is the delivery that he's more comfortable with. You've seen it in white ball cricket as well. He spins that googly. It doesn't just go straight on. It spins a mile. So he will, if he does play, he's going to try and rip it past that left-hander's outside edge. I mean, ideally, Moeen Ali's finger is right, and England hope will be right, so they can, continue with the guy they've plucked out of retirement. They don't want to, finish off with him after one test. I mean, it would be an incredible story if Ahmed plays, but it's still, I don't know, it's still a huge call to bring a young guy like that into an Ashes series.
It's tucked away here for a single, and I think, as you mentioned, bringing Moeen Ali out of retirement is probably one of the biggest things that's been talked about recently, but that also does bring up Phil Salt's half century. A good important knock here for Lancashire.
He's played really well, Phil Salt. Lancashire have kind of had all their batters come in, make starts, but no one go on and make the big score. But he's the first man to 50, and he's looked really, really impressive against the Surrey attack.
Better lines here from Jordan Clark, and I think obviously bringing him out of retirement is great. The fact that he's decided he wants to play Test cricket again, absolutely amazing. But what sort of message do you think that initially sent out to the rest of the spinners out there in the domestic circuit who potentially may have thought they had an opportunity there? Surely that's a bit disheartening, a little bit.
I don't necessarily agree with that, because I don't think there's a spin out there who's made a overwhelming case. That's not necessarily those spinners' fault. It's kind of more of a systemic issue, really.
That
would
cricket be my next point, saying is that going to say that you don't think there's enough spinners within the domestic structure of that standard who can sustain holding up an end in the Ashes?
Oh, clearly. Yeah, I mean...
So surely there's a fundamental issue through the structure then?
Sure, but I think that issue's been staring English cricket in the face for a very long time, and I'm not sure anyone's actually trying to resolve it.
How would you resolve it, though? It's so widespread.
I think counties need to put more faith in their spinners. I think what they do is bring in overseas spinners and trust them with the overs, and those overseas spinners then become icons. Simon Harmer, Jeetan Patel. What counties needs to do is slightly take the conditions out of it and give young spinners, overs over after over. Let them get their overs under the belt, and then later on down the line you'll see the returns. But what counties will say in response to that is, well, we've got to chase results. We can't afford to just, hope and wait for a spinner to come off. And obviously, the conditions that, county cricket is played in, county championship cricket is played in, always going to be more beneficial to the seamers. And so that will always be the way to go. But if you do invest in a spinner, and if it comes off, then those spinners they don't just win you matches, they win you county championship titles. That's what Jeetan Patel did for Warwickshire. That's what Simon Harmer's done for Essex. But they've done it as overseas players.
That's pulled away off the front foot by Phil Salt. They're looking for two, who's been sent back. Ooh. And that brings up his half century. Phil Salt, 50 of 69.
Phil Salt's 50, coming off 69 balls.
Lancashire 218 for 7. He wanted the two. He's been sent back. But then again, I think it's a bit of a catch-22, don't you think? The whole, I need to fix this element, but I don't want to compromise on the game, on the team's results. So how would you find that balance? Because surely there's going to be a time when you need to feed players through the system. Fuller delivery. And he's been done here, Tom Latham, on the floor, but they managed to pick up a single. He's up on his feet quickly.
Another wonderful Yorker from Tom Laws. We obviously saw one earlier against Darryl Mitchell.
And it's definitely done Tom Latham on the toes. He looks to be in a bit of discomfort at the non-striker's end now.
Almost did too much from Laws. It's going down leg. I mean, it's absolutely flattened him.
This is a fuller one. And pick up a quick leg by here as well. But yeah, as you mentioned, it's something really hard to address without creating another issue down the pipeline. So
yeah, and it'll be interesting to see, how England go when they tour India. That's early next year.
Yeah, that's early next year, I believe, right? January into February.
Spinner obviously played a key role. Moeen Ali has kind of, I guess, suggested that his kind of return is pretty much just for this series. England will hopefully have Jack Leach by then, who bowled all right last time England went to India, picked up quite a few wickets, but he'll need support from elsewhere as well. And I guess one of the good things about being a spinner in England is you're never actually that far off from getting into the team.
And this one's just slightly wide delivery. Blathwick flares at it. Yeah, given the amount of competition around, yes, a decent performance and you might just get the call up. But yeah, the series against India in India is going to be a true challenge, especially with the brand of cricket that's currently being played. Will that be able to hold its own in those conditions? It'll be an interesting one to watch. I'm looking forward to it.
I like how that question is posed pretty much ahead of every series now. Will it hold up against this team in these conditions? I mean, it's a question being asked at the moment.
That's the end of the 60th over. Lancashire 220 for 7. And I believe we're going to have a change in bowling from the pavilion end. Sean Abbott comes back into the attack.
Bowling at the Nicky Stewart pavilion end, Sean Abbott.
Now, I think everyone's going to be asking that question, really, especially when you are against top sides like Australia, India, and that too, playing India in India on those sort of tracks. Or a wider delivery. Yep. Looking to chase that one.
Yeah, I mean, we're a long way away from that series, but yeah, you're right. I mean, the wickets we've seen in India over the last few years in Test cricket, it's not just visiting batters who struggle there now, by the way. It's the greats of the, Virat Kohli struggled in India in the last few years because those tracks are...
They're a challenge.
They're a pretty successive spin. And so, yeah, you kind of do wonder how England will go about it there.
And again, this line, perhaps just wondering whether Phil Salt really does need to chase at it. As mentioned, Lancashire 7 down now. And they'd be looking to at least get to a respectable score within the 300s. We've got a long time to bat. That one stayed low.
It was a last minute leave there from Phil Salt, I think. It looked like he was shaping up to play. I think he's gone at the last minute to sort of slightly save face there. It's ended up looking like a pretty decent leave, but yeah, he was definitely looking to play that.
It was a very last minute leave. Yeah, obviously those conditions difficult for everyone. I remember going out to Mumbai once to do some training, and I think the first day I went out, I thought I didn't know how to hold a bat. This is better. Towards the ball. In line with it here. Yeah, it was, honestly, I thought, do I even know how to play cricket? It was completely different.
I think playing in India does that to visiting batters.
It takes some time to at least get used to it. Actually, this is what I need to do. think I was in tears at the end of the first day, and I never really cry, but I just felt so useless. He's down the pitch here a bit, using his feet, and just plays that out to deep point. That's well calculated.
He's done that very nicely, Phil Salt, trying to get down to the pitch to the quicks to just carve through cover or carve through point for a single. There are singles available to him there, because obviously he's played a few aggressive strokes and got it through the field for 4.
Yes, the field's definitely slightly more dispersed for him. Obviously he's the set batter now as well. It's a good leave here from Tom Latham, and it's also going to bring up the end of the 61st over. Lancashire 221 for 7.
Obviously before that India series, still a lot of cricket to be played.
We've got the World Cup coming up October and November in India as well, so potentially you could say yes, it's going to be white ball cricket, but you at least get slightly used to the conditions if you're going to be there for 2 months prior to the test series beginning. So
yeah, and you'll have spin play a pretty key role in that World Cup as well.
Yeah, it definitely will. Wide delivery, and he's looking to drill that through the covers, just getting an under edge. There, Phil Salt. Yes, obviously you'd hope having that amount of time, perhaps adapting to the conditions slightly more, will benefit most of the teams. And again, in particular, England going in early 2024.
Yeah, interesting to see just how much of a crossover there is between the players that go to the World Cup and playing that test team. Obviously Ben Stokes himself is now retired from ODI cricket, so we won't see him at the World Cup unless...
You might just get a WhatsApp and say that says World Cup ? When I heard that, it did make me chuckle. Again, just under edge down. It's a fine leg for a single here.
Salt was shaping up for a nice booming cover drive. A bit frustrated there with himself that he's not got the middle. Settles for the single.
Yeah, I think he's just... bat face just closed a little bit too early there, not allowing it to really line up with the area he was eyeing. This is a much better shot. Lovely positions here from Tom Latham, getting into it, over it, and just pierces the gap. And it runs away for a boundary. It brings up 226 for Lancashire.
That's a lovely shot.
It's a really lovely shot. Yeah, as you mentioned, you never know. You might just get a text and you might see Ben Stokes again. This is a fuller delivery punched.
The sort of discourse that's gone on ever since he did announce his retirement is there's always been a kind of feeling like, oh no, this can't be the end. Oh no, he'll come back.
I feel like anything can happen. This is the way everything's been going. It's just nothing should surprise you or phase you out anymore. It's a better delivery here from Tom Laws. With the field he has, he's ideally looking to bowl slightly straighter lines. And that's also going to bring up the end of the 62nd over. Lancashire 226 for 7.
Such a sort of narrative of Stokes' career, his life. It's almost like you anticipate the great comeback as well now. I mean, it's just, he always produces great stories. His career is a great story, but there are great little subplots within it as well.
It's like twists. It's just like you can make a film out of it.
They have made a film out of it.
They're going to push it for 2 here and make it comfortably. I haven't actually managed to watch it yet. just been running around like a headless chicken, but that is the plan for next week.
No, it's a good watch. It's a good watch.
Better positions here from Salt now. He's reining himself in a little bit. And just looked at the scorecard for the women's test. Australia currently leading by 266. Seven down.
Think that's enough?
I don't think so. I think you'd want to touch 300. Use his feet again, and it's been sent back by Tom Latham. Too tight to take a single within the ring there. Yeah, I think you'd need to be pushing 300 because they've got a lot of time. You don't want to give England too much time, and obviously they'll be looking for a result.
That's nicely played by Phil Salt off the pads.
It is, and I think the way the field is dispersed for Salt, he's got that option there just to tick it over, get to the other end, and potentially just rotating it.
He does want to be a bit more expansive, but Sean Abbott's been Surrey's best bowler today, and he's not exactly the man you ideally want to take on.
This is a good leave here from Jack Blatherwick. I think it's always important that you're a good leaver of the ball, especially in this format. You need to know when to leave, not get carried away, obviously, with the urge to hit. And because sometimes as a batter, you just want to have that bat on ball sort of feeling, right? Just it gives you a bit of a bit more confidence. And this one played really late, opening the face of the bat, and it should be trickling its way to the boundary, and it does. Slowly but surely, that brings up another boundary for Lancashire. 233 for 7, the score now.
It's not very bad ball of you.
Can you
big
please?
Fan of the leave.
I do like the leave. I think the leave shows discipline. And the leave is also a shot. A lot of people think the leave isn't a shot. The leave is a shot.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I like playing the leave, but that's also because I can't lay my bat on it.
Yeah, I think it's a fine line, but you should know when to leave. There's short delivery to start the over, and it's been signalled a no ball as well. And I believe we've got just the one over before tea as well.
Law's pretty much telling us what he's going to be doing here. Got square leg, deep square leg. 2 men behind square as well on the leg side.
Yeah, it's pretty apparent what the plan is here. Against Phil Salt. Done a great job so far here for Lancashire. And he's just on his toes and rode with that one. Deep gap in the field. think the plan's pretty much looking to stay the same as well here against Jack Latham. Just actually, I take that back. Long leg's been pulled in. I do like this field. It's quite interesting, isn't it?
It's definitely the funkiest field we've seen so far today.
It is.
Got a leg gully. But I sense I'm going to see a Yorker.
Just having another. Yeah, we're just having another chop and change here now. So the leg gully's been sent out. And a fuller delivery here from Tom Laws. And you were right. Great predictions here, Taha.
Blatherwick. Nice and tight behind it. Didn't thud into his toes this time around.
Good full delivery here. Blatherwick's forward, and that should be tea. Lancashire 236 for 7. Phil Salt with 56 to his name. Jack Blatherwick accompanying him with 11. And both sides now head off to tea.
56 not out. Jack Blatherwick 11 not out.
It's been a good performance here from Phil Salt. He's played a role which his team needs. Seen some early wickets in the Lancashire innings. We lost Luke Wells early on to Sam Curran. Was caught behind Don Sibley taking the catch. And then Sean Abbott came into the attack. Got the wicket of Jennings LBW, and what a delivery that was.
It will be available free to members or to purchase for others.
I shall swap out, as I believe Simon Mann's got a very interesting conversation during the tea break.
15 minutes after the close of play to hear about Chris Sandford's book about Jim Laker and Tony Locke.
So there we go, there's the match summary. Lancashire 236 for 7 at tea. Fighting hard, Phil Salt 56 not out, but Surrey gradually working their way through this Lancashire batting lineup. Surrey winning the toss and deciding to field first on this very hot day in South London. There's the cards. So lots have got in, but not many have gone on. In fact, only Phil Salt so far has gone past 50 on this opening day, and the wickets spread around. Only Dan Worrell wicketless so far, but this relentless, remorseless Surrey 5-man pace attack has, generally speaking, done its job today. 236 for 7. I imagine Rory Burns, the Surrey captain, having put Lancashire in, will be reasonably happy with what his team have come up with today. 236 for 7 at the tea break, as the spectators are allowed on the outfield here at the Oval. What we are going to do in the tea break is we are going to chat to Christopher Sandford, who has produced this book, Locke and Laker, The Odd Couple, and it is well worth a read. It really is. There are lots of fascinating stories. Of course, Locke and Laker are woven into the fabric of this club and part of the Surrey side that was so successful in the 1950s, but of course not just that as well. They both played for England, and Jim Laker's test match in 1956 in which Tony Locke only took 1 wicket, and it must have been a really difficult experience for him. And I think the fascinating thing about them both is that they were both quite difficult people, and they didn't particularly like each other while they were playing for Surrey. Welcome to Surrey TV, Christopher. Well, you take up the story, really. I mean, it's your story.
Well, they were sort of awkward customers in a way, but obviously the results speak for themselves. I mean, they were awkward socially with each other and with other cricketers, but they were bloody awkward to the opposition batsmen as well. So, I mean, the proof of the pudding. But they were very competitive with each other, and I know with amusement that we have the Lock Terrace above the Laker Terrace now at this wonderful ground, which I think Tony would have somehow found a degree of pride in the fact that he's above Jim physically. And you could say they spurred each other on in a way. So, I mean, they were always very competitive with each other, and that friction that made them not great mates also made them hyper competitive for Surrey in England. So it was a good thing in a way.
How would you characterise each of them? If I asked you a few words to sum up Tony Locke and a few words to sum up Jim Laker, how would you characterise them?
Keith Miller, who was no shrinking violet, told me a long time, obviously before he died a long time ago, but he said it was like if you were batting against Locke and Laker, it was like having a Crufts champion bowling at one end and a pit bull at the other. So Laker being the Crufts champion. So very sort of serene, never lost his cool, unflappable. He just got on with it. If a catch was dropped, he might put his hands on his hips for a second. Locke was closer to the surface, and there was no doubt about what he was thinking, and he would tell you quite often in ripe language if he didn't like something. So very difficult, sort of cold, ice and heat, basically, was the combination.
And you think of spinners generally being sort of more thoughtful, but I presume he sort of had the temperament of a fast bowler, did he?
Who, Locke?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he was a fast bowler in some ways. I mean, particularly his quicker ball, which we now know and he later acknowledged was probably dubious legitimacy. I mean, he bent arm was distinctly nippy. And I remember Godfrey Evans telling me that he came off the field in Australia having kept to Locke, he had to put his hands in a bowl of ice water. And he didn't do that to any other bowler, including the Frank Tysons and the Fred Trumans. So he was nippy, and there was something about his mentality. Yes, he was a sort of fast bowler in his mind, slowish bowler in body. And I think he wanted to bowl fast early on, and his dad discouraged him because he don't quite have the height for it. So he settled for, spin with the occasional pinger, as he put it, which would go over the keeper's head.
And did he recognise that he occasionally threw it?
Well, apparently not, which is really extraordinary because it was well known on the county circuit in the 50s that there was a fast Locke ball of dubious legality. And it was here at the Oval in 1952, he was called twice for throwing. And he went back to the West Indies with Len Hutton's England team a year and a half later and was called there as well. So it can't have been a bolt out of the blue. And yet, it took until 1959, until he saw himself on a slow-motion film, that he fully came to realise he had been throwing the faster ball. And Ted Dexter, who was there, told me he absolutely destroyed Locke, this awareness, and he was in tears. And the rest of the England team took it in their stride. They thought it was quite funny, in a way, that he'd been getting away with it, and Locke was distraught. And he came back to England that spring, spent a month working on his action here at the Oval in the nets, and came back with a completely remodeled action and bowled for another 10 years at the top level.
And what was his success like compared to before?
It wasn't quite as good. I mean, I looked at the statistics, and his golden years in terms of the averages were definitely when he had that faster bent arm ball in his arsenal. But it wasn't that marked a difference. I mean, I think his average went from something like 21 to 23. So he was still a very effective bowler. And he kept going, of course, to his great credit. I mean, he played some of his best cricket in his late 30s. He went to Western Australia and more or less single-handedly turned their fortunes around from the sort of joke team at the Sheffield Shield to winning the Sheffield Shield as captain of the team. So he had an amazing Indian summer as well.
I looked at their bald stats, really. Tony Locke, 49 tests, 174 wickets at 25. Jim Laker, 46 tests, so 3 fewer, few more wickets, 193 at 21. Their careers, Tony Lock, 2,844 first-class wickets. Just say that again, 2,844 first-class wickets at 19. And then Jim Laker, 1,944 wickets at 18. Very similar figures, really, weren't they? Who was the better bowler, or was that impossible to say?
That's a big question. But I think they were so competitive with each other that one of the things Locke always, he told me, that gave him most pleasure his entire 20-year career was when he overtook Laker in Test match runs, the aggregate. And he only did that because he got a very last chance to go out and play in the West Indies when Fred Titmuss was injured in 67, 68. And I think he scored his best first-class innings, his highest first-class innings at that sort of final hurdle, and in doing so overtook Laker, and he said it was the best thing that ever happened in my career, was overtaking. I think he might have thrown in an adjective before he mentioned the name Jim Laker, but that shows you that even at the end of his career he was still, as Miller said, like the pit bull.
Yeah.
Wouldn't let go.
So did he compete more with Jim Laker than Jim Laker competed with him?
Well, it's an interesting story at the famous Old Trafford test in '56, where, of course, as the world knows, Jim took 19 wickets. And one of the reasons that Locke only took the 1 wicket was because he was bowling too fast. And he knew he was bowling too fast because Godfrey Evans, who was behind the stumps, of course, approached Locke at a critical moment and said, listen, the wicket is in your favour here. It's turning square. Just slow down and bowl it. And Locke said, I can't slow down. There's something about Laker taking these wickets at the other end that just drove Locke to bowl faster and faster. And the ball was sort of turning past Evans and going to first slip. He was bowling so fast, and it was such a turner. So maybe that was a case where Jim used his head more than Locke did. And I think that was one of the real differences between them, was not so much the technique of the bowling as the mentality. And Laker was a much more sort of thoughtful cricketer, and he could slow down or adapt to the conditions, whereas Locke would just get more and more hyper excited and sort of rev up, and he didn't seem to have that ability to contain himself when it would have been in his interest. So on that occasion it didn't work out for Tony.
Yeah. So just to be clear on this, as Jim Laker was taking all these wickets, Tony Locke would have been quietly steaming, would he?
Yeah, there's a great picture in the book where the first couple of wickets that Jim Laker took, Tony is his usual ebullient self in the slips or the leg slip. You know, he's got his arms up in the air. He's a great appealer for anyone's bowling, let alone his
and
own.
A good catcher of Jim Laker's bowling as well.
Fantastic catcher. I mean, he was too professional to ever floor a catch.
Yeah.
But the picture in the book clearly shows that by about the 7th or 8th wicket of this innings, as all the other England players are demonstrating their enthusiasm within the bounds of that word in 1956, they're applauding. Locke is standing there with his arms crossed across his chest, scowling down the wicket that his opponent, his rival, has bagged another wicket where Locke can see he's not going to get more than one. So I mean that picture does tell a million words.
And as they came off, Jim Laker had taken his 19. Peter May went up to Tony Locke, didn't he? And he said to him, "Look, you played your part in this." And it took England quite a long time to get Australia out in the second innings, to bowl them out in the second innings. I think it was something like 150 overs, and they bowled a lot of overs between them. Peter May went up to Tony Locke and said, you played your part. You only took 1 wicket. And Tony Locke said to Peter May,
I think the exact words were drop dead. And some versions of it, there's an intensifier in there that we won't mention on air, but it was blunt. And Peter May's attempt to sort of console Locke backfired. He was not consoled, to put it mildly. And Jim Laker said they didn't speak for 6 months after that.
I mean, it's an extraordinary story, because when you think of sporting teams, you think of team spirit, don't you? You think of everyone pulling together, but it ain't necessarily so.
No, it wasn't in this case, and yet the record, I mean, obviously, is an unparalleled record of success for Surrey, and not bad years for England as well. So you could take the view that this grain of antagonism between them worked for the team's interest, but they weren't the sort of blokes who'd go off on a sort of holiday together, or you didn't see the families going off on the closes. I mean, they left it at the close of play. They were not friends really. They were colleagues.
But they did sort of kind of have a rapprochement later in life, didn't they? The centenary test?
Yeah, there was a nice...
1977?
Yes, there was a nice touch in 77 when, as you say, it was the centenary test. And they not only stayed in the same hotel, they roomed together. And I think the organisers...
took a bit of a risk by the sounds of it.
I think they were probably, the Aussies, bless them, probably only knew them as the so-called spin twins. Yeah. And they weren't aware of this sort of subtext, so they put them in the same room, which, as you say, could have gone either way. But Locke swore that this was the beginning of a sort of thaw. And of course, they had a tragically short time, as it turned out, to have this sort of because Jim died in 1986. Was it 86? Anyway, he was a young man. Yeah, he was, I think. He was only 64, 65
That's right. Yeah,
years old.
That's right. He died at the age of 64. He was born in 1922.
Yes,
so 19. Yeah.
So it was in the end it was great that they had that period, but it was cut short, sadly. And of course, Locke was in Australia, so it wasn't as though they were seeing each other on a regular basis. But I think there was a bit of a rethink in the later years. Yeah.
There are many lovely stories and interesting anecdotes in the book, and it's well worth reading. Laker and Locke, the odd couple. There was one that really caught my attention, was the 1956 season. It was the season of the 10 wicket hauls, where let me get this right, and you can correct me if I've got it wrong. Where Jim Laker took 10 for 88 against Australia for Surrey in a tour match. Okay, and Brill Cream they got this reward up for the best bowling figures of the season, and it was and some money in those days because the cricketers weren't that well paid. So he took 10 for 88. Then someone else took a 10 for, not Locke or Laker, but then didn't Locke take 10 himself in a match, 10 for 54. And then Jim Laker just pipped him with 10 for 53. So he just one run, he nipped ahead of him. But wasn't there a drop catch somewhere along? Dennis Cox deliberately dropped a catch off Locke's bowling, actually, for Laker's 10 for against Australia.
Yeah, he said he tried to drop it as discreetly as possible, but Locke was not chuffed. I mean, he could see that it was done deliberately.
So that Jim Laker could take 10.
Yeah, he wanted to give Jim all 10.
Yeah.
And Locke was not chuffed by that. But one of the things that story conjures up, of course, is the extraordinary fact that there were 4 instances in that summer where spinners took all 10 wickets. I mean, if only we had something like that today. But it was a dark irony of the Manchester Test, dark for Tony Locke, that not only was he sort of humiliated as he saw it by taking the 1 wicket, but as you rightly say, Jim leapfrogged over him by the tiniest of margins to win this trophy. And I think there was £100 involved, which was serious money if you were a first-class cricketer in 1956. So you could see how there was a subtext going on, and it wasn't for nothing they didn't talk the rest of that year afterwards.
And their backgrounds as well. Jim Laker, Yorkshireman, lugubrious Yorkshireman. How did he end up playing for Surrey, for those who don't know?
Well, it's simply because he was demobbed from the army in 46, and he went to stay with an army friend in South London. And he was bowling for Catford in the, I'm not sure what league that was, but it's weekends. And the chairman or president of Surrey saw him wheeling away and said, why don't you come to the Oval for a net or trial? And it ended up with the results we all know. So it was really just happenstance. I think Jim's experience in Bradford, where he grew up, was also not terribly happy. He had a very unconventional childhood, where basically it was a one-parent family at a time when that was not accepted.
Both of them had one-parent families, didn't they? Essentially, for some of their childhood.
They did, in that Tony's mother sadly died when he was quite young, cancer. So they were both brought up, in Jim's case by his mother, in Tony's by his father. But I think in those days too, there was a sort of stigma to someone like Laker's upbringing. Being brought up by a single parent. The father had basically left them. And maybe that was part of the reason he was quite happy to stay down south rather than go up to Yorkshire again. But it was just a question of him staying in South London at that particular time, and events sort of took him there. But you could also say, I'm by no means a psychologist, but you could say that some of the ingredients of his Lakers' later attitude to cricket and to life stem from that experience in Bradford as a young lad, where he'd be sort of, people would nudge each other in the street and sort of point to his mother and say, you know, she's a Scarlet Woman, which is totally unfair. I mean, she'd been abandoned, but it was unorthodox for the 1920s and 30s. And I think that left an impression on Jim. He was a very private person, didn't sort of inspire immediate friendship, but if you did get to know him, I can't claim I did personally, but I know people who said he was the most loyal friend if you got through his defences.
Yeah.
But a tough guy to get to know.
Yeah. So what was it like for the other 9 in the team that played with them?
Well, I don't think they knew him very well. I mean, he was once, Godfrey Evans, bless him, told me that he was considered a bit subversive Laker on tour of Australia, because the team all went down the pub, of course, the first chance, or into the bar of the hotel, and they looked around, there's no Laker, and it was later found out he was sitting in his room subversively reading a book, and it wasn't even like a cricket book. I mean, he was reading a proper novel, and they all thought this was a bit odd. You know, why do you come down to Australia when there's this beer and sunshine and barbecues and sit reading Dickens or something? But that was Jim. He was always slightly apart from the crowd, and in the culture of the 50s, that was considered a bit weird.
Yeah, the players are coming back onto the fields. You can see the umpires are with us. Just very briefly, TV commentary. Jim Laker went on to, that's how I knew him growing up, was through TV. You know, he used to commentate with Richie Benno. What sort of TV commentator was he for those who haven't heard his commentary?
He was a bit like his bowling, very methodical, very sort of measured, laconic, didn't speak when he didn't have to, and quite imperious with it. And quite a distinguished cricketer who's still with us, I won't mention his name, but went into commentary and was sitting next to Laker, and he dared to contradict a technical point Jim had made. Something about, was that an arm ball or was it an off break that didn't turn very much? And they had a very slight disagreement, and the other bloke was summoned to Broadcasting House to be dressed down for having disagreed with Jim Laker. So he kept that sort of imperious thing going right through to the end.
Well, it's a fascinating story. Laker and Locke, the odd couple, as mentioned at the start of the interview, you know, they are woven into the fabric of this club, and they've got there's the Lock and the Laker Terrace named after them. Used to be the Lock and Laker stand on the far side, but the Galadari stand is up there now. That's been knocked down. It is well worth reading this book by Christopher Sandford, The Odd Couple. 2 difficult characters who didn't get on, but it somehow worked. Anyway, here's the first ball after the tea interval. Laws to Salt, and it's a no ball. And it's amazing how quickly the tea interval comes and goes. Christopher, thanks very much for your time. Thanks very much for joining us on Surrey TV. And I thoroughly recommend the book. One of the great things about biographies are the small things, the anecdotes, the little details you think make you smile or make your, make your eyes raise, really. Here is Laws. Salt, who's the one player really to get in today and make it difficult for Surrey, plays that way into the onside. So 32 overs are remaining in the day's play, just under, and they're probably in for quite a late finish, but there'll be no problem as far as the light is concerned, because as you can see, it's a delightful day. Those baking in the sun might regret it a bit later on today. A great day for coming along and watching cricket at the Oval, at the Kia Oval. And people are gradually moving as the sun moves around as well, getting out of the sun and sitting in the shade. Quite a few underneath the Laker Terrace, actually, in the Galadari stand on the far side of the ground from us, commentating in the JM Finn stand at the Vauxhall end of the ground. So Abbott bowling and getting a wicket as well. Salt driving at it, and he's nicked it through. And Surrey continue to make progress on this opening day. It's a 4th wicket for Abbott. And Phil Salt driving on the up, getting a thick edge, absolutely no doubt about that one. And so he has to drag himself off the ground in the first over after tea. 238 for 8. Yeah, not much foot movement there, playing away from his body. And a clear edge through to Ben Foakes, who is not dropping those chances.
You can see, as you say, not any footwork there from Phil Salt. It's been an innings like that, actually, from Salt. He either played missed or hit a boundary, and for once he got the edge. That was sort of threatening to happen for a while. That's the way, of course, he plays, and he's perished finally. Actually, he played well in between the play and misses. He played some pretty thoroughbred shots. So he departs, and he's replaced by who's come in to face him, Will Williams, at number 10. So a pretty key wicket that for Surrey, actually, because that Phil Salt had made significant difference to this total with his forthright approach. Sean Abbott now has 4 for 44 for 62. Jack Blatherwick is on 11. Will Williams comes out to bat at number 10. I think Surrey will be happy. Yaz Rana's back in the seat now. I think Surrey will be happy, won't they, with events generally. 238 for 8, having put Lancashire in.
Absolutely. It's been 27, 28 degrees all day. There's a bit of grass on the pitch, but it's no demons in it at all. This is very much the Surrey way. They bowl first, they restrict the opposition to somewhere between 200 and 350, and they'll back themselves to kind of set the tempo themselves with the bat.
And I think Sean Abbott deserves the 4 wickets, because he's been the one that's probably hit that in between length the most. He's just bowled. He started off with a wicket with his first ball, and he generally has found that awkward length and induced the false shot the most often. He's gone for a few, but he's got the 4 wickets, so he'll be happy with that. Just varying his position on the crease a bit, some a bit closer to the stump, some a bit wider.
Do you think there would have been any dressing room talk about changing plans because they're using a different ball?
No. I think you find a way, and they know their pitch very well. I mean, the Kookaburra is not. It obviously doesn't behave as consistently through an innings as the Dukes does. It goes soft, but I guess they back themselves to make inroads when the ball's hard, which they did. They took kind of, 4 or 5 wickets before the 35th over, something like that.
That was a really crucial period just after lunch, I feel. I think batting was very good at that point. And to prize out Villas and Mitchell at that point of the day.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, Mitchell, I thought Mitchell was set for a long innings, because he knows how to kind of build, construct an innings, but he just missed a straight one, really. I say missed a straight one. Tom Law's found a good Yorker for him. But, I mean, overall, the bowling has been steady, and they've bowled enough good balls, I suppose you'd say.
Time for some Will Jacks. First look at spin all day.
I'm quite surprised, actually. I mean, the Seamers have taken the wickets. They're now 8 down. I find it odd that you're now bringing a spinner in, but it's not saving anyone for the new ball, presumably. It's driven out to dig cover.
After listening to that conversation about Laker and Lockett tea, what do you think about Surrey? They've got 2 of the most highly rated young spinners in the country who don't get the side at the moment. One of the hottest days of the year so far. They're using a ball that supposedly swings less throughout the day, and the first look at spins in the 66th over, and their coach is Gareth Batty. What do you make of the kind of declining prominence of spinning?
I think it's a good observation. I suppose what I would say is that, as much as it is down to the paucity of good spin bowlers, I think batters are so much better at dealing with spin now. And actually, there's no fear or apprehension against good spin anymore, because batsmen have got so many options, so many scoring options, and spinners as a result, you know, go at 4 or 5 and over, and captains aren't really prepared to leave them on for too long because they know they can sort of lose control of the game. And there's a good example. I mean, he hasn't got the runs on that occasion, but there's no loss of confidence for batters against spin, even down the order. Blatherwick at number 9 is happy to go try and hit him over the top. He's gone again there and smashed that through extra cover for 4. So I feel sorry for young spinners. In fact, Shane Warne said this, you know, before he died. I mean, he was talking about the future of leg spin, and he was saying that he feels what he worries about the future for leg spinners, because captains are not prepared to invest in their time and leave them on, and also, you know, because of the proliferation of one-day cricket, they're actually better off with 6 different balls in an over rather than bowling a steady over of 6 good balls. You know, if you can vary it, you're more valuable in white ball cricket than if you just bowl 6 balls the same. And what you want in championship cricket is 6 balls the same, don't you, with subtle variations. So Warne saw that potential decline in spin because of what a team requires, and this is borne out by Surrey here. You know, you make a very valid point. It's a beautiful hot day, it's going to be hot all week. The pitch is green but dry underneath, I would imagine. It will turn, and the World Test Championship proved that. You could take wickets with spin, but teams are not prepared to invest in it.
I just find it very interesting that with England and Ben Stokes, he had made Jack Leach such a crucial member of that side.
Yeah.
And he bowled so many overs when there's not that much happening. Moeen Ali comes back for his first Test match in 2 years, and he bowls the second most overs he's ever done in an innings in England. In Stokes' side, the spin bowler is really prominent and really important. And when Leach goes down injured, there's a paucity of options there. And you know, you go back to 2.5 years ago when England went to India, they took 4 young spinners on that trip: Best, Parkinson, Crane and Verdi, none of whom this week are currently playing for their county. So there just aren't any options there. That role that Stokes holds as prominent, there aren't people doing that role in county cricket. There are very, very few specialist spinners at the moment, and even in a round like this, where it's been played in June.
That's a really good point, and I don't really know what the answer is. You know, the trouble is, you know, you bowl. I mean, Will Jacks can't really bowl from our end, this Vauxhall end.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, he can bowl out this area of the Vauxhall end. He can't bowl Pavilion end because it's a ridiculous leg side boundary. Where batsmen have just chipped that for 6. So, you know, boundaries being brought in, bigger bats, it makes it hard for spinners in county cricket. So I don't really know. That's going to be 4. So one that Sean Abbott didn't quite get right. Just angled down the leg side. Nice easy boundary for Blatherwick there.
You mentioned innovation earlier. Do you think that the reverse sweep in particular has been a massive game changer? I remember a few rounds ago, Liam Dawson came on to bowl against Ollie Pope, and you could just tell that he had decided to play the reverse sweep almost regardless of where the ball was going to be because of the field.
I don't think Nathan Lyon in the first innings of the Edgbaston Test, I don't think Nathan Lyon knew where to bowl to Joe Root. He was reverse sweeping at will, he was working through the leg side, but the reverse sweep, it just totally messes up your field setting, because you now need a deep third man for an off spinner. It's nuts, and it just creates so many other gaps. Once you've reverse swept a couple of times, you posted that man at deep third man. I assume the umpires here are running off for the ball to get a new ball. Are they? Well, how many overs bowled? 66.4. So they can't be getting a new ball. Whether they're getting a replacement ball, I'm not sure. It looks like it. So the old Kookaburra needs replacing. Then once you've created that fielding gap, you've got to have a deep third man to an off spinner. You know, there are so many other places to score runs, and so the reverse sweep has been a game changer, and they all practice it. They can all play it probably almost better than their normal sweep. It's not a risky shot anymore. It's not perceived as a risky shot, is it? It's one it's just a default.
What I find quite interesting this summer in particular is it has definitely got harder for the traditional finger spinner, but some are still thriving. So in the first couple of months of the season, Jack Leach was still doing okay, Simon Harmer still doing okay.
Takes wickets.
Ajaz Patel took a fifer, Matt Kuhneman took a fifer. These are orthodox spinners brought up in countries that, you know, there aren't dust bowls everywhere.
Yeah, I mean Harmer's interesting. He's got very big hands, and he bowls the slightly back of a length. And because he's quite tall, he gets that bit of bounce, a bit like Nathan Lyon. So it's a bit harder to dominate him because it's hard to get down the wicket to Harmer. He sort of bowls quite flat and he seems to bowl just short of a length. I mean, obviously the classic example of a slow bowler who's very successful is Sunil Narayan in short format. No one seems to be able to know how to play him. It's very rare that he goes for many runs. I noticed Middlesex got after him the other day, didn't they? But they got after everybody. And again, it's that slightly short of a length that he bowls that makes him hard to dominate. Bowlers, spinners who give it much air just get absolutely slaughtered. I don't know, it'd be interesting to know how somebody like Bishan Bedi, the great Indian spinner, would go in the modern game, because he had a great command of flight. Actually, it would be interesting to see how Locke and Laker, we were talking about Jim Laker and Tony Locke at tea, how they would go. I mean, Jim Laker bowled quite flat. He bowled a lot round the wicket to right-handers, but the pitch is turned. He might have gone well, actually. And I mean, good bowlers adapt, obviously. Will Jack seems to bowl generally round the wicket to right-handers. He seems to prefer that to bowling over the wicket. I wonder if that's because of his delivery, because he's over the vertical. When he bowls from over the wicket, he's bowling from quite wide because his arm is over his head. Whereas bowling round the wicket, he's probably almost bowling wicket to wicket. He's bowling from over the top of the non-strikers off stump when he's bowling round the wicket.
250 up for Lancashire.
250, yeah. 250, I mean,
I've always thought that for an off spinner, it's interesting that he's going over the wicket to Blatherwick.
Yes,
now.
That is true. Yeah.
I've always wondered that LBW is more in play from around the wicket.
Round the wicket, yeah. He's smacked that. That could be 6, is it? I lost it actually in the crowd.
It's gone before umpire signal 4.
Yeah, good shot. Blatherwick smiting Jacks over mid-off. I don't know why. I'm not really entirely sure why Jacks is bowling.
I'm with you there, Simon.
As if it's just like, I better give him a bowl. He's paid his match subs. We better give him a bowl. This is professional cricket, and that's another potential boundary. No, it'll just be reined in. So a couple of runs. Jacks has gone for 16 off his 10 balls so far.
I guess part of the reason why Surrey quite often can get away with not bowling much spin is they genuinely have 5 seamers, at least 1 or 2 of whom are decent all-rounders. So, we're in the 68th over of the day and no one's bowled more than 15 overs yet. He can keep them relatively fresh throughout the day.
Yeah. There could be an overrate issue, I guess. I mean, what we always used to do was bowl a lot of spin in the last session, especially when you were coming towards the end of the month, to make sure your overrate didn't contravene the regulations and cause a fine. But I don't think that's the reason why Jackson's bowling now.
So what do you think makes a spin bowler like Nathan Lyon so successful now? How has a conventional off spinner got close to 500 test wickets?
In his case, it's the bounce he gets, overspin, that bounce and dip that he gets from his action. He's not actually the biggest spinner of the ball, but he has. I mean, the key to spin is staying on, isn't it? If you go for runs, you're going to be taken off. So you have to be consistent and be difficult to score off. and maintain the pressure. I mean, Nathan Lyon works incredibly hard at his game, and he's always striving to improve, but the main thing he has is control, and that bit of extra bounce, which means he's harder to get down the wicket to and hit him over the top. I guess big Australian grounds probably also help him, in that he's not taken off. He won't be hit for six as much as he would in some small English grounds. 500 test wickets is incredible. Close to 500 test wickets. It's an amazing achievement, isn't it? But you can only do that by bowling lots of overs, and you can only bowl lots of overs by being economical. I don't know if that answers your question, but it is an amazing story, really.
I just find it really interesting that in England there are so few specialist spinners who are still in the game at 30. So even guys who are touted as England prospects, so in the last 10 years, Adam Riley, Kent, Ravi Patel at Middlesex, these are guys who went on Lions tours. By the time they're 30, they're no longer in the professional game. There are so few specialist spinners who actually command spots in a county's first choice side.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's to do with when the county championship matches are played, and captains not wanting to let the game off the hook by bowling the spinner in seeming conditions.
But then you get a situation where, because there are so few of them, anyone who comes through is straight away into the national conversation. You have one or two good county seasons, suddenly you're on a Lions tour.
I don't think Graham Swan actually didn't play a test match until he played about 150 matches or something.
He was 28, 29.
County championship matches. He played a one-day match or two when he was younger, but test cricket, he'd taken 300 county wickets or something, or maybe more, before he had the chance to play test cricket. I felt sorry for Dominic Bess, Dom Bess, who was sort of thrust into test cricket when he'd hardly bowled. He'd played, 20 matches or something in county cricket. So it's an art of a part of the game where you do need time to learn. Jack Leach has gradually improved. Players, captains have learned how to get the best out of him by field settings and when to bowl him. It is one of those parts of the game which you can't just, very rarely, unless someone is a freak like Warne or Murali, it's difficult to thrust them in. Lyon was a slightly late developer, really. Ashwin came in through one-day cricket, came in through the IPL, and gradually then got into Test cricket. But again, his secret was control, accuracy. I think he had the lowest economy rate of any bowler in the IPL in the first sort of 2 or 3 seasons.
Jadeja as well. I mean, he's not got the height of an Ashwin or a Lyon, but he's incredibly accurate.
He is incredibly
He's always tops economy rate lists and all that.
And of course, I suppose another thing that's helped spinners in Test cricket, as we see a spinner in county get flayed for another boundary. That's a 6 that time by Blatherwick. What a shot! That's a good shot over extra against the off spinner. So it is a short boundary, but still well struck. So one of the other things that's helped a spinner in Test cricket, of course, is DRS, which you don't have in county cricket yet. I think it might happen in time, but for the moment, DRS doesn't exist in this kind of cricket, and it's been a huge boon to spinners in like Jadeja. How many wickets has Jadeja got through DRS, the LBWs, and some courts as well, which he might not have got otherwise, caught behinds and things like that. Graham Swan got 30% of his wickets LBW, whereas spinners of the past 25 years earlier would have got 10%. Lock and Laker probably even less, because there was no such thing. You prop forward to a spinner in those days, and if you were hit on the pad, the umpire said not out unless you were playing the sweep shot, and then he gave you out for the shot rather than whether the ball was hitting or not.
It's a very handy little cameo here from Jack Blatherwick.
It is. And Jackson's gone for 21 from 2.5 overs. And he's gone for another one. That's hit flat down here, just short. That's a one bounce 4, but it doesn't look as if he thinks Will Jacks is up to much. His bowling anyway.
35 not out. Previous best in first class cricket was 11. He's only 8 games into his first class career, but clearly showing that he is capable with the bat.
And now what are Surrey going to do here? Are they going to leave the men in and tempt him to go for it again? They're still actually retrieving the ball at the moment, but I wonder if they're going to do the Ben Stokes approach and leave the men in and say, go on, have another go. No, definitely not. They're keeping them. They're now putting both men back on the rope, long on and long off. Blatherwick on to 35 from 42 balls. And he plays, well, I was going to say he plays a sensible shot straight down the ground, but it was fielded by Jacks. So it's helped the Lancashire cause a little. 268 now for 8. And I wonder whether Rory Burns will give Will Jacks a third over. And I wonder also whether that's paid the idea of Will Jacks being the one spinner in England's ranks in time.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, Rohan Ahmed's averaging over 50 with the ball this summer for Leicestershire, going at around about 4 and over. I understand that conditions were obviously very different in April and May to what we've got this week and what we'll have at Lord's. But I've watched a lot of Leicester this year, and his batting is really good.
Yeah.
Like, I know when people were talking up last summer, I was kind of like, people say this about young all-rounders, that the suit you haven't seen much of yet is actually better than you think. But he is really, really impressive. That you almost if you took away his leg spin and you look at the body of work he's putting together as a first-class number 6, number 7 at the age of 18. I mean, I think he's averaging about 40 this summer with the bat. Already got a first-class 100. He's come very close to getting 2 more. I can definitely see him being a proper top 5, top 6 player in the future.
He was part of that huge run chase at Yorkshire, wasn't he? Leicester chased about 400 to win early season, and I've got a feeling Rayan Ahmed made 70 odd in that match.
Yeah, I think he might have got 250s in that game.
Oh, was it? Yeah.
I think put on a big stand with Pete Hanscom.
Yeah. Well, this 9th wicket pair doing quite well here at the Oval. That's more runs. Will Williams just tucking that away on the leg side, which is slightly to hurry in the end. Blatherwick, but he made it. It's good cricket.
9th wicket's down now, worth 31. When Rory Burns decided to bowl first this morning, what kind of score do you reckon Surrey will be thinking? 250
to 300. If you bowl a team out for under 300 on the first day in sunny conditions, I reckon you're pretty happy. 250. So they've done a bit better than that, Lancashire, but they would want 350, 400. There's a bit there, isn't there? There's enough to keep the seam bowlers interested. The Surrey bowling has been a little bit mixed.
I'm sure a lot of people watching this will be double screening this stream with the women's test match. England are going very, very well. 44 for none, chasing 268. They're going at basically a run and ball in the second innings.
They did well to bowl Australia out, didn't they?
Yeah.
260. 250, was it 257, I think?
Yeah.
Sophie Eccleston, another 5 for. Yeah, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Can they hold their nerve now? That will be the key.
I feel for the series it is so important that England win this. Australia is such a good white ball side.
Yeah.
Getting those extra points you get for winning the test match, I think, generates a buzz that will last. I think there's a danger that even if that test is a draw, Australia is such a good white ball side that series might lose a bit of jeopardy quite quickly.
There is some conjecture, actually, isn't there, whether the test match should get more points than the 4 if you win it, or that some of the one-dayers should get less than 2, because you win the test match 4 points, but then you lose a couple of one-dayers and your advantage is nullified.
No, I'm with you.
I don't think they've got that balance quite right.
Maybe 6 points for the Test match win feels about right.
Yeah.
Change of bowling at the Vauxhall end. Jordan
Yeah, it's not
Clark.
surprisingly Will Jacks has been relieved of his bowling duties, having been deposited a few times by Jack Blatherwick, and it's now going to be Jordan Clark to replace him. Back to an all-seam attack for Surrey. Will Williams on 7. Try and swing it away, I'd imagine, because the flag's really flying from right to left as you look. So you try and get one to move away, but not from that line. .270 for 8, Lancashire.
I feel like this is such an important round in general for Surrey. Obviously top of the league, going extremely well, but you feel Lancashire have had a strange season. They're actually
4
unbeaten.
draws, I think.
Yeah, five draws. Yeah, so 1 win, 5 draws.
Out, is it? Straight to the man at extra cover. Oh dear, what a tame end to quite an enterprising innings. Oh, what a shame. Well, a shame if you're a Lancashire fan anyway. Surrey would be happy. That was a straightforward catch. I suppose if you're going to play like that, you are likely to do that. And that's a 3rd wicket for Jordan Clark. Rather a soft wicket, really. 270 for 9, Lancashire.
Jordan Clark for 35.
Just looking at Jordan Clark, and it seems like he might have injured himself. One of those deliveries. The physios come out. Some Surrey are taking the opportunity to have a few drinks, and it looks like he's going to the physio's box there. He's going to take some painkillers.
Incoming batter, Jack Morley.
I would have thought if he has injured himself, it wouldn't be a great idea to carry on bowling, really, given there's only 1 wicket to take. But it looks like he's going to bite on the bullet. Let's have a look at that ball again. Yeah, just sort of pulled up slightly there, but then perhaps the success of taking the wickets alleviated the pain.
Just felt his hamstring very briefly.
Yeah, could be cramp actually. Yeah, he just slightly stumbled in his follow through, didn't he? Sometimes those injuries are not in your imagination, but they're not as bad as you perhaps think they are.
Kind of a wicket from nowhere for Surrey. Pretty ordinary 10 or so minutes.
Jack Morley's the last man for Lancashire, left-hander, 270 for 9. Let's see how Jordan Clark is now, coming into bowling with quite the gusto he was before, but got through it all right. Jack Morley straight off the mark, a single down to 3rd man. Still feeling his upper thigh, Jordan Clark.
Surrey's new man for 2024, Dan Lawrence, doing his future team one hell of a favour today. He's 138 not out against Warwickshire. We're in 2nd place.
I saw him batting yesterday actually. Was it yesterday or the day before? The day before, against Hampshire. He was smacking it everywhere. Down at the Aegeus for Essex. That was a high-scoring game. Wow. James Vince played well there. So did James Fuller. But Dan Lawrence got it all going. I mean, I think he had about 20 off the first over. Amazing. He's some player. I like him a lot. I like his attitude to cricket. He's there to entertain, but he takes it very seriously. Born into the sort of cricketing world, son of a groundsman. Do Surrey really need Dan Lawrence? I mean, come on. Surely this talent should be shared out.
I was looking at the lineup this morning, and obviously they probably wouldn't have a player like Tom Latham as their overseas next year, but genuinely, where does Lawrence fit in the top 7 they picked for this game? It's a team full of guys who have either played for England very recently or are very much in the conversation.
I suppose from his point of view, although he's been Essex through and through, there is something about playing at the Oval, isn't there? It's a bit more of a major event. It's exciting. You know, if you are aspiring to be, in the same way, you know, as Joe Root went to the Rajasthan Royals to the IPL, you know, you're surrounding yourself with the highest calibre of player and coach. If you want to move on in the game, you've got to be in a kind of atmosphere of excellence. Surrey undoubtedly are that. Maybe it's I suppose it's like any career. You want to go and work for the top companies in the end, if you're ambitious. So Jack Morley on strike. Oh, they're asking for that, and no response from Michael Goff or the batsman. Appealing for a feather edge, I guess.
I suppose with Lawrence that he has also already achieved everything there is to achieve and win at Essex. They won a couple of county championships, won the T20 Blast. He's still only 25, I think. He's been around for years, but still very young.
Your office is here somewhere, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yaz, whereabouts?
So, top of the bed to stand, the office, top right from where we're sitting, right next to the scoreboard.
Okay.
4th floor,
right.
bed to stand.
Mm-hmm. How many of you in there? Wisden Cricket?
Maybe 8 when everyone's in,
right.
8 to 10.
Okay. Nice place to have an office.
It's not bad. It's not bad. It's brilliant for the county championship, especially I love the county championship burst at the start of the season. I understand that it's not necessarily ideal from a
burns
English
a few
cricket.
players out, doesn't
yeah.
it? Bowlers.
But I love that is when the focus of English cricket is solely on the county championship. Surely the IPL is going on, but there's not much international cricket, and if the IPL is not your thing, it's really held up as the pinnacle of
yes.
what's going on in English cricket, in a way that it's not really at this time of the year when there's so much focus elsewhere. But that's when the office comes to its fore, really.
Actually, it would have been a great place to be as well, because it's so cold. Sitting out watching cricket in April this year, it was perishing, wasn't it? A lot of the time. So watching it behind glass would be ideal.
Definitely. It's another no ball from Abbott.
Right, so can Surrey polish off this Lancashire innings and get batting? Still 25 overs potentially left in the day, or 24 overs left in the day's play. So they want to get rid of this last pair, and they've got potentially about 20 overs over an hour's batting.
What do you make of the general tactic these days for going straight to the short stuff against tail-enders?
I think it's probably quite a good idea. I wouldn't have liked it if I was a tail-ender. I wouldn't have had many shot options. We used to find that if you tried to bowl your normal ball against swishing tail-enders, you quite often got sliced and sort of carved for runs. Then you went Yorker, and that went wrong, and more runs were scored quite often. I think tail enders now are well grooved in, hitting good strong shots, but who fancies facing lots of bouncers in the nets? No one.
Yeah.
So I mean, you can obviously do it with softer balls, but it also restricts your scoring options, doesn't it? If you bowl short and you're accurate, and you've got a decent leg side boundary, there's not much, as the West Indies of the 80s proved. It's difficult to score, and in the end you get out, and you need a bit of courage as well. So I think it's something that England obviously do a lot of. You've seen it a fair bit in county cricket as well now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I like what Surrey are doing here, and they keep 2 slips in whilst they're doing it. They're not putting all their eggs into the short ball basket.
I mean, you've got to have bowlers who are able to do it as well. I'm not convinced that an Ollie Robinson, for instance, is the right sort of bowler to do that. So England were limited in who could try that ploy, really. But I mean, funnily enough, I was chatting earlier with Roland Butcher, the former Middlesex and England batsman, England's first ever black player actually, and he's here commentating for radio. And we were remembering Sylvester Clarke, who played here for Surrey in the 80s, and I mean, he literally, as soon as the tail enders came in, he just bounced the hell out of them, and it was absolutely horrible. And he would normally clean up the tail in 20 minutes. Obviously he was a fearsome bowler, but if you've got anybody of that sort of pace, you might as well use it, really. Oh, look at that delivery, and he's taken it. Folks is claiming that. Maybe it came off the batter's shoulder. Batter's certainly not going to walk, and the umpire's unmoved. I suspect that he actually did well to get his gloves out of the way of that, and it maybe just came off the point of his shoulder, off his arm. It was a good catch by Folks, wasn't it? Let's see what it hit. Yeah, look, well, maybe it was the glove actually. I don't know, what do you think?
I think shoulder.
Do you? Yeah.
It's a very good catch from Folks.
It was a very good catch. It's a good ball actually as well. So that illustrates why the short pitch ploy is worth exploring, really.
And it's follow-up balls like that, right? Yeah. The batter's on the back foot, so when the full ball comes in, they're not in the right position. Then go back to the edge batting test. I think Stokes acknowledged that part of the kind of stubbornness around that ploy was the pitch. He really didn't think that ball. I mean, there wasn't a single slip catch all Test match.
Well, it just was never going to carry to slip. I don't think it was such a low pitch. Another very good bouncer from Clarke. There's nothing wrong with his hamstring or thigh muscle or anything apparently from those 2 deliveries. It's just been a little tiny quirk.
Another really good bouncer.
See, he's playing forward there, the batter. He's getting himself into trouble by almost lunging a bit. Getting a leg gully, I think, put in probably now. More chin music for the number 11. And he's gone this time. Well, that's great bowling, actually. Really good, sustained, hostile bowling from Jordan Clarke. And that is his 4th wicket. So he and Sean Abbott have shared the wickets pretty much for Surrey. And Lancashire bowled out for 274, which is, well, I'd say a bit disappointing. I don't think Surrey bowled that well, apart from the excellent Sean Abbott, 4 for 71. The rest of the bowling was a bit mixed. Sam Curran was decent, but Worrell actually finished wicketless. He was a bit erratic. Tom Law's got the wicket of Darryl Mitchell. And Jordan Clarke certainly put in a good stint there. So there's the scorecard. Lots of batters getting a start. Only Luke Wells of the top order there actually failing. And then that 150 from Phil Salt, the only significant innings. Balderson played well for his 33. And Blatherwick actually for his 35. Lower order runs there, which indicates pitch wasn't that difficult, but Surrey would be very happy. Do you reckon, Yaz?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, sometimes you look at a scorecard like that and you almost excuse the unconverted starts. By the pitch, you say it's a pitch where it's hard. You're never really in. I don't feel it's one of those pitches. I think it's pretty good, and I think there are actually points this afternoon where I think it's looked pretty dead, pretty slow, and I think batting should be quite easy. Actually, I think it's really crucial. I think, as you said earlier, for Surrey to get those 5 wickets when the ball was still pretty new. That meant it still was fairly hard work for them to get the last 5 wickets. We saw that Blatherwick cameo before he chipped Clark to cover. It wasn't really that evidence of how Surrey were getting that next wicket.
Yeah, I mean, there were some good balls bowled, but it was often not the good ball that got the wicket, funnily enough. There were some iffy shots played. Sean Abbott found the right length early on, and he was mainly responsible for Lancashire being reduced to 119 for 5. Then there was a rebuilding job with Daryl Mitchell and to a lesser extent with Phil Salt. But actually Dane Villa's played decently actually as well, I suppose. But I think Lancashire feel there was a missed opportunity there, being put into bat on this pitch. They should have got 350.
Yeah, I mean, just a word on Jordan Clark. We're going through that Surrey all-star lineup, and he's one of the guys who's not played international cricket. I guess he's unlikely to play international cricket, but he's been just sensational for Surrey this season, and one of the few ever present. He's got 31 wickets at 19. When you're playing your home games here, that's some effort, and he very, very rarely gets the new ball. He's coming in, backing up what Roach and Rory were doing early in the season, and now Abbott, Curran comes back in the side. He rarely gets a new ball. He's not the guy whose name leaps off the team sheet and injects fear into the opposition, but he's just been consistently brilliant for Surrey all season. I think it's bowlers like him and Laws, I think, are the difference between Surrey and some of the other sides in the division. Go back to that Hampshire game at the start of the season, and there was such a drop-off between Abbas and Abbott, Barker and the rest, really. Whereas at Surrey, it's just so relentless. I mean, Laws only took that 1 wicket. It was a big wicket of Mitchell, but look at that, 29 runs from his 14 overs.
Yeah,
and he's
I think that he is a 5th bowler, and I think those 2 bowlers, Laws and Jordan Clark, they're sort of at you, aren't they, all the time? They're not. Well, certainly Laws is someone who speculates for wickets, looks to pitch it up, tries to hit the stumps quite a bit, doesn't he? Comes in hard. He does bowl a few sort of hittable balls. Jordan Clark probably the same, but they're constantly at you all the time with a decent pace, and I think that's what Surrey obviously want. I mean, there's a little bit of green on the pitch. I looked at this is a very similar pitch to the World Test Championship final, and I had a good look at that pitch every day of that game, and there were just tufty bits of grass, tufty bits and sort of lower bits, and if you just hit that tufty bit, which just has a little bit more texture to it, the ball just kicks enough to hit high up the bat or maybe take the edge. I like the carry here, because it means if you put in, you get the reward. If there is an edge, it's going to carry most of the time. We've seen several batters caught behind or caught at slip, and it's because of that good bounce, quite hardness of the pitch, which what you don't want. That Edgbaston pitch for the Test was a bit of a heartbreaker for bowlers. You charge in and hurl it down, and it plops off, hits the batsman sort of high up low down on the shin, and the edges were not carrying to slip. It's just frustrating when you play on a pitch like that, really.
Clark really is a bowler who hits the splice of the bat quite a lot. And there actually aren't that many change bowlers in the county game who that's the way they go about things. A lot of bowlers bowling a lot of wobble seam stuff, trying to hit the front pad. Clark does that occasionally, but his kind of go-to, if you're imagining a Jordan Clark ball, it's hitting the splice of the bat, hitting back of a length.
The roller is out in the middle at the moment, and I think that's the heavy roller they're using. So the Surrey reply will happen in about 5 minutes' time. So I'll just perhaps we should have a look at the other scores around the country while we just wait for the play to resume. It's still a beautiful day here in London, so no chance of rain or anything interrupting the last session of play. I suppose Surrey will have around about an hour's batting till 6:30 or so. The Lancashire innings lasted 80 to 74 overs, which leaves theoretically about 20 overs play. So Burns and Co and Sibley have the chance to build a reasonable. It's better actually for the openers that they've got 20 overs to bat or 18 or whatever it is, because the worst thing is going in with 5 overs to go. What was your view of the declaration, the Stokes declaration on the first day?
I really enjoyed it.
Did you?
At the time, it was fun. One of my colleagues made a point that just look at everyone's faces, they're smiling. And I think that is worth remembering. But I think from a purely cricketing point of view, I think if you gave Stokes 30 or 40 more runs, I think he might have taken them now. I think especially with the way that Root was batting, he could have very easily added another 25-30 runs in the remaining overs left of the day. And I think it was clear already on day one what kind of pitch it was. I think England did really well in the game to create as many chances with the ball that they did on that pitch, with the bowling attack they had, with Moeen coming into the game with basically no bowling behind him, no express pace on a very slow wicket. So they did very well to create as many chances as they did, but I think both sides will feel that a 500, 550 score was there for the taking, really.
Yeah.
And then almost give away potential 50 runs, I think, potentially not the wisest move. But I understand what Stokes is trying to do. I've seen people make the point that it allowed Broad to be bowling with a new ball for slightly longer on the second morning than he would have been if you only get one go with it.
Yeah.
And he ends up getting those 2 wickets, Warner and Labuschagne. So
yeah, that's a good argument, fair argument. I think in retrospect, he'd probably prefer the extra run. So as you say, now I think in this last session, we've been issued a challenge by our head of operations, John Surtees, to talk to you about Elton John, because he's doing his big final performance tonight at Glastonbury. So we're going to try and build up the links with Elton John and cricket in this last session. So the challenge is out there for you, the listeners and viewers, to throw in your own ideas, your links which link Elton John with cricket. He has staged a lot of his concerts at county grounds over the last few years. Of course, he's a mad cricket fan. I can tell you one little story about Elton John and the Ashes of 1986-7, when England won the Ashes under Mike Gatting, and Elton was actually on tour in Australia at the time, although he'd had a voice operation, so he couldn't sing. So he just played the piano and directed his orchestra and toured around Australia. It was a tremendous tour. England won the Ashes. He was in the same hotel during the last Test match in Sydney, and I happened to be having dinner with a couple of the England players one of the nights of that Test match, and Elton was at the next table in this hotel restaurant, the Sibley Townhouse, and we were sort of conscious that Elton was over in the corner, but we didn't like to say anything. And about halfway through the meal, a waiter arrived with a serviette, and on the serviette, I was with John Embry and Phil Edmonds of Middlesex and Gatting, and the serviette arrived by the table from this waiter, and it just said on the serviette, to J.E., which stands for John Embry, to J.E., congratulations, love, E.J., Elton.
Amazing.
And accompanying the serviette, of course, was a bottle of Dom Perignon.
Oh, fantastic.
Thank you very much. But of course he couldn't come over and say well done, because he couldn't speak. He literally was looking after his voice and couldn't actually speak. So he'd written the message on this serviette to welcome or to congratulate England on their Ashes win, and then he was DJ at the final Ashes celebration party in the nearby hotel, but obviously even then didn't actually say anything. So that's my Elton story.
That's going to be quite hard to top.
Well, I'm sure it's not. So if you've got your own Elton story or thoughts about Elton and cricket, then send that in to surreybroadcast@gmail.com, surreybroadcast@gmail.com, and we'll read out any of those messages that you send in. While the Surrey innings gets underway, Rory Burns is about to take strike, and it's Bailey who will bowl the first ball, and he bowls it wide outside off stump, so Rory Burns easily able to leave that alone. So 9 o'clock, you can be tuning in tonight, Yaz?
I will be.
Elton's final gig. I bet it's not his final gig actually, but I suppose we have to believe that it will be.
No, me and my housemates had a very enjoyable Friday evening watching the Arctic Monkey set.
Yeah, well, they're not my thing actually, Arctic Monkeys. I think they're a bit, they're a bit indulgent somehow. I tried to get into it, but watched a bit of Guns N' Roses last night. Down the leg side, this one from Bailey, so giving Rory Burns a couple of sighters. What's your have you been to Glastonbury?
I've never been. No, I've never been.
It's hard work.
Yeah, it does look really tiring.
It's
yeah,
exhausting. Unless you've got some kind of fancy corporate ticket or something, which I didn't have. Burns is away with a little flick down to fine leg from Tom Bailey. I sort of fancy Surrey going to get a big score here. I don't know. I just think that the Surrey attack just looks a bit more potent than the Lancashire one does. So if they get through this first 10 overs, I fancy them for quite a lot of runs, Surrey. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. I think it being 20 overs rather than 10 makes quite a big difference. It's not all about survival. You can actually make a pretty reasonable dent onto the Lancashire lead. And I'd say already we're literally just 3 balls in, and I'd say that there's not quite as much zip as what the Surrey bowlers were able to extract. And Tom Bailey's an excellent bowler, as is Will Williams. I'm sure we'll take the new ball at the other end, but there is a gap in pace, I guess, and that's quite often something that Surrey exploit at home. They have an attack that really suits the pitches that are produced here.
Good record actually, Tom Bailey, hasn't he? 330 first-class wickets at 23. It's very good. 18 4-wicket hauls. Impressive. He's been around a while, of course.
He's been on an England Lions tour, I think.
Yeah.
One year he might have topped the Division 1 wicket-taking charts.
The keeper is a lot closer, I noted already, to the stumps than Ben Folkes was to the Surrey attack, which backs up your point about pace.
I mean, Will Williams is another one with a sensational first-class record. I think he averages in the low 20s as well.
Assume it's Phil Salt keeping wicket, and that's the end of a decent, well, certainly a very steady first over from Tom Bailey. So Surrey 2 for 0 after 1 over in reply to Lancashire's 274. Over to Nikki Chaudhuri for commentary after some thoughts from you, Yaz.
I think as we were talking about earlier, Surrey will be pretty happy with restricting Lancashire to just 274. Yes, they chose to bowl first, but conditions today have been brilliant for batting. We've not seen a cloud all day. As always, it's a good, hard oval wicket. Very much Surrey's day so far, but with an hour or so to go, Lancashire have an opportunity to make a few early inroads that would change the complexion of the whole day. I'm going to hand over to Nikki now before Taha takes my place for the next 45 minutes or so.
Afternoon all, and exactly as Yas was saying, you cannot ask for any better conditions, and it's definitely been Surrey's day so far. Lancashire failing to get a strong total on the board today, and Surrey just really have bowled well.
Same old story with Surrey, relentless quicks, doing the job. If one has a slight off day, the other four will step up.
Exactly, there's always somebody else to throw the ball to, should someone not be having the best day. Just such a depth. They've gone up here and not convinced entirely.
I think that was pitching outside. Potentially also going over. Slightly high from Will Williams.
Well, most of the Lancashire squad thought it was something that they must go up for, and rightly so, because they will need to be making break-ins. This one's worked off the hips really stylishly by Rory Burns, and it makes its way to the boundary, and it brings up the first boundary for Surrey. 6 for no loss. Rory Burns has a knack of just playing that shot over and over again, and it's, I think, one of his main scoring shots.
Yeah, he loves it through that area, and people have remarked over the years about the various moving parts to his game, but when he times it right through mid-wicket, I mean, he is a very aesthetically pleasing player.
Oh, and this one, what a grab here from Phil Salt with the gloves, diving to his left. And I feel like some commentators curse, Rory Burns departs for 5. Surrey lose their first, 6 for 1.
This is a brilliant grab from Phil Salt. Batted very well for Lancashire, and now he's straight into the action with the gloves. Moving very sharply to his left. Here's a replay. Just moves away from Will Williams. Rory Burns had to prod. Phil Salt one-handed, low to his left. You can see why he's sprinting off.
He must be absolutely chuffed with that. It's kept really low, and obviously going to your weaker side. That's a grab and a half. Rory Burns a bit stuck in the crease there, lack of footwork. It's kind of just took the bat with the swing. If you look here,
Tom Latham.
just gives his bat out in front of him, outside his body line, and he gives his wicket away.
It's very decent movement there from Will Williams, moving it across the left-hander. Burns just had to play at it, just because of the angle Williams had created from coming over the wicket. It was always coming at him. Just moves away, prods. And a very, very tidy catch from Phil Salt.
It's a wonderful grab, and obviously with that angle, as you mentioned, Taha, it's quite hard to know, actually, is this a play ball, leaf, or the line is quite challenging and confusing. You've got to be really on it to be able to execute it, and unfortunately Rory Burns just slightly seemed like he was just in two minds there. Got Tom Latham, new bat at the crease now, and this is exactly what Lancashire would have needed, an early breakthrough. Still a decent breeze here as well. Been great weather.
That breeze is just only going to help Williams. He's trying to take it away from the left-hander. Latham, sort of similar setup to Rory Burns, really. And he'll look to. He's a great lever of the ball. Try and.
Like I said earlier, the lever, very important shot. And some decent carry there as well from Williams, and it's going to bring up the end of the second over. Surrey a 6 for 1. I believe we've got roughly 18 overs left in today's play. And we'll just take a look at what's happening over at Trent Bridge with the women's Ashes. England women require 196 runs to win. They've lost 3 wickets. And those wickets of Emma Lamb, Tammy Beaumont and Nat Siva-Brunt. This one just glanced off. And I'll come back for a comfortable 2 here. Sibley gets off the mark.
Massive wicket for Australia, getting Siva-Brunt for a duck. That's huge.
And getting Tammy Beaumont, you'd be like, phew, I don't want to go through that again.
It was a good start from the 2 openers, Lamb and Beaumont. Pot 55 for the first wicket. So yeah, they went from 55 for no loss to 66 for 3. Now 73 for 3. 5th day free at Trent Bridge. Oh, that's going to be a good finish.
It will be a good finish, and thank goodness we've got that extra day now as well. We'll definitely get a result, and it's good to see Australia really backing themselves as well with the balls. I think, you know what, maybe the total would probably say, was it high enough? But to come in now and get these 3 breakthroughs, really putting them in a strong position now. And I think obviously we've still got Heather Knight at the crease, and Sophia Dunkley's got an opportunity to show what she's got.
Like you say, it's great they've got a 5th day. Obviously the last Women's Ashes test back in Canberra at the start of last year, that was a thriller, but we were denied a sort of decisive result because it was just 4 days. But yeah, looks like we're on for a winner tomorrow.
Yeah, if it goes down to the wire like it did with that first men's game, I don't think I'll have any fingernails left by the end of the summer. I was so nervous watching that game. I was like, just don't get out now. Don't get out now.
Well, Williams obviously threatened significantly in his first over, but Tom Bailey's still just sort of finding his line. He's been a bit leg-side-ish to begin with. 1 wide outside off. Just trying to get it right now to Dom Sibley.
It's forward. And what I've noticed is Sibley has had a bit of an adjustment and change to his stance as what we've seen previously. Slightly more allowing himself to actually access that offside a bit more now. That's put him in strong positions as well, especially against the moving ball. Lancashire would really like to get a couple more here. And that also brings up the end of the 3rd over. Surrey 8 for 1. A little bit of a coughing fit there. Good line here from Bailey, just channeling that off-stump corridor with the field we've got in place. You can tell that's pretty much the line he's looking to bowl at.
He's just going to try and jag one away from Latham, try and get his fellow countryman to prod at one. But Latham loves a tight leave, almost too tight at times.
Got a fair bit of carry on that one. Yes, I think with the angle he's coming in at and the lines he's trying to bowl, it's really important there. You don't probably make that wrong decision to leave a ball that's slightly maybe too close to you or might just seam up.
I remember watching Tom Latham a few years ago against England, being kind of struck by how not only is he willing to leave on line, but on length as well. There are times where he'd offer no shot and get struck on the pad, but it'd be quite high up. So he's very willing to let anything go that he knows that he doesn't need to play at. Can get you in a bit of trouble, but he's shown over the last few years that he's been one of the best openers in Test cricket.
Exactly, and we've seen a lot of the batters today, especially bat outside of their crease, just to perhaps reduce the option that LBW dismissal just coming out of play if you just stand those few extra centimetres outside your crease. But then again, with the bounce we have here at the Oval, you don't want it to really catch you out either. So something that we saw Virat Kohli do in the World Test Championships. His first innings did bat outside his crease, and then he got one on the gloves. And then second innings decided to go back to his normal spot. On the topic of it, England have lost another wicket as well. They're 4 down now. Skipper Heather Knight departs. Ash Gardner's got her wrapped LBW. And I'm sure Lancashire will be looking to get another one here as well. Really good length and line here from Williams. It's being very persistent.
Going around the wicket now, which, makes it even more important for Latham to be decisive in terms of whether he leaves or plays. Ball's always going to be coming at him, and Williams will try and just get one to straighten and pop off the edge. But just on that Australia-England score, I mean, England in a great position after the way they bowled. But Australia are a winning machine, and they're always going to still have that. They might have a bad day, but they're always going to still have that sort of psychological hold because they are so used to winning, and used to winning against England as well.
It's like it's drilled into them. It brings up the end of the 4th over. Surrey are 10 for 1. It's like they have a plan, they know how to execute it, and they're just ruthless about it. There's an aim, and they need to fulfill it. Shorter delivery here from Bailey. Sibley's just rides with it. I've noticed the outfield here at the Oval has not been as quick as we've seen previously. Slightly slower. I've seen faster days.
Sibley's obviously coming into this innings on the back of a 4th innings epic against Kent earlier this month. That unbeaten 140 as Surrey chased down target in excess of 500, and he kind of, he was there just holding the innings together. Jamie Smith blast a century, Ben Folkestone was the partner afterwards. But
there were 3 centurions in that game, weren't there? Off the top of my head.
Sibley, Folkestone, Smith.
There we go. I did dip in and out of that game. It was a great one.
And that's what Dom Sibley that's what got him into the England Test side as well. He's the type of batter you can build an innings around. He'll just stay there, resolute. Has that ability to just, block one, get the other guy on strike. And he can play his shots as well. I don't think people talk that much about him as a stroke maker, because he's willing to play patiently and have his strike rate, drop into the 30s and the 20s. He's a pure hitter of the ball.
I think obviously, especially in the longer format, you have individuals who like to go in there all guns blazing, are much more straight makers, hard hitters of the ball, and then you probably have players with slightly more softer skills and just able to dib and dab, rotate strike, and are happy and comfortable to defend for longer periods of time. They won't let that pressure eat up on them, and I think obviously everyone's got their own advantage. That's got its own advantages and disadvantages, but I think if the balance is right, then it should work out pretty well.
And it works pretty well in this sort of Surrey side. I mean, like I just mentioned earlier, you had Jamie Smith blast a century.
That
wasn't an overly enthusiastic shout.
It wasn't. It was pretty half-hearted. But it does bring up the end of the 5th as well. Surrey 10 for 1. Maiden over there from Bailey.
Yeah, you have a guy like Sibley, and then you have Smith who can blast a century. And Folkes, who probably falls in that kind of middle category, really. I've seen Ben Folkes kind of blast a century earlier this season as well in the county championship. But he can also play that patient innings as well. So you've got range in this Surrey batting lineup, really.
Range in the batting lineup. You've got so many options with the ball as well. So you've got all bases covered here.
Latham still sort of willing to bide his time. Yet to get off the mark. Just trying to see off any movement here from Williams. It's going around the wicket to Latham, having sort of had success against Burns from over the wicket. If he is going around, he's got to force Latham to play at the ball. Latham would just be happy to let it go by.
It's a tight single in the ring. And it's going to be overthrows, and it's going to go down to the boundary for 4 as well. They did take that one on. But Latham does get off the mark now, as you just mentioned, Taha.
With a 4 as well. Not one he would have expected. Williams did force him to play this time round, but it's a bit too straight for the clip. And then Lancashire's fielders did the rest. 5, sorry.
Don't see many of those these days, do you? I haven't seen overthrows for a while, actually. But it does happen in the intensity of the moment.
Always makes for a great image. Sort of fielders sort of sprawl on the ground, heads in hands. How has that happened? Bowler just absolutely furious. And batter just victorious.
It does look
Loads of
strange
runs.
though, doesn't it? On the scorecard, just 5 runs out of nowhere. Just so out of the blue. We're not used to it. Not your everyday sort of scenario. Williams just looking to replicate the same sort of channel to Sibley as with Latham. And this one has been caught by full salt again. That's 2 down for Surrey and 2 into the gloves of Phil Salt. Sibley looks to work it into the onside.
That might be one of the poorest deliveries of Will Williams' opening spell, but he won't mind. He's picked up a wicket. Here's a replay. Going down the leg side, Dom Sibley goes for the flick.
He goes for the flick, but as he's trying to make contact, he's not really in a strong position at all. He may have actually had chances to make connection with that should he have actually been in a stiller position, but he seems to be moving all over the block at that point, and Surrey have lost their second.
Tidy work from Phil Salt behind the stumps again. A simpler grab this time round, but he's done the job. Sorry, a bit of bother here. Not often we've said that at the Oval this summer.
And Phil Salt contributing again with the gloves. That's 2 for him so far this afternoon.
Didn't look like Dom Sibley had any complaints with the decision. Is he more sort of frustrated with the shot?
I think he was pretty certain that was going to be the outcome, but I just feel like there was a lot of movement going on at that point. Anyway, Jamie Smith, new batter at the crease. He's been scoring runs for fun. He's been great to watch. Surrey, as you mentioned, in a spot of bother here at the moment. And that's a beautiful way to get off the mark. Flicked through mid-wicket for 4. And we've seen plenty of those sort of strokes from Jamie Smith so far this summer.
What a shot this is. First ball, looking to go down the pitch. And he flicks it off his pads for 4. Lovely shot from Jamie Smith.
So similar to the shot that Dom Sibley was trying to play previously, but if you notice on contact, Smith is in a much more stable, solid position as opposed to what Sibley was. And it's a beautiful stroke.
And now they've brought in a man there at short mid wicket to sort of cut off that shot.
That's going to bring up the end of the 6th over. Surrey 19 for 2. Latham and Smith have a bit of work to do.
Yeah, good start from Will Williams. It was a lovely ball to get Rory Burns out. A bit more fortune in removing Dom Sibley. But yeah, he's been helped by that breeze as well, I think, and getting the ball to tail into the right-hander and move away from the left-hander, coming from over the wicket.
Lancashire don't really need to change things up at all, just keep persistent with this plan. And they seem to be succeeding.
Latham still happy to See anything wide outside his eye line. Off go into Phil Salt's hand. Not really trying to force anything here. Just waiting to see off both Bailey and Williams.
It's important to see them off, as you mentioned, and obviously just allow the ball to wear off as well. They've got a lot of time ahead of them. Still rather breezy here. And strong stroke. Although it seems slightly forceful, that one as well, from Latham.
Yeah, it's still, you know, nice batting conditions, but still a slow pitch, so you're going to take a while to get your timing right with your strokes, and Latham still trying to find the middle of the bat when he's making contact. Hasn't done so yet. And Bailey's just happy to pile on the dots. Only gone for 2 so far. That's a nice line.
Yeah, that was a good line. I was actually discussing with someone the other day, being like, what causes issues, especially like as a batter or a bowler? Because obviously, like, you get to a certain point when you're pretty solid on your skill set, right? But as a batter, you'll always have something come in and out of your game that you constantly need to work on. It's never like you're completely done, right? And someone mentioned they just simplified it to say, if you think about when the problems start to come in, if you're looking at bowling, it's when someone decides people try and bowl fast, and you end up really perhaps altering your action because you're trying to force something that's perhaps going to cause issues with your run up, with your set. And then again with batting, when you're trying to force runs, you're trying to then score runs and hit the ball hard, then obviously you're going to change a lot of things in terms of where you're making contact, and those are perhaps the essentials of where things may just start to go wrong then. It's the end of the 7th over, Surrey 19 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, you do hear batters talk a lot more about changing their techniques than you hear about bowlers, altering theirs. There are kind of sound basics that bowlers will stick by and guide their whole career through. Whereas batters, you're constantly looking involved, but batting as well, the pace of the game changes as well, and alongside the fundamentals, you have to constantly develop new strokes and adapt across formats. Whereas with bowlers, some things are just stuck into you that you kind of have to abide by in every format of the game.
Yeah, and it's funny, the game is like a game of margins, right? The slightest change perhaps in how your feet are in your stance could set you up for problems down the line. Such small things can play such a huge impact. And that's some things that you probably don't always give as much thought to on a daily basis, that eventually something's going to creep in and you might form a bad habit. It's like you're never quite done. Just when you think you've got it, then something else might just creep in. And I think more so to do with batting than to do with bowling, for sure. Well played here by Smith.
Lancashire really starting to apply a bit of a squeeze here now with Smith and Latham still new at the crease. Another little leg side shout from Lancashire. Williams looked enthusiastic there.
I don't think Smith was near that, if I'm honest. It was a great take from Phil Salt. It's really flying away from him.
Brought in a leg slip now. Already had a bit of success down the leg side in removing Dom Sibley. Williams going to just try and get one into the armpit, I reckon. It's nicely done by Smith to get off strike.
Yeah, I think it's important they just manage to keep getting those singles in and are able to rotate the strike where possible, because as you mentioned, it does seem like Lancashire have put on a bit of a squeeze here. A beautiful delivery there from Williams to bring up the end of the 8th over. Surrey 20 for 2.
That's what he's been looking for from around the wicket to Latham. Get that ball angling in, forcing Latham to finally just play at one. Latham loves to leave, but he had to put his bat out there, and it just snuck past the edge. The line just just off by a slight margin. Otherwise, Williams would have had his third there. Beautiful delivery. He's looked really good in his first 4 overs, Will Williams. And Bailey from the other end is also just being quite patient here. Just holding his line, trying to force Surrey to make another mistake. And then Lancashire are well and truly in this game.
Another nice little one to add to the total. Just need to do this for the next 12 overs, ride it through the last bit of this session. And of the end of today's play.
The key thing for Lancashire is obviously they've got these two bowlers who've started well with the new ball. Can the guys who come in next also follow up? That's the beauty of the Surrey attack and what they're so effective at.
It's a bit close to play that shot there from Latham. Potentially looking that he needs to get that scoring option, but I don't think that's the line to play that shot to.
Tricky start this for Latham. Those 5 runs courtesy of overthrows as well. Still trying to find his way on this pitch.
It's more like it. That's probably the gap he was actually looking to play as it runs down to the 3rd man boundary. That brings up 25 for Surrey.
Played well there. I thought it might be slightly tight to the body, but no, it's just hanging outside off, and Latham gets enough bat on it and guides it down, not offering a catching chance. It's very well played from Tom Latham to move to 9.
So I must ask, do you think Ryan Ahmed's going to get a chance on Wednesday?
I guess it all depends on Moeen Ali's finger, right? I can't imagine if Moeen is fine and fit to play that England go for Ryan Ahmed. I mean, he's been, in their announcement as well, they said he's been called up as cover. I mean, if Moeen isn't right, then I don't think they'll be worried about throwing Rehan Ahmed in there. I think they, if they call someone up, they firmly believe that person's, ready to play. They showed that with picking Josh Tongue. Tongue, it looked like it was, from the outside, it looked like Tongue had been called up just as cover, would kind of, get a chance to just bowl in the nets and be a part of the England squad. But they decided to give him a debut, and that went all right.
Yeah, it did. And well, I don't know how quickly a finger can heal from that, because I'm not sure if you did see some pictures of it, or when the camera did go to it.
I mean, the camera was fixated by Moeen's finger, so was the rest of the country.
It did not
I have seen pictures
it
of
did
the
not,
finger.
Yeah. And I know how long skin takes to heal.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that is the worry. It's not necessarily about it just healing in time for this test. It's, is it gonna, is it gonna cut open again in the second one? And then you have that same issue that you've had in the first test.
It's also very painful. Just like a popped blister. It's very painful. We're into the 10th over now. Just been dabbed into the offside. And an easy single here.
I'm almost surprised by the ease at which Smith was allowed to collect a single there. It's an excellent shot from him, but I think Lancashire should be trying to cut that out. Keep him on strike to Williams, who's got a fine opening spell here on the pavilion end.
It's got a very handy spell so far. He's been very persistent with that line as well. Very straight. Trying to make Latham play. Keeping at it.
Just a battle of patience at this point. Williams has been pretty disciplined with his line and length to Latham as well. He looked pretty good coming around the wicket to Latham, having gone over to Rory Burns.
Someone mentioned that the longer format is like a game of chess, and I think it could have been put more accurately. I came across the statement, I think, a few days ago. You've got to know when to attack, when to defend, and it's about patience and mind games, and I don't think it could have been summed up better.
And that, just a single there from Latham, but always feels like a victory. Had been tested quite a bit there from Williams, but comfortable. Little flick to the leg side, just get to the other end, get into double figures, and that'll do.
Wider one. Smith looking to slash that through the offside. And it also brings up the end of the over. 10 overs gone. Surrey 27 for 2. I believe we're going to have a double switch here in the comms box. Simon Mann replacing Taha for the final session, final bit of today's play.
Thank you very much, Nikki. Yeah, it's a lovely evening. Surrey battling it out at the moment against this challenging new ball pair of Bailey and Williams. They bowled 10 overs between them. Still 10 overs left in the day's play. I feel they get another one before the close, right back in this game. I used to say they're not right back in it already. Well, it's a good shout for LBW. An incline of the head from umpire Burns. Now let's have another look at this one. It goes round the wicket. Oh, that's a pretty good shout, that. Well, they got himself outside the line. Just need to probably slow it right down here. Let's have a look.
I don't think he was outside the line. It might have been height. It hit him on the sort of knee roll, didn't it, I think?
It's not a bad shout, that.
No, it's not a bad shout at all. No. Quite sure why he gave that nod out. Maybe from the angle round the wicket.
Yeah. Well, that was close. It's one of those I think.
If it's your day, you get it, don't you?
Well, if the bowler, if we had DRS, I think they've been reviewing it, that one.
Yeah. I don't know if the umpires are wearing those GoPros today. I can't see that they are. Because there has been an experiment going on in the county game for these GoPros to mimic Hawkeye and check on some of these incidents, just in a closed circuit sense.
Oh, I got him this time. No doubt about that one. Latham on his way. And Bailey gets his first wicket. He thought he had him earlier in the over. He's definitely got him now. And Lancashire are right back in this match. 27 for 3 in reply to 274.
What they've done, Lancashire, is made the batsmen play, which really the Surrey bowlers early in the day didn't. They bowled a lot quite wide in the first 10 overs. Both Sam Curran and Dan Worrell were a bit guilty of bowling too many balls that the batters could leave, whereas the Lancashire bowlers have been on it. They've bowled quite full, pretty straight, made the batsmen play and got the edges from round the wicket. That was an awkward delivery actually, because he had to play it and it just left him a bit off the pitch. Straight to second slip. So I was quite looking forward to talking about Tom Latham against Will Williams, two boys from Canterbury, I think, who might have even been at school together, about the same age, both going to a boys' high school in Christchurch, but not to be. They did face each other for a few balls, but not to be anymore. 27 for 3.
Here's Ben Folkes. Keaton Jennings snaffling the catch at second slip. Lancashire made the new Kookaburra ball work for them.
Well, it does do something when it's hard and new, like a Duke's. It's nice to bowl with when it's brand new, but it just, that newness doesn't generally last very long. So you've got to make it work for you. It goes soft, and really Lancashire should have capitalised on the ball going soft and got more runs than they did. Because actually I don't think Surrey bowled that well. I think they bowled okay, but there were some pretty iffy shots played by Lancashire, and at least their bowlers have made amends.
Well, two men in the middle now who've both scored over 400 runs individually this season, Smith and Folkes, and they've got a job to do here. The template for Surrey's victories in the Championship this season: bowl the opposition out, get a lead, bowl them out, and not have to knock off too many in the fourth innings. Well, they'll have to play well to get a lead now. quite the formula that got the victory in their last game against Kent. To come from behind in that game. What about this surface, Simon? There's that tinge of green in it.
It's good to bowl on, I think, but you've got to bowl fullish. If you bowl straight too short, you get dispatched.
4 slips in for Folkes.
It's just a bit. There's just enough bounce and movement there with the new ball to encourage the bowlers. Two wicket keepers out there now, of course, for Surrey, and I'll just read a message from one of our viewers after this ball. He's made quite an interesting observation about wicket keepers in Surrey. Four slips now.
It's off the pad.
Alex Brooks, watching in Plymouth, says he suspects it's likely to be a cricket record. Every Surrey Championship team so far this season has featured 3 international wicketkeepers, out of Ollie Pope, Ben Folkes, Tom Latham and Jamie Smith, and obviously 3 of them playing in this match. 2 of them out in the middle at the moment, Ben Folkes and Jamie Smith. Tom Latham, of course, was kept for New Zealand, and Ollie Pope was in earlier matches, so each Surrey Championship team has featured at least 3 international wicketkeepers. I mean, wicketkeepers generally now seem to be very sort of multi-purpose cricketers who can bat without having to keep. It seems as if keeping has become a thing to do to make yourself better as a batter. Or maybe it's just that batters have got more sense than to bowl, so they turn themselves into wicket keepers. I don't know.
It's also more interesting to keep wicket than field, probably. It's quite demanding, though.
I don't agree with that. I think fielding. I know this sounds probably I'm against a run of play, if you like, but I think fielding is great fun. I think if you get in the right position, if you're down at fine leg or something, no, it's not. But if you're in the mix, if you're in the action, in the slips or mid wicket or something, cover point, great game. There's cover point, racing into field. That, I mean, it keeps you engaged all the time, fielding. And I used to love diving and hurling the ball over the stumps to the keeper, and I suppose that comes from years spent on a beach throwing stones into the sea and seeing if I could hit the breakwater, the Coke can on top of the breakwater and all that, having fun throwing the ball around. It's great.
Says a man who once fell asleep at fine leg in a county match.
Yeah, right, yeah. Well, I said fine leg, you see, and it just happened to be Obie and Botham's bowling, so it wasn't a great thing to do, really. Especially as the ball cannoned into the boundary boards about a yard from where I was standing.
Oh, you got lucky then. I agree with you. Fielding, there is an interest in fielding, definitely. I think standing at slip all day is quite hard.
Yeah.
You've got to concentrate. Yes, yeah. I know you've got to switch on and off, and you might field the ball only twice in a day.
You've got someone to chat to all day, haven't you? It's, you've got people there to have a conversation, tell
Depends
stories.
if you like them or not.
Well, true. Yeah.
Or they like you.
I mean, Adam Gilchrist and Shane Warne, of course, stood next to each other at slip and wicket for years, and they didn't like each other very much at all. But maybe their relationship improved over time.
Real keenness there in the Lancashire fielding. Bohannon going for it, and one of his colleagues as well. They nearly collided. You didn't see that on your screens. It was just off screen for a moment. This is good from Lancashire, keeping the pressure on.
Yeah.
Williams, who's born in New Zealand, but he plays under a British passport. His mum is British. So he signed initially as an overseas player, and then very quickly turned into a local player.
I wonder if he's picked up the Blackburn accent or anything yet.
Apparently not. He's got a very strong New Zealand accent, very distinct New Zealand, as you'd expect.
Yeah.
Someone who's played all his cricket in New Zealand until fairly recently. He's doing a good job for his team here. He's got 171 first-class wickets at 21.
quite a nice place to bowl, New Zealand, actually. Some quite juicy pitches there. They've improved a bit over the years, but still not a bad place to be a seam bowler. I did actually ask earlier people to send in any kind of cricketing connections with Elton John that they could think of, given that he's playing at Glastonbury tonight, 9 o'clock. David Smith on Twitter suggests that sorry seems to be the hardest word, might work between Ollie Robinson and Uzi Khawaja.
Well, apparently they made up a bit, didn't they? After the game, I think.
Yeah.
I think Khawaja said to Ollie Robinson, just be careful what you say, mate. Anyway, from Bailey, and folks looking to get off the mark. And that's a comfortable single. Well, they had a chat anyway afterwards.
Freddie Flintoff's 100 at Trent Bridge in 2005 Ashes was on the back of playing Rocket Man in the dressing room, wasn't it? That was his favourite song, blaring out in the dressing room, and he went out and scored 100 after that. I wonder if he'll play that tonight. I suppose he will.
Who, Freddie Flintoff?
Well, no, definitely not Freddie Flintoff. He's not well, is he? Not in a good way. After his horrible accident in Top Gear.
Changing the field, Mann coming over into the offside. James Villas at cover. An important passage of play in the context of this game. So we're looking to get through to the close. We've still got, with 6:30, there's still plenty of cricket left this evening. Just looking to locate it. Yeah, 7 overs after this one. So we're heading for a 7 o'clock finish. The shadow being cast by the JM Finstone. It's getting closer to the middle, but I think we'll play on in full sunshine. And that's a bit of a gift, but nicely put away by Smith for 4. Well, that will help the Surrey cause. Not a great delivery, leg stump half volley. I mentioned the shadow coming over the ground. You can see the shadow has been cast by the umpire and the players. There was an incident earlier where Phil Salt was batting. Let's have another look at this. Yeah, that was
just like his first ball, actually. Clipped through mid-wicket like that.
Yeah, nicely put away. You'd hope to put those away, though. Although sometimes when you're under pressure you can be a bit cautious, but that was right in the slot really for Jamie Smith, whose innings against Kent got Surrey going in their pursuit of 500.
See? What happened there?
Just lost his footing, didn't he? There was an incident earlier where, I don't know if you noticed it, talking about the shadows, where when Phil Salt was batting, when an aeroplane went over the ground and it cast the shadow of an aeroplane right over the pitch just as the ball was being delivered to Salt, who thick-edged it, and he was clearly slightly put off by it. And it happened too late for him to pull out. It was right as the bowler was delivering. It's a really bizarre moment.
Not a great shot, really, in the circumstances. Reminds me a little bit of, this is going back a little while I suppose, but the way Tom Bailey bowls a little bit of Neil Foster. I think that was an inside, it was past the inside edge, didn't it?
Yeah.
Reminds me a bit of the Essex and England bowler Neil Foster. He walks like him. He's quite sort of tall and angular, and similar sort of action and similar sort of style of bowler actually as well. Probably about the same pace. He kept taking 100 wickets, Neil Foster, in the days when you could take 100 wickets in Championship cricket.
And Bailey's had a very good first-class career as well, over 300 first-class wickets. Man back. It's only a single. Picked up in the deep by Blatherwick. Yeah, 330 first-class wickets at 23 is very good indeed.
It is.
And all the threes on the board. Lancashire making 274. They got away a little bit towards the end. Some bonus runs off Will Jacks when he came in. It was the opportunity for Lancashire lower order just to attack for a bit. Apart from that, it had been pace all day. Neatly played by Folkes. Come back for 2 after the relay fielding. So coming in from Balderson, who I presume we will see bowl at some point, but it's been the main 2 so far, Bailey and Williams, who bowl all 13 overs. I wonder if the captain is minded to make a change. That's Keaton Jennings before the close. No, on we go. Bailey's bowled 7. Williams is going to bowl his 7th.
Well, when you're going well like this and you know the close is imminent, you want to keep going, really. No need to have a blow. You can rest up in 20 minutes or so. So with the 4th wicket pair at the wicket now, and you've taken a couple of wickets, you want the ball.
Yeah, and you're up against 2 good players as well. If you can get one of these out before the close, a lift for your team.
Neil Foster, 908 wickets for Essex. It's not bad, is it? Average 24. Played in that that team that won in India in the mid-80s. It was always breaking down. I think he's a physio now. Funny, he always used to get injured, and now he's a physio.
Physician, heal thyself. Big shot. It's a long way down though.
Yeah.
Michael Goff is having none of that.
He likes to get across, Smith, doesn't he? He likes to play that sort of flick shot from straightish. Likes to hit it through mid-on.
He was a long way down. Nice piece of fielding from Dane Vilas. Brent Folkes getting a single. Now here's that LBW shout. Let's have a look at this. Well, it's a long way down, isn't it? It's a bit of guessing from umpire Goff. It's always a guess, of course.
It must be hard actually for umpires when they're used to international cricket and Hawkeye and DRS and reviewing their decisions and all that and looking at the highlights later, and now there's nothing. It must be quite tricky.
Neatly put away from Folkes. The best of Ben Folkes. Nicely driven. It was a good shout there. It didn't look a bad shout for LBW. He was a long way down. That probably saved him.
Yeah.
This is the boundary. That was in the slot. Still got to put them away though. It was one of those that if there had been DRS and they'd reviewed it, it might well have been hitting the stumps. It might well have been out, or it might have been one of those umpires called and you're a long way down as well. Is it the 3 metre rule?
I thought it was. Is it 3 metres?
Or 2.5. 2.5. See George Balderson loosening up at fine leg.
Again, it's a lovely time to bowl. If you know you only need bowl a couple of overs, and these guys are pretty much playing relatively defensively. Actually, it's funny because different batsmen have different views about this, but some batters like a night watchman at this stage. and others see it as an opportunity to score runs, and they don't want a night watchman. They want to get out there because the field will be a little bit more attacking, and if you can get 15 or 20 runs in the bank overnight, and then you've got a bit of a start in the morning. But some just prefer to hide away and let the night watchman face the music.
Right, Balderson is going to bowl. First change, Tom Bailey's off.
Bowling at the Vauxhall end, George Balderson.
So he's taking his first class wickets at 35. George Balderson. That was a bit of a gift first up, to be frank. Short and wide outside the off stump.
Yeah.
Laced away by Smith.
Yeah, the thing about the oval is if you do drop it short at that pace, you are going to get severely punished at short boundary as well on the offside when you're bowling from the Vauxhall end.
If there was no boundary on that offside, they'd be chasing that up to London Bridge, I should think. It was hit so well by Smith.
Always a bit harder if you're shorter of stature as a fast bowler, unless you're rapid, because your length is so important, and if you're not that tall, as George Balderson isn't, you find your length ball can be hit on the up by good players.
Now more runs. Pressure released possibly with the bowling change. Should come back for 3. Williams with the chase after bowling these opening overs. Chases it out towards deep mid-wicket.
Well, that'll be largely why his bowling average is as high as it is. 36 in fact, no, 35.6, because he will have trouble containing good batsmen on flat pitches or flattish pitches. If it's helpful, he will obviously get wickets, but if it's flat, batsmen can sort of hit through the line of someone who slightly collapses at the crease and doesn't bowl from a really high position.
Jack Blatherwick has been warming up as well, so it looks like a double change for Lancashire, with 5 overs left after this one. So 3 overs each for the change bowlers.
Yeah, and in a way it's a point that just looking at the change bowlers that Lancashire have here, it shows why Surrey are so dominant in the Championship, because they got 4 or even 5 genuinely good, quite hostile fast bowlers, and so there's no respite. You see off the openers, and then you've got Sean Abbott and you've got Tom Laws to deal with afterwards.
Quick single. Good running.
Jordan Clark as well. I mean, Jordan Clark is taking his wickets at 24. So they've really got 5 excellent seam bowlers, Surrey.
Clark picking up 4 for 47 today,
yeah.
And Abbott 4 for 71.
Which were the 3rd and 4th bowlers, weren't they?
That's right.
First and second change.
Curran and Worrell opened up. Worrell not perhaps at his best today, 12 overs for 56. But saying earlier, if one of them doesn't get you, someone else will. And if they don't get you, someone else will. It's that hunting in pack mentality.
Yeah.
5 seamers.
Bowling at the Vicky Stewart Pavilion end, Jack Blatherwick.
And stats don't lie. You know, there's a reason why Balderson has his wickets at 35. Blatherwick, 24 wickets so far at 27. Sorry, 14 wickets at 27. He's really only just started, so too early to really draw too many conclusions from his point of view. 14 wickets at 37 in his first class career. Best of 4 for 28.
Should be 2 for folks at least. On that side of the ground, on the short side, it's 2 or 4 really. Not many 3s out there. And so it's 50 up. Folkes and Smith trying to repair the damage done by Williams and Bailey. It was 27 for 3. Still 2-2-4 behind on an action-packed first day. 13 wickets going, well over 300 runs. More runs there for Folkes. Touch and go whether they'll go for 4. And they come back for 2. Those people who turned up at a sun-drenched oval today have had value for money. And the game is often more interesting when the bowlers are in it.
Yeah. I mean, this pitch encourages cricketers of all types, really, doesn't it? I mean, it encourages fast bowlers, it encourages shot makers. Spinners can get a bit of grip out of it as well, especially when the pitch is a couple of days old. It's a good cricket pitch. You get value for your shots, you get reward when you find the edge because it carries to slip.
And that's an excellent stroke by Ben Folkes. Lovely sound off the bat.
Yeah, it's a juicy half volley really, wasn't it? Nice to get those. Not much real swing. Just in that channel just outside off stump, bunted it back past the bowler, just to the leg side, between the non-striker and the umpire. Perfect.
Last ball coming up for Blatherwick's over, and then 4 overs remaining in the day. So 8 off. Blatherwick opening over.
Alex Burns in Failsworth, Manchester, watching. Just going back to the Elton John theme. For other teams in the county championship this year, Surrey seems to be the hardest work. Surrey seems to be the hardest work.
Yeah.
Very
nice.
good. Very good. Well, Lancashire will argue against that for the first 10 overs of this innings. 27 for 3, but a recovery in progress now.
Here's another over from Balderson. But what Lancashire have done is give themselves a chance here with those 3 early wickets. Surrey do bat deep. Well, they've won 5 of their 7 games so far. Built up a decent lead at the top of the table. Just like a strong unit.
They do threaten the sort of dominance that Manchester City have managed to achieve, don't they? You know, they just have so many reserves. And we were talking earlier when you weren't on air, Simon, about Dan Lawrence coming to Surrey. How's he going to fit in? Well, obviously he will. They'll find a way because he's such a good player. But they hardly need Dan Lawrence, really, do they? It's other teams that need a Dan Lawrence. Middlesex. Can't he go to Middlesex? I'll put him up.
There's one way of him getting back in the side when Ollie Pope's not playing for England. You don't quite know what his availability is going to be. Season on season is you don't necessarily need an overseas batter. So Latham's in the side at the moment, isn't he? So you could have Lawrence for Latham, say, in this team. Depending on what your policy for bringing in overseas players is. Well, that was definitely played by Smith. Deliberately played. Balderson had his hands in the air there. There was a yelp from somebody. Might have been the bowler, but Smith picks up another boundary.
Yeah, he was in control of that really all the time, wasn't he? There's no one down there. It's just a deliberate steer. No obvious threat from the ball. Something about Smith, isn't there? He's got a bit of presence about him.
Yeah.
Confidence.
Well, he's another player to keep an eye on, I think.
Definitely.
Showed what it was about in the last championship match with that rapid 100 against Kent. Lovely stroked for no runs. And I think that obviously Dom Sibley got the headlines for the slowest ever championship 100. But it was Smith that got them going, got them believing that they could win the game.
Yeah. And they're a good foil for each other, I think, probably, aren't they? Sibley sort of just the wall, and the all guns blazing Smith at the other end.
Stunning victory, isn't it? I just scored 500 in the final innings to win, and those who were there said that it felt inevitable from quite a long way out. Although at least there was a feeling of inevitability about it. 501. Talking about 501, I remember it's the number associated with Brian Lara. I remember watching his second a huge score in Test cricket when he broke the record. And
400.
When he got the 400.
Yeah.
I mentioned the 501 because he made it in the championship, but linked to Lara. Bizarrely, and there felt like a sense of inevitability about that one as well, in breaking the record again, which is absurd to say that when he had 130, because you've still got about another 230 to go.
But I remember that with the Brian Lara 375 as well, the previous record. I remember watching that. We were going to the ground each day saying, inevitable. It's who's going to get him out? How's he going to get out? Wickets falling though at Trent Bridge. I think England looking down the barrel now. The England women 118 for 5. That's showing the Australians in their true resilient colours, isn't it? When they get a sniff of victory, that Australian women's team, they're hard to shake off.
A bit like the men.
Yeah.
Oh, that's beautifully stroked again by folks. It's going to keep the fielders interested, but they are not going to win. The outfield not quite as quick today as we've been used to on occasions at the Oval, but nicely timed by Ben Folkes, who's been in very good form. If he were to be called on by England this summer, you feel he wouldn't let them down. Talking about wicket keeping, tomorrow at lunchtime Jack Russell's coming on Surrey TV, so listen out for that. We're hoping to get Jack together with Alex Stewart during the lunch interval.
Right.
Depends on Alex commitments during the lunch interval and that sort of time of the day.
You should get him. Are you chatting? Are you chatting with them? We should get Jack, because Jack, when he was coach, was not coach but sort of helping England. He got Alec to stand. Do you remember there was that era when Alex Stewart sort of faced almost mid-off when he was keeping, and that was a Jack Russell initiation and instigation, because Jack believed that if you angled your body roughly towards the direction you're likely to most likely to go, i.e. towards the offside, then it was easier. So you had a very odd sight of a keeper.
No ball, 2 more runs to the total.
Positioned at an angle to the wicket, facing mid-off as the bowler was running in. But that was I'm pretty sure that was a Jack Russell suggestion which Alec took on board. There was always that sort of, actually it might have been Alan Knott as well. Alan Knott had a bit of help there, but in influence there. But there was always that duel between Stewart and Russell, wasn't there? Do you want the keeper batsman or just the specialist keeper?
Well, it's not that dissimilar to in a way, to the
debate
Folkes
now.
versus
True.
Bairstow debate.
No, true. Very similar. I mean, Folkes is a better batter than Russell. Stewart and Bairstow are probably on about a par. Alex Stewart averaged 39 with the bat in Test cricket. Johnny's around that, isn't he? Well, he's more like 35 actually. Jack probably averaged about 27 with the bat, I think.
Oh, edged. Oh, and dropped. Dropped by Darryl Mitchell. And that felt very catchable. It's going from sunlight to shadow
I
there.
wondered about that. That's interesting, isn't it? That is the only thing. And you mentioned earlier about the shadow of this stand. And he's standing in the shadows. And the ball came out of bright sun into shadow. I mean, it was a lovely regulation catch, wasn't it? Off the back foot. No kind of impetus. I suppose it went up, hit him quite high. It hit him. He should possibly have reversed his hands there and caught it with his fingers pointing upwards. Instead, he tried to catch it with his fingers pointing downwards, and it almost sort of tucked him up a bit. Kept coming at him, didn't it?
Well, another indication of the bounce there is in this surface. So you're talking earlier about what a good cricket pitch it is. There's something for everybody. Well, that's a life for Smith on 23. Big moment in the game, potentially.
And Darryl Mitchell's such a kind of accomplished cricketer. It's so odd to see him miss that.
Yeah, no slip catch is easy. Anyone who's stood at slip and taken a slip catch, it can take you by surprise. It comes sometimes quicker than you're expecting. But there are slip catches you would expect to take, and that was probably one of them.
Yeah, I mean, the oval pitch at the moment is a bit too paced, and what I mean by that is some come off a bit quicker than others, and because there's some tufty grass on it, sometimes the ball can hit the tufts of grass and just zip a bit quicker and bounce a bit more, which is probably what caused Smith to edge that ball. It just hits you. It caught Mitchell unaware slightly. It came higher than he was expecting, didn't it?
Yeah. I don't know whether that is difficult to tell, isn't it? Whether that sunshine into shadow makes a difference.
Possibly. Well, and you don't really have much chance to practice something like that, do you? It suddenly happens. It's a bit like sometimes you get the shadow across the pitch and half of the pitch is in shadow and half the pitch is in sun, and it's quite hard to face the bowling then as well.
In the penultimate over of the day.
I think I might just bring another man in, just for the last few balls. Perhaps put a third slip in or something. Only 2 slips at the moment.
Single. So I reckon we've had 338 for 13 today. That's more than enough action for the opening day of a
pretty good,
championship match.
quick game's a good game.
It certainly has moved on. 13 wickets going down. Another single, and the game very much in the balance as well after the first day. Lancashire were 46 for 3, recovered to make 274.
Yeah, 119 for 5 actually, so that was a good recovery. The last few batsmen getting into the 30s, a 50 odd from Phil Salt. I think it indicates that the Kookaburra ball does go softer than the Dukes and is a bit easier to bat against later on in the innings. Who have Surrey got left in the order? Sam Curran, of course, to bat. Will Jacks, Jordan Clark. They've got plenty of batting. Sean Abbott, who smashed a rapid 100 in a T20 game. So Tom Laws can bat. So there's got a lot of batting to come, actually, Surrey. Oh gosh.
Well, Folks goes, played on, and what a strike for Lancashire right at the end of the day's play. Folks had looked so secure, played several crisp strokes. He perishes 70 for 4, and that is it for the day's play. And a real lift for Lancashire right at the end.
Yeah, let's look at that again. Didn't really need to play that, did he? He's just trying to steer it down to third man. Don't know if there was a fielder down there, probably not. And a little bit against the run and play, although of course he had his catch dropped in the last over to the other batter. Smith getting a life, but Folks not so lucky. Just looking to run that to third man, and sort of talking about the pitch being a bit too paced, some coming onto the bat better than others. Delight for the bowler there to get that wicket right at the end of play. Jack Latherwick taking the wicket, so he has 1 for 15 from his 2.1 overs now. Will Williams and Tom Bailey getting 1 and 2 apiece as well. Oh dear, that's so irritating. Just when you're thinking about the enjoyment of being able to bat a whole day tomorrow against a gradually softening ball. Now you've got to go home and look at your dismissal on the video and think where you went wrong.
So there we go, the players walking off in the evening sunshine. That was the Lancashire innings, 274 all out. They were 119 for 5, as Simon mentioned. Surrey bowling figures, 4 for Clark, 4 for Abbott, who started it off actually. Abbott got wicket with his first ball, picked up 3 more, then Clark mopped it up at the end. Sam Curran with the opening wicket on his first championship match of the season. And then Surrey, 4 out for 70. Burns and Sibley caught down the leg side, excellent catch from Salt to get rid of Burns. Latham nicking to Jennings at second slip, and then Folks, as you've just seen, playing on to Latherwick. So Smith survived that drop catch as well. He's 24 not out. And the Lancashire bowling figures, a couple for Williams, Bailey and Latherwick with 1 each. And the match summary, well, right in the balance really. I think at the moment Lancashire with their noses in front, 274, 70 before. Surrey do bat deep, but they've got a bit of batting to do tomorrow to get up around that Lancashire total of 274 on a pitch that's offered something to the bowlers today, the pace bowlers. It's been an intriguing day's cricket. Neither team has lost so far this season, but with 14 wickets on the first day of the match, you'd think there's likely to be a positive outcome in this game, especially with the weather forecast set fair over the next 3 days. So an intriguing second day in prospect here at the Oval, and we will be back tomorrow on Surrey TV to bring you every ball. So please do join us just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. From me, Simon Mann, and from Simon Hughes, for now, it is goodbye.